attempting to feel. I don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. ricochet. Hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made. Fresh to this, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen like never seen like never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
哎，同学们，上课啦！那今天我们到了一个课堂当中，就是要来考验一下大家对于英雄联盟的小知识是不是很有把握呢？
拉姆斯，
拔是多少件？
你说是上路的吗？
上路的，会讲吗？
一定是上路英雄吗？
这个角色他的 Q 会加攻速。
艾奇，出题，英雄太熟了。
Kilo 现在只剩下3分就可以下课了，
还好第一题没有让他对哦。卡桑列达
瑞纳达，
欧拉夫，
直接在技能题
9分，
直接达到了9分。
我下不了班了，9分。这边看吗？
来啊！然后你们选手的生涯最大，那是最大，年资最大，阿志跟阿志，也是我。
该局今天不是9点吗？那为什么这边账号是他的？
他昨天最后一把不是吗？他昨天就是最后一把，
因为你改昵称就好。
目前 PCS 队伍里面，我最熟的应该是 BYG 吧。
因为跟他们选手其实比较常相处，还有他们教练团都认识很久，在那边待了2年，然后队员也都很好相处，很白痴，包括领队也是。
你点我的账号。
要改什么？
编辑。飞猪。有密码哦。
跟哪队比较熟的话，跟 DCG 的比较熟吧。
那 BYG 呢？
不认识。没有啦。
按三文一认识。
好了 ，BYG 肥猪就好了。好，恭喜张伟英。好了，可以滚了。
要登出。
常常登出啊！怕他被盗账号啊，小心一点。
目前应该是跟 DCG 比较熟吧。我在会场遇到他们，基本上都会聊天，但有一个特别的，曹哥会这样。曹哥跟我会这样。
平常都会在那个 DC 跟他们聊天啊啦，关系也比较好。我就是个白痴啊，每天都呛来呛去啊，骂来骂去的。
哦，你看你的助理。但酒桶很难我觉得我的比较强。
他排位的时候就会在 DC 开直播啊，然后我们就互相检讨对方的操作啊。
来到第3场的一个比赛，也就是 IMB 要来出战 PSG 了。没错。那这2支战队在今年其实都是一个就全新的改动。
我们这边队都会打起来的。
好，要看他，要看这个，我会给1。他跳走了，他应该会看 D。猪先看啊。
他嫖。
啊，慢慢打掉，有了。
将其推回来，右边挖口再抓到了 Mission， 直接给了一套枪，蓝色4频扫过去，将一技能躲一下。随着有机会，一个 Q 技能过墙，被爱冲了军要杀字也跟着往前拖到了 A 被留住，加了个技能起来，所以加了个闪现爆电，往右边要拉扯，他的位置很不错，右边的乌迪没有办法跟着队友吗？一只能看着自己的队友去4打5，挖口也进不了了，在左边终于抓了一波机会想往前挖，但队友已经全部倒光了，不得已挖口。拿到极刃的一个减 CD 效果，让他可以再次的一技能过墙，但这波团战已经完全没得打了。
10秒，要不要用命手？要用命手。
被爱这边呼小只想办法清线，但 Q 技能往后的同时就没有机会了。我们准备恭喜的是 IMB Impunity Esports 击败了 PSG， 拿下了属于他们的第4场胜利。
OK，
这才不错。
那又怎样？那我们发育啊？
也可以啊。
我们发育不会输，
是不会输。
就对啊，我们都是打传输的。
就是其实今天输了，但我觉得今天输的很有意义。那我必须说，我觉得你们今天的沟通其实非常好，真的，就是包括你开车去抓下路那一波，我都觉得这个沟通是很好。那我们需要改进什么？前面的节奏，因为对面其实就很简单的一关嘛，就是一直抱在一起。相对来说，我觉得我们队伍是比其他队伍聪明很多的。
反正明天放一天假，就大家就好好休息，因为接下来可能大家得花比较多的时间在新版本上面的东西，我们可能会需要你们多去给我们提供一些新版本你们一些想法，或者说训练赛上面你们有没有什么想试的一些英雄这样子，然后我们去准备下一周比赛 ，OK 吧各位？然后反正我们就继续加油这样子。爽
OK。然后再来一个点是，这一周明天会放假，那明天之后会有一个新成员会加入我们，就是俊佳。你们这边可能有几个人都跟他熟，甚至是同一批的。
突然听到俊佳来了，有点吓到，会想说为什么突然有这个人，怎么会跑过来？
俊佳要来啊，开始听到就觉得啊，真假？他要来，因为他其实在 LPL 打很久嘛，所以他要来其实还蛮意外的。
就想说怎么会突然来这里，来这边虐菜啊？
我不想要你牛肉，你就这样子背着个配备包走。没关系，我拿来了。
欢迎。
其实俊佳的话，其实跟他算很熟了，就是从最早他可能还没满17岁的时候开始到现在。那他比较内向一点，但那个内向已经很久远了，对我来说。
特意出去了吗？
对啊，特意出去啊，先放假，他应该晚上回来。
你没有跟他很熟的话，他其实是不太会说话，他就是很明显的比较内向那一种。
就是他。
不行啊，你以前都会拖的。
这太
以前就直接拖了。
没，他那个上面有人扣夹子线。
之前跟俊佳是在校队的时候认识的，因为我跟他是之前是一起打校队的。
干嘛？
不然你遇到朋友你会干嘛？
原本如果没有这2颗镜头，可能
你当我不存在
有了。
他其实之前分数就很高了，就是那种很进攻性的打野。然后他这个人的话，其实平常算是蛮好相处的，就是会笨笨的，会做一些很奇怪的事情。
可以是不是？
是。你是俊佳，他是俊佳。你打完这牌啊？
好的，各位在线上收看直播的召唤师们，欢迎来到 PCS 第3周的赛程，我是主播 JR， 我是陈明老师。
灭团啦！
谁灭团？
第1季灭团。
再的话开始追击右小拉了3个，这波拉到3个，
不要这么快啦！
这个赛特 ，Oh my god！
不要这么快啦
！Oh my god！ 这么强啊！好强！给过，这个我给过。
直接越了吧，兄弟，隔墙。
张震岳。
阿岳。
老邓，拜托，
推个塔吧，兄弟，你们有茂凯跟眼雀。
已经用了3、4次了。
冷笑话的部分，我现在基本上全队基本上都会。
太大了。
会。不，他不是双龙会，他是3龙会。
百老汇。
百中会。
同学会。我觉得那个是一个团队，就是一个气氛吧。
因为在这个圈子也打得比较久了，然后他其实个性就是很明显的老油条，然后他现在特别爱讲一些笑话接梗。
野区刚都到家走出来了，还没遇到人要翻水，还在自己家野区。
不要这么快。
好的，各位观众，欢迎回到今天的最后一场比赛。紧接着要迎来的，我觉得是最符合今天最后一场比赛的对决。好久曾梦底啊！对，该来的还是要来了。由 PSG 要来对上的是 CFO。哇，那这2队的话，当然也都是前段班的一个劲旅，然后在战绩上面也非常的接近。那今天我们当然有一位神秘的嘉宾，这个神秘的选手要登场了。 他才刚宣布了没多久之后，马上就是披挂上阵，直接顶上来打。等一下就可以好好的来看一下能打出什么的效果。
他们的鳄鱼跟阿卡丽会去找位置，你一定要去把他们找出来，不要让他们随便进来。然后报告一下，中期视野去做清楚吧。
没看完要打，我可以往前哦，我会往前哦。要去抢龙，要去抢龙。
all in 吃龙，金米又在大绕背了。这条小龙会是降落谁家谁的小龙？1400滴，但俊家先交出闪现上墙，最后是奶哥拿下小龙。有人已经举白旗了，因为 Rest 是大举挺进，不会被顶出来之后，他是直接转了一个自己的 Q 技能手杀，落在是奶哥的身上。现在 CFO 准备要开始撤退吗？因为有一个空杀防壁，还是直接推到了顺。接着还有一个电磁炮，但并没有造成缓速，挖口直接来到了面前，对着猪就是一阵的开电，最后是拿下了人头。杰姆奶跟着倒地 ，Stay True 有办法存活吗？现在俊家直接叫做分身过墙，盯上是 Rest， 猴子盯上鳄鱼，虽然说回了一口血，最后的话让 Rest 还是要倒在挖口的 Double Q 之下还要杀，结果最后是一技能来到了墙壁的后方。杰姆来在上方快进斩杀线了，想要推人没有推到，杰姆来是有机会可以下去的，可以下去吗？但至少要被卡住了。最后的话1000滴还是有猴子拿下了巴龙，在后方有一个大绕背，接着的话是局面的进场，但瞬间遭到了秒杀。这里 Rest 可以力挽狂澜吗？一个两个就是拿下了一个 Double Q CFO， 所有人挺进来到了挖口的身前，挖口是交错闪现上墙，但接着的话又是直接交错召唤之技能回来，现在的话是拿到了一个 Double Q，Rest 的话只剩自己一根孤苦伶仃，还能造成奇迹吗？最终没有办法，但一技能杰力看起来是撞到了墙壁。先限制住了对方的猪女，不过猪女还是想顶丢，但是有一个酒桶帮忙接了，同一时间巴龙已经没了。那这一波的团战 PSG 准备要来大举挺进了 ，Rest 顶在正前方，但完全顶不住，有一个惊涛骇浪也只能造成小小的撤退。挖口闪现开团，开2个，在一个联名冠军的爆发。
看阿卡丽，看阿卡丽，
你干嘛？
一波吧，一波了，去一波吧，中一波吧。
但还是要恭喜 PSG， 他们在34分半赢下了这场与 CFO 的对决。
They still think we're gonna go to the just big set, yeah.
Yes. You can fake it. Fake.
Yeah, we can fake it. We can pick Fura, and then we change into Nar and then set.
What?
Change into
Nar and finally set.
Now, and then set.
Delay. Jesus Christ.
Your friend is so small, man.
What? We can pick Malphite here.
Holy. You're not a professional actor, man.
No, professional. You pick Fiora, and then you change to Chuck, and then you change to Gnar, and then you pick Seth. Wow. We are so good.
We want to fast to fight this one or not?
Yes, we need to fight this one, maybe.
Then you guys find the position, and I will hide, okay? And we shot one more way, with a little back.
Yes.
Wait.
Position, you guys?
It's nothing.
Where? HP.
Hold on.
Okay.
Vision. Slowly.
Yes.
Walk on.
Jax.
Can we look?
Yeah, can we look?
I have no idea.
Jax.
Yes. Continuous. Nice.
No,
it's fine. Give it. Come back, mate.
Wait, I'm rejoining my.
Can we look, Jax?
We can look, Jax.
I show.
Just walk on.
Yes.
Just hit front.
I die.
Bener flash ka.
Hey, this over here, fine. You need to focus.
I control. This room to roll word.
You still have the vision.
Yeah, okay. I'll TP to. I should have just flashed.
No facility.
Yes, chill.
Nag-reset ako.
Nice, look about this. Nice, Raven.
Yes, I can kill.
Yes, change. Take the dragon a lot. We can go Baron. Yes, we can go Baron. Yes. Hey. It's so TP.
I'm TP.
Yes, can we look white?
Yeah, rise. Close down.
Chill. Yes, he don't have time.
Leon, I kill Leon.
Help me.
Why are you here?
Rise,
Why that?
Yes, I can kill Jax.
Yes. Take a Jax and go Dragon. What? Bam, your flash star?
Yes.
You shouldn't. They will try again. Angel, take the time.
Yes.
You don't need to. You can't show.
Come here.
Yes.
Can Angel to stole? You want to stole that? Yes, nice. Yeah, hold it, man.
Nice.
Yes. What the? So fun.
Jumping ako.
Ay, sorry.
Angel ulti.
Wait, Angel to come. Chill.
Rise.
Leona can look too.
Rise.
Yes. I cancel him. Yes, chase. Just look. Yes.
They're all dead.
Okay, low AD, low flash. Low flash. Yes, support low flash too.
It's okay, they're all dead.
Nice. Yes. Just group together. Yes. Yes, and.
Hit the tower, please.
And we can. Yes, low. Nice.
Perhaps look to turn on this Baron. It's essentially, I want to say, a 5v4?
Maybe even a 5v3 with Kina being so low.
He's extremely low. But BYG, I mean, they have the higher health bars and they have the poke. Solo kill very low. It's about to get taken out. Does burn the pool.
Yeah, now certainly Frank Esports cannot take this one despite numbers advantages. Their HP bars basically match what would have been a 3v3, you'd say. In jumps the Kai, finds a double, and the smash goes across and gets another one. I mean, it's just a little bit too clean so far. The poke, the damage, the all-in spread, and the teamfight team is getting out team 4.
Yeah, I think really Frank Esports, they took too long to make anything happen there. If you don't either instantly do the Baron.
Nature would have been in a lot of trouble. Would have got one shot, quite honestly, from all those pebbles on the floor. But the low cooldown of this Chain of Corruption means that Shun has it up again, and he might look to try and threaten it again. He needs to find himself in a position where he can actually look to try and do that. Driver in trouble as he jumps on through, gets knocked up by the Wild Growth, gets knocked away. Also, look how low they are. Shun across the wall in trouble, jumps on in with the Prowler's Claw, but can't kill Atlan. Atlan's doing it all. It's a lifesteal focused Zeri who goes gold and buys time. Precious time for these cooldowns. Dashes in to execute Karma. And is now sitting on a triple. Make it a quadra kill.
Dragon has started up a health exchange and they definitely want to contest. Getting very low.
Marco on a blast cone, jumps in extended range, lightning crash pop, flash from Minji! He says it's time to shine, there's a hijack petrifying gaze, and you're stunned and CC'd for far too long. Now the Viego on the flank, the Dragon. Getting quite excited for this one, there's no chance to contest the Baron, it's gone. Yubel still isolated from his team, in goes the ultimate, there's the shot back onto free! And surely PSG have got this one. They're fighting into such a strong impunity. They have every buff in the game, but Yubel dies again. Wako trying to do it all. He doesn't have a flash, but he's got the damage. But now 4 members across the wall. He's dashed into them. Sting on a double cleanse, life stealing. It's only Driver. He's on a triple kill. He wants the quadra, and he's gonna find it with the ace. We've seen in this game. Flashes down, Ashol commits, Chriscana in trouble, where does he go? Gale forced to safety out of that cannon barrage. Nessie has to attend to the mid lane, the Dragon is now just spawned, but Impunity have found a weakness in their armor. Hunter is the focus, you remove the jungler, you win the game, it feels that simple. Explosive Cart's on his head, a Cyclone for disengaged potential, it's not enough so far. Chriscana fighting for his life as the laser goes out, but damage just is not enough, and that Dragon has been engaged.
It has low health bars on the side of DCG. I'm liking Impunity's position. It's up to Nesty to try to salvage something off the back end, but I think he does
Double kill with a kick. Oh, Hanabi in the backline right now with a two-man shove against the wall, trying to keep them interested. He's found nature, but he'll die for it. And yes, the Elder will reset, but Driver, my God, what a beautiful performance right there.
哎，同学们，上课啦！那今天我们到了一个课堂当中，就是来考验一下大家对于英雄联盟的小知识是不是很有把握呢？
拉姆斯，
法师破瓦剑，
你说是上路的吗？
上路的，会讲吗？
一定是上路英雄吗？
这个角色他的 Q 会加攻速，
艾奇，英雄太熟了。
Kino 现在只剩下3分就可以下课了，
还好第一题没有让他对哦。卡桑列 W，
瑞纳达。
欧拉夫
直接在技能题
9分，
直接达到了9分。
我现在不想翻了，9分。这边看吗？好，来啊，拿手。
你们选手的生涯最大，应该是最大，年资最大，阿志跟 T 嘛，阿志。
不是我。OK。
那这里就是 FAK 吃霸王的好机会，不过又是1-2一炮，这打下去 FAK 可能吃霸王的梦想是有点小断。后面的位置利凯已经包抄了过来，凯文已经看到对面上路的情况下，选先行的撤退 FAK 全员拉掉。但后面16抓到一个落单的 SOKIO， 不得已 SOKIO 交出自己的血值往上继续的走，5个人，怎么被4个人逼到了上方的位置呢？鬼队想追，但上面已经爆进，开始连砍 double kill 给到了利凯，利凯3个人再跳回来，他拿下的第3颗头2是给到了空月。 这边 BYG 一个贾克斯，犹如天上降魔神，还在转。这个贾克斯真牛，真牛啊！
东山能开，
哇，这个没
准备 B 闪，没下来 ，Rest， 觉得要打起来了，直接踢下来。
这里要盖墙抓吗？那后面有个贾克斯，
不过是一个看开的好机会吗 ？Driver 直接在后排了，瞄准你们所有人，武器都是开了起来，雷霆冠军。但是这边 Rest 开在最前面，救急电话给到的是 Driver， 往前再继续做输出 ，A 塔的持续在旁边已经看开3个人了，这是一个 AD 瞄准3个人在点，吉米人也要倒吗？没有。哦，还有倒的同时逼出了 A 塔的惊人，有办法吗？奶哥再闪现过来收下对方的 AD， 奶哥也要倒 ，Triple Kill 给到 A 塔人。 再瞄准第4个夸大的 Talent，
他们战队的人就直接正面也跟你要来开互抢一下，冰龙丢出拉拉冰秒将对手给留住。来看一下远古的生化飞龙，能拿吗？没有拿到，后面的位置杰利被秒了，看着倒地的投石，布鲁斯也在尝试着输出。
不过阿兹的位置要看一下狂笑猛禽怎么释放 ，W 键先晕住2人，挖口伤害很高，接着话雷兹继续给压力往前一拼，是拼到东山，回了一个狂笑猛禽 ，W 键再晕2个，直接2个 C 位全部晕住，东山交了一个狂笑猛禽，不过 U 宝也开出了一个惊人，现在看一下阿奇的位置，不过挖口来到后排，直接电掉了法洛世界的话还能够创造奇迹吗？不过自己的前排好像快要顶不住，靠着屋顶一个人的保护打出对勾，换掉了一个 double Q， 现在还是要做还是欺骗，这是一个 triple Q， 这准备会是一个夸张 Q 要让骗子全部杀光。 被电烂，
来到中路线，再次有 IMP 抢下了现权的机会，一个明显正面的命中是水精灵，因为在用自己的 Q 技能，反而是被抓到一波机会。不过还有90次对网是可以成功拉开这个血量，也可以靠着远古巨龙跟自己的出装继续的回血，
很痛哦。
X 继续的追击 ，TTG 被1分为2，前面的哈娜被留住，有个船长的统治要来，他点了要走，但是被滚动球给炸缓，不得已无极风暴转了要走，
先炸到一下。
这里是能走，但这状态好像也比较难打了。远程的 poke 消耗持续，
太怕了，交了一个不好的闪现。
雀草正在绕背，已经在后面准备过来了。
炸，想要炸。
不过 driver 也想抓机会，一个桶子准备把娜给炸到吗？后面位置是船长的伤害，直接就炸了后排，瞬间打了2个人，进去只能3打5，娜是拖了后面，直接把爱情给换掉，不过自己也是倒下。
a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They mess up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So shh. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it the bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I knew I could do it. Hey. You are the sweetest thing. Yeah. I live all the joy you bring. Yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? for more? Yeah, it's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in rare form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gonna stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep-rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. It's been a long week, but now we're here in week 5, day 3, getting very, very close to playoffs. I will be your host for tonight's Shock, and I'm joined on the desk by Vestian.
Yeah, back here again, ready for some exciting games today. I will say most of them kind of looking like one-sided sort of games, but a huge sort of opportunity tonight comes to Deep Cross Gaming to sort of get ahead of that tiebreaker, so I'm really looking forward to that in particular. But yeah, I just want to have some good games and a fun cast.
For sure, and I think that we're definitely at the point now where I think we have our top 6 teams, right? We'll see in the standings in a little bit, but it feels pretty hard maybe for the other teams to kind of catch up at this point. That being said, there's the potential to some of these standings, the top 6, to still switch around, which is very important, right? I think the playoff seeding, we kind of talked about at the very end of yesterday, but can actually mean quite a lot. So the top 2 teams, they get a bye in the first round. The bottom 2 teams start in the losers bracket, and the middle 2 teams will actually take on the LCO teams in round 1, which can be very interesting.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what the most exciting thing to look forward to, right? Not sure about the strengths of the LCO rosters in comparison to the PCS rosters. So I think coming 3rd, 4th, there's a lot of, I don't know, what's sort of the word?
Uncertainty,
Yeah,
maybe?
there's very uncertainty, especially going into those playoffs. As we do look at the results from yesterday, we had PSG Talon, not so surprisingly, go up against Hellpigs and win. Flying Ulster taking the win over Duish Team. Deep Cross Gaming in a hard-fought battle over Sem9, actually. And Frank Esports, again, a long game, very intense, against Impunity, and they did win. And did you see the last one? Yes.
The last one was Beyond Gaming taking out J-Team. But let's take a look at the standings. We have PSG still in that first place position with a 2-win lead currently. CFO just behind them, 10-4. Frank Esports sitting at 3rd, 9-5. And then 3 teams tied here, DCG, Impunity, and Megabank Beyond Gaming. I think that'll be our top 6. Perhaps those 3 teams at the end, though, can swap things around. Hellpigs and J-Team tied near the end here, 5-9. Finally, Duish Team at 9-3-11, and Sem9 coming in dead last at 2-12, and also on a 6-loss streak.
Yeah, absolutely. And they had, I must say, an absolute golden opportunity yesterday to take the game. Unfortunately, weren't able to execute. A few mistakes there to the late game, but I would say a more promising showing from them yesterday in comparison to sort of the rest of the split, even though they have obviously got 2 wins. So they're coming up here in our first game actually against Frank Esports, which I think will be a little bit interesting. Frank Esports do come out with all these sort of unique strategies. I don't suspect we'll see them at this stage of the season, maybe trying to hold those off for the playoffs. But we do see sort of a matchup in the bot lane here where we have 2 Zayas coming up against each other. But yeah, I think game 2, game of the night.
Yeah, I think you're right. Game 2 is looking to be a pretty close one. I think as well, there's some potential for like game 3, just because Impunity recently, they have been doing well. And I perhaps think that J-Team, after being kind of eliminated from playoffs, the pressure's off them, right? Perhaps they can look to do some sort of upset. But yeah, I think the rest of the game's kind of looking a little one-sided, and it's really just going to be teams making sure they pick up the wins that are kind of expected of them to keep their playoff positions. Game 2, though, you're right, could be very, very interesting. We'll have to see what they have in store, because CFO up against DCG is always I want to say a pretty exciting matchup. But our day 1, game 1, or day 3, game 1, Frank Esports up against Sem9. Like you said, Frank, they like to show a lot of different things. Interestingly, last time these 2 teams faced off, it's actually the fastest game of the split at only 23 minutes and 15 seconds. It was very, very one-sided, so we'll have to see. I think Sem9 have actually gotten quite a bit better since then, right? They have kind of, at least before, they were falling over in the early game, but now it seems they can contest. Looking at Frank Esports' roster, though, Solo Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing. And as we mentioned about S9, right, they've gotten better in the early game. They're not getting blown up as much as they were before and can actually, go the distance. But the problem is Frank Esports, probably the best, at least in terms of stats, the best early game team in the league right now.
Yeah, and coming off sort of Kaiwing, who is noted as one of the best, if not the best, sort of support in the region currently, as well as Hollow tends to like a lot of early aggression, sort of pairing that up with Kaiwing and his ability to make plays. And now the support changes sort of favouring Kaiwing's playstyle. You do have to be worried coming up against this roster. Just so much to watch out for in terms of those 2 players in particular.
I think even last time these teams played, Kaiwing actually was on the Leona, kind of before it was even better at the time. So you're right, definitely prefers those melee supports, and it's kind of really allows you to show your strengths as a support, right? Much more than the kind of range support meta, at least, particularly with the Lulu and the Yuumi. On S9, though, what are their win conditions in this matchup? I'm not sure. I think that potentially something in the jungle could be the play, right? I feel like just whenever you've got like an early game team like Frank Esports, the jungle has to be a big part of that, right? So if you can maybe take Hollow out of the game, it could go a long way. Taking a look at the S9 roster though, Relhia, Fear, Calumnia, YJY, and Kerez. And they have, yeah, I don't know. They've shown some better games, but at the same time, they struggle to all perform, you know, consistently at the same time. And also, I think they've had some pretty substantial leads recently and still kind of failed to close it out. They really just aren't quite as clean as the other teams. Despite the fact they have potential to win games, it's just you're never really going to put your odds on them.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like there's sort of anti-synergy in the top and the jungle here. Like yesterday they had Vi, who was very far ahead, and a Camille against the Na, and you think you can look up to that top lane and sort of explode it well open, but we didn't really look there at all until very, very later on. So maybe just sort of not working well together up there. I will say Fear seemed, yesterday at least, to be sort of who you look to get this team to a lead and sort of carry it on. It seemed like as soon as they stopped playing around him, they did start losing more and more. As we do have a look at the stats comparison here between these supports, and we do see here quite clearly Kaiwing has a very, very good sort of lead in almost all of these stats.
Yeah, Kaiwing, I think people are saying one of the best supports in the league. One stat I want to quickly take a look at is actually the XP difference at 8. So this is often important because 8 minutes when the Herald spawns and whichever support is level 6 first can make a pretty big difference there. A lot of time you do just see both supports grouping being level 5 or even level 4. But if you're playing one of those champs like Nautilus or Leona and you have that level 6 by the time Herald spawns, like either because you've got kills or just you've spent a lot of time in lane, you actually end up, you know, pretty much swinging the team fight single-handedly in your team's favor.
Yeah, we did see that yesterday in one of our games where level 6 really made a huge difference for the entirety of the game, really. As we are heading on into Champion Select now, we have Frank Esports banning out the Vi, targeting Fia's good performance yesterday, and S9 banning out the Caitlyn.
Caitlyn ban is interesting. It's something we've kind of seen a few teams do. It's kind of like just targeted at the teams that play Caitlyn. I feel like it's one of those champs that you just don't really want to deal with, especially from the side of Frank Esports, right? A team that really knows how to not only get leads, but certainly close them out as well. Calista is the answering ban.
Yeah, we have seen YJY play it. It wasn't all that, you know, sensational, but maybe just taking out, have something that they don't want to lane into that Calista there. As we do look towards our 4th ban of this game.
Okay, so yeah, will they keep targeting ADCs? I mean, something like the Zeri could obviously be taken away.
Yeah, and I just feel like there's quite a large, like we've seen recently, the sort of AD carry pool has opened up a bit more. We've seen more Zayas in there and other champs. We do see a Sion ban, so maybe taking that off solo kill, we saw have a massive performance on it yesterday, actually.
Yeah, he's very happy about that one. Aurelia will be banned away. Jace matched as well. So Gragas is up and available, which we've kind of seen as one of the premier first picks. There's also Sejuani and Zeri. So there are actually quite a few power picks out. Lee Sin is one that's kind of been gaining popularity. I still think it's a little overrated, honestly, but you know, we'll have to see. At least remains not quite as strong as before, but certainly still very strong. And a team, or a champion that not a lot of teams I feel like know how to deal with, right? It is very hard to neutralize the game up against the Elite. So it is locked in, and I think in the hands of Frank Esports, a very scary champion. Also, last time these teams played against each other, it actually was Hollow on the Elise.
Yeah, so maybe following a similar trend as how last game went, as we do see Gragas hovered by S9, and I do love this pick. We've touched on it multiple times now, but just the ability to flex that around gives your draft so much better options as we come into like the second ban phase and those later picks. And it is locked in, so I do like that for the side of S9.
What do you pair it with though? I think maybe you take an ADC, and that way you don't really have to reveal too much. Like you said, the flexibility of the Gragas really is its main strength. Obviously, he is a reasonably strong champion anyway, but the draft advantage definitely can't be ignored. If you take an ADC, yeah, Xayah or Varus, like Xayah's definitely for safety, Varus for the better lane.
Yeah, we have seen both teams take Xayah yesterday, but it is the Varus locked in. YJY obviously very comfortable on that pick, has picked it, I think, more than any other champion for the spring split. What do we go here? The Jhin, we did see this yesterday, not to much success.
Yeah, so we've seen Jhin match into Varus a few times. I think it's not too bad if you're playing it with something like an Elise, right? The thing is, Jhin really needs to snowball and kind of stay ahead, and it looks like so far at least they have the tools to do that.
Yeah, and Frank Esports, one of our sort of better early game teams, obviously will have a better time at getting ahead just for the nature of their play. Kaiwing does lock in that Leona. We saw an amazing performance out of him yesterday, and I suspect we will today as well. Renekton hovered here, by Relia.
Okay, the Renekton would be interesting. I guess, once again, kind of want to deny the Elise Renekton, but can always ban it away. This will reveal, if this is locked in, Renekton going... Actually, most likely is top, right? But we've seen Columbia play a few melee mids before, so potentially this remains sort of a double flex, but I would expect it to go top.
Yeah, more likely going to be a top lane, I say. And what do you look for here? Do you look for sort of mid-bang towards Pretender? Because yesterday he did have a fantastic performance on the Jace, the day before on the LeBlanc. So, I mean, it's going to be hard to ever ban him outright. He has such a large champion pool, but maybe something to guide you more safety, especially if you already know that Gragas is going mid or not.
Maybe ban Renekton counters. Feels like, yeah. I feel like most of the times blind pick Renekton has been done just as a takeaway from Elise. It hasn't actually looked too good, right? Like, sure, you're no longer dying to the Elise ganks, but you're also just not really doing anything, and Renekton definitely falls off pretty hard in this meta. Maybe not so much with Jhin in the game, but definitely when we see stuff more like the Zeri, you know, can quickly become useless. Well, now, what's the answering ban? Perhaps supports. I feel like the Gragas flex kind of nullifies any bans that are put between the other lanes, but support bans could be good.
Yeah, could see the Ashe ban, and we do. Obviously, Ashe, Varus often paired against each other, and Gangplank follow-up ban. I was wondering if that would happen. Solo Kill is one of our better sort of Gangplank players in the league, so I think that's a good idea there to ban that out.
Last ban, I think, should be Nautilus or Pyke, maybe? We see the Leona Nautilus trade time and time again. Oh, okay, so actually the Karma. So just respecting the strong lane that can match the Jhin, perhaps thinking, you know, okay, if they pick something like the Nautilus, we're completely fine with that. And you have to think support should be picked here for S9, and that way they can hold this Gragas flex all the way down.
Yeah,
probably will be Nautilus, right?
Yeah, we've seen Nautilus versus Leona so often, and it is just a sort of neutralizing matchup, right? It's hard for either of those champs to go in, but the set hovered here, and I believe we have seen Kyrus play it before, and it is locked in.
Yeah, he's played it before. I want to say it was Callista's set last time, so interesting to play it without it. Does have a 100% win rate, though.
Yeah, so
I think over one
wins.
game or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your 4-5 here for Frank? I mean, the Jace is gone. Maybe you just end up having to play an AP mid. I feel like you probably do, especially because you're blind picking. No. It's always an interesting matchup in Renekton. Obviously, in the 1v1 is very good, but is vulnerable to those ganks. But has an Elise. I think here, Solo or Pretender probably just goes towards an AP mid, and Annie could be the play.
Yeah, Annie's certainly good at sort of locking down immobile champs like the Varus we have here. Victor, as you said yesterday, does scale well into the Gragas, but struggles with his low mobility.
Potentially thinking about the Yone blind pick, I wouldn't really like it against the enemy comp. Something with a bit more range, I think, is a little better. And the Victor will be locked in, so it's a good blind and good guaranteed scaling, but it doesn't pair that well with Elise, right? You're definitely expecting the plays to be made elsewhere around the map. And the last pick here, I mean, Gragas can always go mid against the Victor, so potentially look to counterpick in the jungle. At the same time, you know, leaving your jungle counterpick to last feels like it wasn't super valuable, right? I think most junglers are very blindable at the moment.
Yeah, especially into Elise, she kind of just wins most of those jungle matchups, right? And interestingly enough, we do see a Viego pick, and Sejuani made it through the entire draft.
Yeah, Sedge making it all the way through is pretty interesting. I'm actually very surprised it wasn't picked up last day by S9, right? Because you've got the Renekton, you've got the Gragas, two melee solo laners. Even the set, right, actually works pretty well with it. And also, you know, Jhin is not the best tank killer. It really would just be down to Victor. But perhaps saying, okay, we need something that can contest this early jungle up against Elise. So interesting draft. But yeah, I think both teams, once again, they've got a lot of options. I don't really hate either draft. I do think Frank Esports will most likely come out of this one on top. But if we're looking, you know, at the map early, I think you always have to look at this Elise, right? That's kind of where the proactive plays will come from. And S9, you know, on the other side, they have to really keep good tracking, I guess, on this Elise. You know, try be at the places as she is, look for counter ganks, try and slow down their game just a little bit.
Yeah, and you want to be able to sort of facilitate this Viego to get some items and some levels. He is fairly strong early game, but obviously he's nothing compared to the Elise, I wouldn't say. And just the skirmish potential out of the Frank Esports team, I think is a lot better in the early game, maybe not mid. But yeah, it is. You're going to have to keep traces of that Elise. You don't want to lose, you know, early game bottom, and there's so much going on, but yeah.
I think it's a good point that you bring up the skirmishing power aside from mid, because I think you're right that Frank Esports, if they can take fights away from mid, are probably going to win them. At the same time, if it's ever a fight where both Victor and Gragas are involved, I feel like that goes the way of S9. So it's definitely, you want Victor to just have that isolated lane, kind of, handle Columnia and not really have him interact too much. And that's something that Victor is quite good at, right? Has a lot of wave clear, especially after you get the upgrade. But before that, is going to really need to avoid, any sort of skirmishing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to see sort of how this goes. I think where the junglers are pathing to will tell a lot, because obviously on the side of S9, you have sort of the opportunity to go towards that bottom lane with the Set and the Varus, or the Renekton up top. And you have to feel like Renekton does kind of need a lead to be able to stay contesting the Gnar in the side lane, as well as in team fights. Gnar's probably just going to outperform. So yeah, I think that's one thing to look at as well. Obviously, Elise doesn't have as good of a setup up top line, so maybe an easier sort of angle for Fia.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, right? Like, Fia can go up there and try and gank the Gnar. At the same time, that potentially leaves your bot lane of the Varus set quite vulnerable. So you have to be careful, because I think, shutting down this Gnar, is it going to win you the game? I'm guessing probably not, unless you get a lot of kills on that Viego. It feels like your Renekton kind of just isn't really going to be able to snowball too hard, but we're going to have to see what is S9's plan in this first game of the day.
Yeah, as we head onto the Rift here, we see the little pop-up, Frank Esports and a duck, and we're going up. I wonder where we're going to start our jungle pathing. I think that really, as I said before, will dictate the pace of the early game. At least we have seen typically try to look for these invades, so some contests. So yeah, I think this is going to be the most interesting sort of, or like where we're going to find out the direction each team's looking for.
Actually, Hollow maybe looking for some sort of ward very early. Is spotted out though. I guess it's going to ward the red and then recall.
Yeah, and fleet footwork on this Victor.
Wow, that's really weird. Okay, I guess maybe values the extra movement speed for lane. The thing with fleet is it doesn't really help you that much in terms of sustain. It really is just the movement speed, which can be useful for dodging some of the Gragas harass. At the same time, I don't really think you need it, so curious, but they are known, right, for early game as Frank Esports, so perhaps just want, again, stronger laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think traditionally in this sort of matchup, you would have seen the first strike, but interesting take, and we'll see how he sort of utilizes that to play out this lane, as vision will be cleared from the bottom side river.
Okay, so it looks like Elise is solo starting on the Raptors. Hollow could potentially look for that 3-camp bot, which is obviously very common, and Fia also matching, starting the Wolves. So I think most likely we'll see both junglers at least pop their heads into the river here and kind of, either attack or defend for this level 3 bot gank.
Yeah, and Hollow will most likely be staying a lot healthier, obviously getting some Omnivamp from those Spiderlings, as well as being able to tank with the Spiderlings. So you have to favor Frank in an early skirmish down bot lane.
Okay, so Hollow on the Elise actually skips the Krugs and is just pathing straight towards top, which is interesting. I mean, perhaps thinking, okay, bot's already pushing, so there just is no play available. And instead, could look for something on the other side of the map or even protect solo kill from any sort of early pressure.
Yeah, and health trades in mid lane looking like they're going the way of Pretender, as I think you kind of expect for the very early stages, but obviously Gragas does have a lot of sustain in his kits.
And so far, it looks like all three lanes going at least slightly in the favor of Frank Esports. And they've got Hollow with an early game jungler as well, who perhaps wants to invade Fia on this red.
Is coming around, does use a sweeper, so knows he isn't in vision. Fia will catch him just there. Does have to be careful. It's very hard for Rally to come down. He's got a massive wave at his tower. And solo kill, I believe, will have absolute priority. So it just looks like Hollow's going to get this red buff, so well played by him.
Really nice pickup there. Does just have the mid and top priority, so is able to just take that away. And while it isn't, a gank that Elise is kind of, known for snowballing the early game through, it's still a pretty nice takeaway, especially on a champ like Viego, right? Because if he doesn't have the red, without being able to apply the slow, can make it much more difficult to kind of get any successful ganks off.
As we do see Hollow sort of skip his entire top side, other than that Gromp, heading towards bottom scuttle, maybe looking for something in the bottom lane. Tanks have gone down.
Yeah, bot lane is very healthy. I'd be surprised if anything happens. I think probably just wants to, be on the map, keep looking to find Fia, use his lane priority to kind of keep invading.
Yeah, good dodge out by Fia there.
He's forced out and spotted once again, which is actually pretty good, right? It just allows what is pretty much just lane bullies across the side of Frank Esports to just keep doing what they're doing, right? As long as the likes of Pretender and Solo Kill know where Fear is on the Viego, they can just continue to bully these lanes in the 1v1.
And we will see now, obviously, Elise does have that top scuttle, the blue buff and the Wolves all up, while only the Wolves are up for Viego, so really getting himself a good gold lead off the back of that sort of red invade he did with the lane priority.
Looks like he also picked up double scuttle, so just having a lot of impact over this early game already. And Fear, he's going to enter the bot river and perhaps look mid.
Yeah, really has to be careful here.
I think he might be dead.
Yeah, I
don't
don't see how he gets out. Very low, and he can't flash away. Relia is just dead here. Maybe playing too far up.
Ooh, he has flash still. Oh.
Caught by the Cocoon. Nice prediction on the Cocoon. Spiderling will... Oh, nah, we'll get the first blood. So really a disaster in that top lane matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice pickup there. Especially going over to Solo Kill is going to turn that matchup from being favored into something much more worse. Looks like Pretender was forced to use his flash in mid, so I'm not sure what happened there. I guess perhaps got body slammed or just had to avoid the Viego W. But that's going to be a big loss for him. Obviously, can't pressure this mid lane matchup as much as he'd like with that.
Yeah, and with level 6 coming up shortly for the Gragas, he is going to have to play a lot safer in that lane.
I think Hollow could have maybe played this a little cleaner. I feel like you actually just shouldn't look to face check this bush. Just stay out because you don't want to give Rel here the opportunity to get out. I actually think could have killed him just by keeping his distance and holding the flash, but it ends up being a kill, which is all you really want there, right? Securing that is such a big deal. And we've seen this happen to Rel here before, right? Where he's been, ganked or punished very early in the game and fall to a deficit that's, just very difficult to recover from. And Hollow is actually back up here again.
Yeah, maybe looking for this dive. Nah, does hit level 6. Relia is aware of his presence from the ward.
Ooh, I think Kaiwing wasn't spotted crossing mid, so looks like it could even be a topside 3v3 at the moment. I think it should go the way of Frank Esports.
Yeah, good foresight from Kyrez coming up here. Na is used onto Relia. Cocoon does miss. Fia stuns up Hollow. In comes Kaiwing. Oh, wow. Really good timing. Elise just gets eliminated. Kaiwing looks like he will be next, but there is no flash on the Renekton.
Kaiwing, can he get out? I don't think so. Maybe.
Fia taking over this Viego. Does get a kill, traded back by Solo Kill, however, and Solo Kill does flash away. So a 2v2 trade up in the top lane.
Sun comes through. Solo Kill, he's still trying to kite.
Nice barrel there by Calumnia, and it will be 3 kills to S9 to the 1 for Frank.
I think Frank Esports really mis-executed. I honestly think if they'd waited just a bit longer for Kaiwing to be there, could have perhaps won that. And I think Hollow didn't quite get the repel off. Oh, Pretender,
looking
no flash.
for Pretender too, walking up into that top side just for a ward. Kira's getting low, will get that massive shield. Maybe getting a kill here on Kira. Oh, the level up at the last second.
Yeah, very, very low. Still a pretty big win though, I think. Forcing Pretender, into a recall at some point here. And actually, YJY, he's very low. One more hit. Oh,
nice. Does miss that one. Eminem now low on mana, so I believe YJY will be happy to just stay in this lane and pick up. Although Kaiwing is headed down.
That was Eminem with Ninja Tabi, by the way. But let's take a look at this. So I think initial play is not too bad, but Hollow doesn't get the repel off in time and just actually explodes in that CC. I think if he gets that repel off, so Frank Esports probably do win this. I think Solo Kill definitely has the damage. You can kind of see on the back end of this, right? Solo Kill, is just so strong in this and actually manages to deal so much damage off the back end. Also picks himself up a kill there and managed to get himself out as well. Or no, actually ended up dying to the Gragas roam coming up. So overall, much better for the side of S9, but I kind of like what Frank Esports were going for. I just feel like it was a little mis-executed.
Yeah, and possibly because that transform was timing out. He felt forced to do it there, but yeah, it doesn't pay off. And we again, for the second day in a row, find ourselves with S9 not quite ahead, but really competitive in this early game. Definitely have a lead in the jungle. Let's see if they can convert this one, because yesterday we also saw Fia having the lead. Much more of a carry champion today.
Yeah, the leads are definitely in different places, right? Like, Solo Kill is extremely strong on his top side and should bully out this matchup 1v1 very, very hard. At the same time, though, Fia having 2 kills, I mean, he looked very good. I think it was on the Vi, right, where he picked up a bunch of kills yesterday. So, yeah, perhaps saying, okay, yesterday I had such a great performance. Perhaps has the confidence to pick a carry champ here. And so far, it's looking good, starting the game off 2-0.
Yeah, I do like that out of him, right? Like, they've really tried all sorts of things. The carry tops, YJY on these carries, and today we've got definitely a team comp here set up for Fia to succeed, and so far it's coming to fruition.
First Dragon is picked up by the side of Frank Esports. Definitely not the earliest in the game, but I think it is a pretty nice pickup to grab a Dragon when you do have a Victor, right? Obviously, the rest of the map is fairly strong, but whenever you can get some sort of early Dragon as, you know, a scaling mid laner, it feels very good. You're not going to be forced into contesting anything, at least for the early game. And I think that's something we kind of have to consider, because while Pretender has been put behind in terms of, you know, forced to base, forced to flash, he still remains very high in CS, right? And it's never actually led to a death. So it is going to scale very well into this game.
Yeah, and we see in the mid lane right now a 20 CS lead for the Victor. Flash also back up, so it's just going to get a bit harder here for Calumnia.
Solo kill. You know, he's playing this matchup a lot. Via is about to show, though. He's spotted out. Yeah, he is. Pings come through. And I think Calumnia most likely is going for the Rod of Ages, but it's very, very late, right? It's pretty far behind in gold. Actually buys the Merc Treads as well. So if he is going for the Rod of Ages, which I almost feel like he can't at this point, it's just so late. Perhaps instead we'll look for something like the Leandries. Could be good up against the likes of the Gnar as well as the Leona. And obviously it's quite nice for the ability haste. We've seen a variety of builds, right, from the Gragas in the jungle, more of the Night Harvester. I think we might have seen Night Harvester in mid from Nesty yesterday as well.
Yeah, I believe we did.
Hey, Hollow. He has the mid priority once again and is contesting these. At the same time, Pretender doesn't really want to get too involved. Looks like it is smited away.
And where do you put this Herald? Where do you think the Herald should go here? I don't think I can really go mid unless you do find sort of Pretender overextended. But every lane is kind of getting pushed in on the side of S9. So where do you think the angle to use this Herald is?
I think you probably do want to still use a mid. Just because it's going to be so hard to break this later in the game. And you're right, like with the lane shoved in, it's very hard. Perhaps, though, can look for some sort of play onto Pretender, right? You've got very good mid-jungle gank setup. And it feels like every other lane is just a bit too safe. Ultimately, though, I think Via is just going to end up dropping it wherever he's pathing to. Because, yeah, all three lanes right now are looking very, very difficult to drop that in.
Yeah, and ultimately I think in this game you do want the gold onto the Viego more than really anyone else in particular, so I guess can even just chuck it down for those plate golds and not be too concerned about the tower damage for now.
Ooh.
Here is caught out, Solar Flare is used, we'll get this massive shield and a disengage from Frank Esports.
Kami actually missed the Zenith Blade there. I'm not sure if it would have made a difference, perhaps could have followed up with a bit more CC. Ignite was actually committed though, and Carriers didn't go down.
We'll have to recall here. YJY kind of just happy here clearing waves, although has found himself at a little bit of a CS disadvantage.
Oh
and
my.
Yeah, just flashed Gnar into a solo kill. So we're really seeing the effects of this sort of early game death from Rallia just turn into solo killing him.
Take a look at the top deficit as well, right? Down all those plates, down tons of CS. Now down 2 kills as well. I think top lane is almost a foregone conclusion at this point. Let's take a look at the replay. So Rallia, you know, getting constantly poked under the tower. There honestly isn't a whole lot he can do to minimize at this point, but perhaps just needs to leave and TP back. Instead, decides to overstay for just a bit too long. And solo kill, you know, great punish. And in the live game, Eminem somehow lost both his sums and died. YJY committed a flash, so...
Oh, I wonder what happened there, and we do see him going for lethality build. I'm sure we'll see a replay of what happened, but we did see Fia down there, so I suspect maybe a bit of pressure from him.
in trouble again.
Yeah, Rallia looks like he'll just go down. Gnar does get a double jump and lands the stun.
Yeah, top lane is, I mean, pretty much just completely out of the game. Like we said, while there was a lead for S9 overall coming out of that, the top lane was so far behind. Let's take a look at the bot lane replay here. So Eminem... Ooh, it gets flash altered. Ooh, does not quite do the cleanse correctly. Flash is a bit too late as well and ultimately just gets taken out. So nice pickup there for S9. Unfortunately, Carriers gets the kill.
Yeah, definitely not who you'd want it to go on to, as we see Black Cleaver now completed for Fia. So a lot of power into that Viego. That's kind of where you're looking towards to get something done.
And Crown actually comes through from the Victor, and it looks like Calumnia will be building the Rod of Ages, but it's 14 minutes in and it hasn't even started stacking. which feels very, very late, right? A lot of the time when you're going for the Rod of Ages, you have the tankiness early to not need stuff like the Merc Treads, not delay the goal or the rowers so much. Instead, though, is going to be picking up very late. 1,400 gold in turret plates picked up for Frank Esports, and a lot of those just pretty much solo in the top lane.
Initiation onto YJY. He does cleanse too early and get taken out by the Leona.
He does drop. And take a look at the gold graph while we're here. Solo kill with a 3,000 gold lead over his direct opponent at only 14 minutes in the game. And pretty much all of that has been solo after that initial play, right? So I guess Hollow coming up and getting that first kill did swing the matchup quite a bit, but has done very well to kind of extend his lead beyond that.
Absolutely, and we also saw there, not only was he 4k above his direct opponent, but 2k above the next person in the entire game.
Level as well is pretty over-leveled here for solo kill. The second drag was picked up there by Frank Esports, so lots of win conditions coming in here for them. Can always play for that very early soul, kind of in the CFO style. The lethality is coming in here for the Jhin as well, who despite not really finding much of a lane lead, it almost doesn't matter too much because YJY also, you know, kind of forced to go for the Poke Varus build. So both of them, I think, in the mid game will probably be having a lot of impact, but at least for now, I think solo kill still kind of remains the king of the map.
Absolutely, and you have to feel like even though you get to mid game, maybe get your 2 items on Varus, what can you really do to the Gnar? Like, Poke's not going to do all that much when you've got someone that much ahead. But hold on, we do get Kira's solo fled and Zenith Blade flashes away, and Calumnia's down here. Chain of Corruption also expended, and it will just back away, but a lot of suns used there.
I was very, very close to solo kill being able to get in there and just ult everyone, but I think he was maybe cancelled by the Chains of Corruption or something. Have to maybe see a replay of it. Oh, but Keres, he's very low and has no flash.
Yeah, it does get snared there by the Jhin W, but will just get away by the looks of things. There is no curtain call just yet.
Hollow is going to just walk away. You know, Calumnia still hasn't really hit any sort of power spike, so isn't particularly threatening, although is quite tanky. And 3 more minutes on this Dragon now. Gold lead is also at 3,000 for Frank Esports, which, again, while not insurmountable, you have to feel like the top matchup isn't going to get any better for Rel here anytime soon. And that's always going to be difficult, right? Any time that you kind of want to contest an objective, you're going to have such trouble getting Rel here any priority on the side lane. So either going to be forced to just group and fall further behind, or simply answer the side.
Yeah, and Rift Shield does go down mid here for Hollow. And importantly to note, by the way, that was the first Rift Shield that actually got used this game. Viego not using it when he had it before.
Oh, really? Okay, just timed out.
Yeah, so ultimately, I guess that first trade was Rift Shield for the Dragon, and definitely not worth it when you don't even get to put it down.
Now, S9, they're grouping around mid. I'm not even sure why. I feel like there isn't really something here. Perhaps looking up to Pretender, the crown is pop. I'm curious why there's so many members mid, because it feels like there's not even really anything to do.
No. There's no objectives up. I mean, yeah, Frank Esports just going to continue winning out here on the side lane through solo kills power.
Rod of Ages now is picked up by Calumnia. It's very late in the game, though. It's going to start stacking at 17 minutes, which is probably the slowest roar we've seen in the PCS, and certainly not something you want, right? I think you definitely want it stacked up reasonably so you can test that third dragon. But yeah, probably not going to be able to.
Coming around. Kira's might get spotted, it doesn't. So Eminem does have to be very careful here. Clean's obviously not getting you away from the set suppress.
Yeah, there are still a lot of members around here, and Keres remains with the flank, but Hollow's showing here now. It's going to be pretty difficult to make a play onto them. Keres wisely recalls, gets out of that position just in time.
Yeah, and with waves about to crash up in top lane, you have to send someone there. I guess Keres is heading there now, as is Calumnia, so well, maybe not.
Solo kill, though, will start putting work down in this in this bot side. With only a minute away from Dragon, if he can make sure to push in this wave very far and kind of deny S9 from getting any sort of Dragon control, would certainly feel nice.
And right now, he is a Black Cleaver and a pickaxe above his lane opponent, so you can't even come into auto attack range as Relia.
I think S9, the way they're positioning, you know, suggests they want to contest it. And I think they probably do have to. It's not like their comp scales very well into the late game. At the same time, though, it's going to be very difficult into the control that Frank Esports have, as well as that gold lead.
Yeah, Kaiwing does go wide on the Solar Flare. Sorry, the Zenith Blade.
I think he's probably glad he missed that one, to be honest. I think might have taken a lot of damage for it. Cocoon does miss. S9, they kind of got to decide early, you know, do you actually want to try contest this or trade it? Because I think it's actually just too late to do any sort of trade. Perhaps can go for mid tower.
Yeah, and if there is a 5v5, not that it seems entirely possible, Fear getting a kill onto Solo Kill and becoming that Nah could spell quite a easy team fight win for S9, but obviously killing Nah would be the hard part.
Solo Kill is still just pushing. Okay,
yeah, Calumnia's the flash engage, doesn't quite hit, Eminem flashes away. Calumnia will be going down here to the Chaos Storm as Kyrus is trying to back out. Does do the human suplex, no damage there on Pretender through the crown. YJY getting Zenith Blade, Cleanse flashes away, won't quite get hit by the back end of the victory. And we just see there a 3 for, no sorry, it's a 2 for Pretender goes in, looks like he'll go down here. Maybe a bit too hyper.
Looks like he will get taken down. It is a shutdown picked up for Fear, which is better than nothing for sure. But Calumnia, I mean, just lack the damage, right? We said this about the Rod of Ages, that you kind of need time to scale up on it, because actually almost killed Eminem on the initial engage. And with Pretender dying, perhaps this Dragon is actually contestable for the side of S9. Calumnia, he's TPing in.
Yeah, Solo Kill on half health. Calumnia, importantly, will not have that ult or the flash. Fear getting jumped on by Nah. Zenith Blade does land on him. Nah into the wall, has flash to get away, luckily enough.
I think on the side of Frank Esports, you just want to buy time. 10 more seconds on Pretender, who can just TP back in.
Yeah, and importantly, we see Eminem coming back to the side of his team. Was on the bottom side of River, kind of out of position there for a while.
TP does come in from Pretender, and I think Frank Esports will probably look to fight this again.
Yeah, scary low health bars though. Just getting some resets onto Fear, who is so far ahead, can really spell a huge loss, you have to say here, for Frank. As the Dragon is started. Solar Flare does land onto Fear. Kaiwing Kyrus is sort of battling up the top. Solo Kill down bottom, flash stunned by Renekton, but will not go down. Nah, 3 people into the wall, followed by a 3-man stun. And that's just almost a clean ace. We'll see if Kyrus does go down here.
Kaiwing, a little bit of supportal combat at the end. Not sure he's going to be able to pick up carries, but really doing his best.
No.
Surely we got him. Nice. We got him on the second one. Baron is up, but I think the DPS probably just isn't here for the side of Frank Esports, at least not yet, especially with so much tempo used in that fight. But I mean, look, now Frank Esports find themselves with a giant gold lead, extremely far ahead, as well as the third Dragon is going to be picked up there by Hollow. And credit to Solo Kill in that team fight, right? Managed to find that 3-man Nara and was actually very, very close to dying. So once again, you know, the power of this Nara really kind of showing itself here. Let's take a look at it. So initial flank from Kaiwing looks pretty good. You know, finds an ult, doesn't quite hit YJY and is cancelled on the Zenith Blade. But a lot of cooldowns have already been used, and Solo Kill wisely steps away from Fear's W there. Does get flashed on, but just so tanky on the Nah, and just gets Mega in time to just completely carry the team fight for his team. Karis, he tried to get out, but unfortunately was just not long for this world. Kaiwing doesn't even have any mana, so he was really just trying to keep vision of him for him and him to come over and snipe him here. Gets him on the second one. Not too bad.
Yeah, well done there. Back to the live game. YJY will get slowed by the Solar Flare, and he is just caught out now. He will be going down, and do Frank look towards this Baron with the 80 carry of S9 down?
Maybe. Pretender is recalling in the top lane, is trying to avoid that 3-man top dive. And now Frank Esports, they are going to regain a little bit of this vision. Actually might spot out all the sweeper is extremely close. Just not quite spot him in time. They could look to start at the Baron if they really want to force the issue. I think they're definitely strong enough to. At the same time, might just prefer to wait another 4 minutes for this Dragon. Although, Solo Kill's bringing 2 people bot. I think you can just start up Baron.
Yeah, Hullbreaker completed. Calumnia extremely low. Does get stunned and will be solo killed by Solo Kill yet again. Kyrus and Relia, I think you just lose this 2v1. Although Fear is coming down too. That 700 gold shutdown would be nice.
Oh my god, gets another one.
Yeah.
He's just 1v5ing.
Gets 2. He does have that Hullbreaker. He now is mini-Nas, so a lot faster and a lot more range damage.
Solo Kill really is just putting on a clinic. I mean, he's just actually 1v5ing. He just took down 3 people in a 1v5 and he gets his team the Baron as well. Can't say enough good things about Solo Kill here in this top matchup. I mean, he's really putting the team on his back right now.
Yeah, and we have seen the top lane for S9 kind of be at a weak point for many of these games, and Solo Kill has just exploited it.
Total damage in the team fight. 8,000 in what is a literal 1v5 team fight. I love that graphic. One of the best things I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I like that one as well. But what do you do here as S9? Is there even really a play? I mean, again, you can hope for somehow Solo Kill misplaying, you get that kill onto Fia and win a team fight that way. But I just don't really see that happening as we just watched him 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is really a play left in this game for S9. They try and commit pretty much all members down here to Solo Kill. I thought initially this was a mistake, not to just ult away Keres early to, you know, disengage, but I actually decided, you know, I'm strong enough that I can actually kill him before he gets the W off. And then is so fast can kite them out, and Relia as well. You know, extremely weak on this Renekton. Once all their abilities had been used, just ends up going down off the back end. So Solo Kill, I mean, really can't say enough good things about him at the moment. And this is really, it's kind of that top jungle from Frank Esports, right? Holo sets him up with that early kill, despite kind of an early disaster where Sem9 sort of came out on top. Solo Kill just took his lead and ran away from it. And I think, actually, another engage comes out.
YJO will be rooted, but does cleanse away. Curtain Call is used. Calumnia dying on the top side of our screens there. Does go for the flash body slam, almost gets him, but at least will repel away. And Solo Kill again, just right next to the Nexus turrets, 1v3ing, taking no damage. I mean, you have no hope of doing any damage to Na as the poke Varus, do you?
Not really. Definitely not at this point. I mean, Solo Kill's level 17. There's so many items. TP's coming in, and they're going to try play for the end. Only 26 minutes here. There's 2 members dead, so it's a 3v5, and we've seen what Solo Kill does in a 1v5.
Yeah, it does. I don't see how they do. I think the second Nexus turret will go down here, followed by the Nexus, although Fia is landing some stuff. We're looking for some more kills again. Teleport coming in from Pretender.
I think this will be a lot of damage coming.
What a massive Chaos Storm. Just padding those damage stats, and YJ will go down on the back end.
They do manage to get Kaiwing into the Nexus at the very end, but in what is a very one-sided game, Frank Esports take down Sem9. It wasn't quite as quick as their previous one, but I almost think it was more dominant just in the way they won. I mean, just, I don't know. I don't think it has anything to do with draft or anything like that. It's just S9, they're not as good individually as Frank Esports, and it really shows, right? I feel like that lead from Solo Kill, it should give you priority in the side lane. It should, you know, create a CS lead, but should it really come to that many solo kills, you know, taking the tower by himself? I'm not sure it should be that significant.
No, yeah, as soon as we sort of saw the solo kills come in, it kind of just spelt the end of the game, right? Like you don't have anyone on the team of S9 that is going to be doing damage, at least substantial enough damage to the Gnar. Maybe Viego as items come in, but that was going to take a long, long time. And yep, he just took over the game. Solo Kill just really, really got it done.
He really did. And I think one maybe slight draft criticism I have would be, I feel like taking away Renekton from Elise has never worked out so far, right? Obviously it does kind of deny that over, but the weird thing is that they took it third. So if you were really worried about the Renekton with Elise, you can always ban it. And also it means that you could just take something like the Cassante, for example, ban Cassante counters, and then you're fine into Renekton Elite anyway. So I feel like it's really weird, right? We've kind of seen that Relia has had, I want to say, admittedly few, but some good games on these carries. So perhaps just wanted like that early aggression. But if you're going to get counterpicked and then fall behind that far, you know, after that one gank, it just feels honestly unplayable, right? I don't think you can fall that far behind. And that's definitely been one criticism we've kind of levied towards Rel here, is that when he falls behind, he doesn't just fall behind a little, right? He does not lose gracefully. He falls massively far behind. And for Sem9, I was crediting them before the game started that they'd actually gotten quite a bit better at the early game, right? It felt like more often they were, you know, perhaps they couldn't close out their leads, but they were remaining competitive. And here, Frank Esports, one of the best early games team for a reason, just blow them out of the water. Yeah, it is important to note that for a bit there, they were competitive. Like, even though Solo Kill was getting ahead, Fia found a lot there on the top side, even a kill on the M&M at one stage as well. But it just didn't really turn into anything because we saw Solo Kill just continuously
really over and over killing Relia in that side lane. And there has to be something you can do, like maybe draft. It might be a draft issue, but I felt like they really tried to set up Fia for success, and it was happening, and then we're just losing too much in top.
Yeah, I think it really is just like way too much lost in top. Like, I don't even think Fia can really go up there and help him out because it's just the deficit is too big at that point. Perhaps could have looked mid, but Calumnia as well, getting the Rod of Ages so late, right? Like, never really had any pressure. So it's definitely interesting by them. But let's take a look at this replay. This was the one where Kaiwing, he had the initial flank, but it's really Solo Kill who's the star of the show on the side. Really good presence of mind actually to dodge that W coming out of Fia. And then despite the fact almost got one shot, did manage to live, and you have to feel perhaps a little bit more damage on Calumnia or just one of the members of Sem9 being a little more fed. You know, that could actually be Solo Kill dying, right? And the team fight going in their favor, but it's really those inches, those just small micro decisions that end up adding up over the game. And look at that, 33,000 damage here for Solo Kill compared to only 4,000. I mean, if he doesn't get MVP, we riot.
Yeah, well, he did more, I believe, damage than the entirety of S9 combined. I can't math that quickly, but it does look roughly the same, if not more.
I think you might be right, actually.
Yeah, so, and we see the gold lead there, obviously. It was quite, you know, contested up until roughly that sort of 13-minute mark, and it just blew out of proportion. MVP, quite surprisingly, actually, Nah.
Yes, 42% of his team's damage as a top lane Nah. We've seen Solo Kill put up some crazy damage performances before, but it's always been on the stuff like the Gangplank, right? You're never really expecting Nah to be 42% of his team's damage, but also a 6.6k gold lead in what was, I want to say, after that first gank top, almost completely just him. So certainly one of the best top laners in the league are just taking that win, and I want to say not just extending it, but just winning the entire game off it, right? Like, that was more than just snowballing your lead. It was really just making the game completely unplayable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think one of the best sort of top lane showings we've seen in terms of getting a lead and absolutely just snowballing an entire game from it. And he did, obviously, he realized his lead. He even got the hull breaker just before we saw him do that 1v5. So I think that's part of his like decision making. Realizes if he's in the side lane, they can't really take him out. And we saw it work, so no critique there.
Really did, and I think, you know, like you said, one of the best top lane performances of the split. Obviously, it's up against S9, so it's not, you know, the strongest team perhaps, but it's still a good win and a lot of confidence for them. So that was game one for the day. After this break, we will be coming up with our game of the day, DCG versus CFO. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon.
Touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Then she wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Week 5, Day 3. Up next, or up now actually, we have DCG versus CFO, which is our game of the day. And these are two teams that I feel like actually very closely matched, right? People are probably looking towards CFO as a slight favorite, but last time these two teams played, it was like a 43 or 41 minute affair. It was a very long and very close game.
Yeah, and it's an exciting one to look forward to, really. DCG here gaining a win will put themselves one away from taking, well, same position as CFO, and also will mean that Frank Esports and CFO will both be tied for second. So interesting to see how this sort of plays out.
Yeah, and DCG yesterday, I mean, they came pretty close to a rough game. Was S9? SN9,
Yes.
yeah. It was them. They kind of barely managed to win that game, and they also had Char subbing in. So it'll be interesting to see whether he gets to play again today, because yesterday got the MVP performance on the Ashe, which certainly looks good. And it would be nice if they can get some more carry potential in their bot lane, right? Because I think when you've looked at the side of DCG, has mainly been about like the mid jungle, sometimes the top side. The bot side though has been very inconsistent, right? I think they've had good games, especially I think on the Caitlyn lanes has actually looked very good, but overall has been a bit messy.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday, Char's Ashe performance almost solo-handedly brought them back into that game, right? It was a very sort of looked like Sim9 were actually going to snowball into a lead, but they didn't end up doing it. As we do take a look to Deep Cross Gaming's lineup, as Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Kriskada, and Char again will be playing today.
Interesting. So I think this says that, putting in Char yesterday wasn't just for the experience. If they're willing to field him up against the side of CFO, perhaps this is just their new support going forward. And I think it's obviously a big change to make quite late in the split, but at the same time, I'm all for changing things for the better. And I think that if they manage to take down CFO with Char as well, you have to think that will be their kind of roster cemented for playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is important to note, I think that sort of Char, how much impact he had yesterday, was very impressive, and Rest has been known to say in the past that you sort of have to look how Hana and Nesty work together to see how to play against Deep Cross Gaming in any given day. But now, maybe with the addition of Char, it might be changed up a little bit.
Yeah, it could change the dynamic quite a lot, kind of having more of those carry threats and also just making that kind of a mid-jungle support trio as opposed to just looking at Hana and Nesty on the mid-jungle. One thing I want to quickly mention is the DCG are on blue this game, which I think has generally not been as good for Nesty because it's much harder for him to get kind of that counter-pick matchup. But on the side of CFO, Rest, Gemini, Jimmy and Shun and Slay True. And CFO, I mean, they look strong, but certainly not as strong as PSG, right? Both times that they've come up against them, they have unfortunately fallen and also lost in their second round here to Impunity as well. So I think while they currently hold on to that second place position, it's a bit, you know, tentative, right? It could fall apart at any moment, and obviously they're not in any danger of falling towards like the end of playoffs, but the difference between that top 2 and the 3 and 4 is pretty significant, right? Getting that bye in the first round, especially to actually see what the LCO teams play, because you're probably not as up to date with them as you are the teams in your own league. So it's certainly a big advantage of one CFO, I think, really want to secure.
Absolutely. So you do expect them to sort of play what they want to win. There won't be any sort of no practicing champs or hiding comps. I feel like they really have to win here, and they did have kind of a rough showing against Duish team earlier in the week, sort of similar to how DCG did against Sem9. And so both of these teams really do have to make sure they're playing to the absolute best, as we do see the stats comparison here between Hanabi and Rest. And I do want to look towards this lane quite a lot in the game, because Rest has really been taking over some games recently, and so sort of neutralizing him is probably your best sort of way to not snowball out of control, I'd say.
Yeah, his forward percentage is insane, so pretty much always plays aggressive, perhaps sometimes when he shouldn't, but has always pretty much had very high impact on the game. And he's also, I think, one of the best users of that red side last pick in the entire league, and here, CFO on the red side can probably look to give Rest some sort of good top lane matchup, especially up against Hanabi, who often blind picks the Gnar, and we'll have to see if Rest can find a way to punish that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out. I believe Hanabi also sort of tends to play a lot safer in lane. But anyway, we do go into our champion select here. Sejuani will be banned this game by the side of DCG. And in response, I like this. The Gragas ban, take it away from that power sort of blue side first pick.
Okay, so Gragas take away makes a lot of sense. Annie as well. So just really trying to take away some of these power picks that often come out from the blue side. Sejuani and Jace have been banned, so perhaps trying to... and Ashe is actually banned as well, so actually can't be picked up by Char either this game.
Yeah, and the Jace ban against Jimmy, and he did have an amazing game on it yesterday, like really thought it off a lot of ganks and ended up being sort of the talking point of his team in the game yesterday. So taking Jace away from him, certainly a good idea. As we're looking towards CFO's third ban, where do you think this will head?
I have no idea, to be honest. I think Zeri's always an option, but Kriskata doesn't seem to like it that much. Is the Lucian banned away? So I guess getting rid of the Lucian Nami, but we really just haven't seen Lucian Nami pretty much at all since the changes, right? In fact, I'm not even sure if we've seen it this week.
Yeah, I think we did have one game of it this week. It did win, but yeah, definitely not the presence it used to have. As Lee Sin is yet again locked in, we have seen it a number of times this week, both in the mid lane and the jungle. A response here from CFO, they are hovering mids, but I don't really think it will be first picked, but you never know.
Very unlikely that something gets first picked here for the mid lane, although taking Lissandra away from Nesty could be pretty good. I think it is very good against Lee Sin and also pairs well with the Lee Sin, so... Okay, will be the Vi. I wouldn't be too surprised though to see that Lissandra prioritized either later in the draft by either of these teams here.
Yeah, it could even be picked here, realistically. It's not the safest sort of blind pick, but it certainly isn't one of the most dangerous, you know. There's quite a lot of matchups that it's just sort of neutral, and it has a lot of potential to roam as well. And with the Vi, you do certainly like that. As Varus is hovered, wouldn't be surprised at all to see this locked.
Varus does kind of seem like the go-to AD, at least at the moment. Now, will it be matched by something like the Jhin? Ooh, or perhaps the Zeri Lulu could come through. I'm a big fan still of the Zeri Lulu, right? I think it looks extremely strong.
Yeah, and I imagine it just will be the Zeri Lulu. Okay. Absolutely is.
Yeah, okay, so for the side of CFO, do you now pick a Karma, or do you go on the kind of like Nautilus Leona route, right? Because there's sometimes people go for the poke Varus, try and play the lane, try and snowball that. At the same time, feels like having all that poke into the Zeri lifesteal doesn't really mean a whole lot, so perhaps instead want a kind of early game support. I'd be pretty surprised to see Asol picked up against DCG.
I want to see it.
I mean, I'd love to see it too. I just feel like it's not the best early game, and I think that's what you want up against Nesty, who wants to roam around a lot. Okay, so Rest takes the Gnar and can also go into 2 bans. I think that is a very specific kind of takeaway here. Hanabi, best champion is the Gnar by far. And there's also one of the better top lines, right? So if Rest wants to make sure he has a good top matchup while also still allowing that red side last pick to perhaps go the way of Jimian, they can effectively win both the solo lanes here in draft and really set them up for success against DCG.
Yeah, knowing you've locked Gnar, you could look towards some top bans, but I don't feel like you do. As you said, it's a very safe sort of blind pick, as we do see Lissandra actually banned by the side of CFO. So really paying tribute to, Nesty's ability on that champion.
And the answering bans, I think you ban out supports probably. Could ban mids, but I think Jimian will just probably have too many, especially because he will most likely have last pick. If it's the Nautilus, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Leona come in as well. I think you continue to take away these roaming mids as CFO, perhaps the Ryze, the Taliyah, Galio even could all be good options. Ahri as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what comes out here. You do feel like it's going to be something more orientated to supporting, like allowing this Zeri to really shine in those team fights. As Ahri, you correctly pointed out, became the ban.
Last ban here, I think, should be Leona, unless we're really respecting some other engaged support. I'd be very surprised to see Karma banned. I really don't think it... Yeah, I don't think it's a problem for Zeri Lulu, but should be the Leona. Oh, okay, so actually banned the LeBlanc, which is interesting, because the last time that Nesty played against LeBlanc, it was because he blinded Akali, but I really haven't liked Nesty on the Akali. I don't think it really fits his playstyle at all of being able to kind of impact the map. Karma, okay, probably gonna be... Yeah, I would be pretty surprised to see it locked in. I really feel like Poke Varus up against the lifesteal of the Lulu doesn't make a lot of sense. That being said, CFO also one of our stronger early game teams here, so if there's anyone that can kind of snowball enough with it to make it worth it, it's probably them. And Nessie kind of scrolling through a lot of these roaming mids. I think the Ryze or the Galio both look very, very good. I think Ryze probably the best blind here.
Yeah, and I doubt we'll see the Kiana that is currently being hovered, but it certainly would be exciting. And to your point before, we've seen this sort of Varus Karma lane go up against Zeri so often, and I don't even think it's won yet. It's just the lifesteal as soon as you get Bloodthirster kind of just spells the end of Varus's impact on the game. As Ryze is locked in, Jax is hovered, I'm pretty certain that will get locked in, but you never know. Maybe head towards something like the Gangplank or the Cassante.
Does look pretty good here. I think, it's a pretty common answer. Okay, the cannon would be something new. I haven't seen this, I feel like, all split, perhaps.
And it is locked. So kind of range matchup in the top lane. So, a bit more volatile, you'll have to say. As Syndra is hovered here, who would you pick in this sort of scenario?
I think Syndra or Taliyah both look really, really good. Syndra's a great matchup into Ryze, but is perhaps vulnerable to the Ryze Lee Sin ganks. Taliyah as well, very, very good up against the Zeri and the Lee Sin. So both look really good. Syndra provides extra gank setup with the Vi, which could be nice, and it will be locked in. Okay, so overall, I think DCG probably have the better teamfight composition, but CFO, I have to feel like have the winning lanes and definitely have a lot of early game pressure. So I think that we've almost seen the kind of comps swap in terms of what people normally play for, right? DCG, perhaps rather than having a super strong early game, they still have the kind of mid jungle that can move, so I guess it's still kind of in their wheelhouse, but it's certainly different in the other lanes than we normally see. And on the side of CFO, I mean, they do like their early game, but normally it does just come from that bot lane, but now perhaps adding in mid lane as their early win condition as well. I think it's good signs here if CFO can win on a comp like this against DCG, and it would really cement them as well as kind of that king of the early game.
Yeah, it does seem like they have to kind of pull ahead quite early here, having that Varus against the Zeri. We've seen it so often, as I said before, and it's been quite lackluster, this matchup. And teams have tended to go towards it time and time again. Obviously, Varus here was locked in before the Zeri, but I do also favor the side of Deep Cross Gaming in terms of just straight team composition. I do think there's a bit of a wild card in that Kennen pick top. We'll have to see what impact that can have. Obviously, a huge teamfight threat. But yeah.
I agree. that I think, well, yeah, I feel the team comps are very different, right? Like DCG, I think you're really trying to get to that team fight without falling behind, and you kind of got the tools to get there as well, right? You've got the very strong scaling side lanes, and then the mid jungle that can kind of be the way to get you there, right? On the other side, though, CFO, they have so many tools to snowball this game. I think it's hard to say just one team comp is way better than the other, but really, CFO, they've got lots of picks, lots of options, and DCG have an almost unstoppable team fight.
Absolutely, and it will be important, again, to sort of see where these junglers head. I think top this game is more volatile than we generally see, just that it is the two ranged matchups. And mid, I think, is just going to be kind of farming and maybe see what we can do with rotations, in particular with that realm warp. As we see CFO coming in early to that bot side jungle, maybe getting a bit of vision. Cascada does have to be careful.
Yeah, should be fine here. Some interesting runes coming out. We've got the Electrocute on the cannon instead of something like the Airy. Also, Spellbook on the Rise, I think, makes a lot of sense up against the Syndra. Being able to swap through those defensive sums is nice. And then actually double Comet coming out of bot lane. Most of the time you see Airy on Comet in this sort of lane, but Comet, you know, even stronger, I think, for this early game.
Yeah, and Conqueror on the Vi. Sometimes you do see Hail of Blades for sort of more that early game impact on your ganks, but Conqueror certainly makes her a lot more like of a threat in team fights, as Lee Sin is starting red, Vi starting blue.
I think it's really nice here, though, that CFO have fully committed to the early game, right? Like, if you are going to take out the Zeri before she really gets to that team fight lifesteal stage, I think having the strongest early game possible is the way to go. We also sometimes see, right, the Hail of Blades with Poke Varus even, but actually just a comment. So fully committing to this early game here, I like him. And one thing that we always say about CFO is they get those dragons stacked up very, very early. And if they can do that here, you can potentially force Cascada to fight on the Zeri, perhaps before he's really scaled up into the monster that we know he can be in this late game.
Yeah, in early game we see Nesty having a bit of priority in the mid lane. Bot lane going the way of Varus, not that much to be surprised about. But what I really want to look at sort of this top lane, it's something we haven't really seen before. Hanabi obviously having that early push, as we see here, getting that attack speed from his W.
The cannon is real interesting, right? Because Na has been blind picked a fair amount of times, but we haven't really seen a cannon come through at all. It is kind of a specific champion, right? Like, there are cannon players and there are not cannon players, right? It really is one of those very divisive champs in terms of who actually plays it or not. So, I mean, it makes sense, right? I think people that tend to be good at Na also are quite good at the cannon.
Jimmy does have to be careful.
Yeah.
He'll just walk away. Wasn't really a good angle there. And Hana placing a ward, and I imagine happy to go back to his jungle and claim some minions.
Could have been flashed on for sure, but I think with Jimmy and having the E can always look to cancel it. And credit to CFO, they are building up this health lead, but without having Gemini on their side of the map, it's probably not going to explode into anything more. Unable to kind of force a dive or anything like that. The nice trade's going over, though. It's definitely a good start.
Yeah, good job by Cascada to get out of range of that route, which would have been followed by the empowered piercing arrow.
Char is forced to recall. Nesty as well.
Nesty has to be careful here.
He's getting pretty
very
low.
far up. We'll just back out now, but kind of risky there. If Gemini had sort of came from that top side to look mid, I imagine it would have been in a lot of danger.
He did have the ward on top side, so I think he was safe. But like you said, it was pretty close. And Gemini will actually drop this ward in the bot side jungle, sweep some vision out, and now look for the reset. Top lane is going the way of Hanabi, which is, it's a nice pickup, right? You don't often see Rest being the one down in CS top. You know, even when he falls down to the jungler a couple times, often ends up winning his 1v1. But here, Hanabi, you know, definitely one of those better kind of range top players. Is doing pretty well for himself, and the wave's pushing back out as well.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, in this sort of top lane, generally Na is picked as like your blind, because the sort of champs you pick against him, he's better than them at team fighting, but worse in the 1v1. And I think we've got that sort of opposite scenario here, where I think Kennen, as the game progresses, will start losing out a bit in that side lane. But when it comes to a team fight, if you find the right engage, you can just single-handedly kind of win the team fight for you.
You do definitely have to keep track of the cannon before those fights start. It's going to be a lot on CFO to make sure they sweep their flanks, find that Lee Sin, find that cannon before the fight starts. DCG, they're just checking the drag.
Yeah, I don't think that could ever have been started by them at least.
I think it could be hard actually to start this up for the side of CFO. While they do have the bot priority, I think Syndra still doesn't get priority over Rise yet, just because Nesty has so much poke. Although if Gemini can kind of show himself in the area, could get away with prior like that.
Yeah, and Char cops a lot of damage there.
Gemini, he is looking in the jungle, and this could be it. The 5-minute 30 CFO start up the drag.
Yeah, it is seen on a ward. Let's see if Nesty and Hana head down here. They have, yeah, Gemini will get off it, seeing that Nesty does have a huge amount of priority in this mid lane currently.
It's very funny that it's always something you have to consider as CFO. Are they just starting the Dragon at 5 minutes? It's, you know, very, very common. Dragon is checked out, and this will actually be Jim, what is his name? Gemini. I was trying to say Jimmy at the same time. Gemini pathing towards top side. So that means the Dragon will not be picked up here at all early, which is, you know, it's still pretty early in the game, but it's actually kind of late for CFO, right? Oftentimes do just pick up this Dragon extremely early. Hana just going to make sure this wave crashes here for the side of DCG. Perhaps with this pro could look for something, although the health bars aren't particularly high.
Oh, and there is harmony in the gold lead so far. I think quite a lead being established here for the Kennen by the looks of things.
Okay, so far, I mean, early game has been very quiet, and I think that does sort of favor the side of DCG. I don't think their team fight is so much better that you can kind of just ignore everything else, right? Because I think the Zeri, Lulu, although they're trading pretty heavily bot.
Yeah, getting quite low here. Will dodge out on that piercing arrow.
I think the Zeri, Lulu, and Jax scale into these team fights incredibly well. The Ryze and Lee Sin, not so much. And then on the other side, you've also got a bunch of kind of mixed scaling, right? I feel like the Gnar, the Syndra, all both quite good in the team fight, right? But then perhaps the Varus, the Karma, and the Vi, not too good in those later games. So it's still closer, you know, than perhaps some of the other team comps we've seen. But I think it should be DCG edging out team fight victories.
Yeah, you would think so, although the Vi obviously is probably the best champion at actually being able to lock down that Zeri, as she can't sort of run away from you if you manage to lock on that ult, and then it can be followed up. So Cascada will definitely have to be very careful in these team fights, but finding a good Kennen engage, as I said before, can kind of just lead to the win in any case.
ST?
Yeah, 3 people hit a top.
Yeah, this is the Yubao Classic.
Yeah. We did see this yesterday, but Rest playing a lot of respect to what he knows could possibly be coming.
Yeah, just needs to wait long enough to get some members nearby, or for Nesty to show back mid. Looks like he's waited long enough and can perhaps walk up. So ultimately, this ends up being a Dragon for a plate trade and a few creeps denied, which I think is probably still worth it for the side of CFO, but it's nice that DCG managed to trade something. And with their support nearby, having Char in the river here, they're actually going to start up this Herald, and I think this will go over. Gemini's on the complete other side of the map.
Yeah, Slater is in the area, but this can't really be contested. So good pickup by DCG. I feel like, I mean, using it mid opens up the map a lot, but giving Zeri gold is probably your best course of action. So interesting to see where he'll go. Just content for clearing his jungle for now.
I think there's even an argument to put it top, actually, because you have got a few plates there. A lot of chunk onto Char, who was forced to flash, so Jimmy managed to find him, I think, in that bot bush somewhere.
Has to be careful here. Gemini getting into that tri-bush. Cascada luckily paying respect to that possibility. Probably going to check it out here with the W. Or just happy hitting the Krugs.
I think Gemini could maybe even look at the red here. Has Slater in the vicinity as well as Jimmy, and now beginning to get priority on that mid wave.
Red has started. It does look like it will go over there. Hana does have to be careful when coming in and checking his bot side jungle. Vi Karma with a lot of burst, and he doesn't have ward hop available. Oh, he does have pinks, but
does end up going over. Gemini perhaps just wants to recall and go back to that top side. Definitely have to be thinking a lot about where this Herald is going from the side of CFO, right? You kind of want to be there in order to counter the play. But it's not super clear where it's going to end up going.
I think all 3 lanes kind of have their perks of use, so. And as Lee Sin as well, he's kind of the champ that when you have that Rift Herald, you do want to get rid of it as soon as possible to free up your ward spot.
Jimmy, he might actually steal this. Ooh, they're all left extremely low. Doesn't manage to steal any of them away, but is starting to kind of use his mid priority to spot out the jungler, you know, just apply a little bit of pressure. And this plate's getting pretty low as well, so perhaps could look at that. CFO actually have very good bot side vision at the moment, so, or even just good vision across the whole map.
Yeah, we see 4 pinks across the map here. Definitely got control in terms of vision. And Lee Sin is heading up top at the moment in terms of his clear. I imagine he'll do Gromp and maybe look to place this Herald top. He doesn't have all that much time, about half of it remaining.
Yeah, can perhaps look for something. I mean, I feel like heralding top could be good, right? Get your cannon ahead. I think cannon, when snowballed, is one of the scariest champs in the game, right? Just can instantly delete a team fight.
Yeah, we have in the past, not so recently, but definitely in the past, seen some almost game-turning cannon ults, and you do always have to keep that on your mind, especially if he has a bit of, you know, excelled gold. Although clearing out mid lane, Cascada also turning up here. It looks like it might be used mid as Char is caught out on the side, and kill does go to Jimmy.
Yeah, big kill there, I think, for Jimmy, right? Gets the first blood and manages to punish Char not having the flash. Plates do go over. I'm not sure if Cascada managed to pick up any gold there, or if it was just Hana. Gemini's engaged on, but is ultimately fine. I think CFO are big winners out of that. I think Jimmy and getting that kill, probably the best person on your team to have it at the moment, and actually has the Ludens at just 11 minutes into this game, you know, before Nesty's even begun to start stacking the Rod of Ages. So it's going to be extremely strong here. And honestly, Syndra scales very, very well now. So we'll be good for the rest of the game. Char does not have the flash, does have the heal, but still trying to contest this, and Jimmy, perhaps just not enough respect from Char, right? Is actually playing in the Syndra stun range. I'm not sure what he really expected here. It was not even level 6, right? And does have the flash come out from Slay True, but that's now 600 gold from that, just that single kill.
Yeah, and that's kind of like, you know, the benefit they had of having so much control over the map with their control wards. But yeah, also Char not respecting the abilities of Syndra. Getting very forward in this jungle is Gemini, and Hanabi getting very low. Looks like Rest might be able to do it. Flashes away.
He wants it.
Flash forward Boomerang only just misses, and Cascada coming up here. Rest is in a lot of danger. Did lose the flash. I don't believe we'll have the hop just yet.
Okay.
Nice. Good kill there by Cascada. Exactly who you'd want it to be on. Does have to use the flash, importantly, and the ult, so will be a bit weaker as Nesty's getting dove bot.
Nesty, can he outplay it? Oh, he gets
fantastic flash, gets away, and the cleanse use from Spellbook.
Actually, very well played there from Nesty. I'm surprised that he just didn't get violated, to be honest. Perhaps thought that there would be members in the area or respecting Hanabi's TP or something, but ultimately, Cascada gets a kill and a lot of plates top, so it's a lot of gold onto, you know, the right person here for DCG. CFO doing CFO things are going to pick up that second drag. Let's take a look at this top fight. So Rest, he hits the Mega, is level 10 versus level 9, and finds an initial engage with a lot of damage coming out. Also just ults him so he has more kind of distance to chase him down. And was extremely close actually to picking up the kill, right? He definitely wanted it, you could see. Look for the flash forward, unfortunately did miss the Q. And that ends up does costing him big, right? Off the back end of it, Cascada just comes up. There's not really much way for Rest to outplay this, right? He kind of hops as soon as he can, but at least he got the flash out of Cascada, but it's so much gold now. This top tower being completely picked up, and, you know, CFO, they find themselves with 2 drags, but that is just such a huge gold injection into Cascada.
Yeah, a kill and first blood tower onto this theory kind of minimizes that 30 CS deficit he finds himself in. We'll try and, you know, get him to that Bloodthirster, which is, I think, a key item breaking point for this game. As 14 minutes is hit, turret platings do fall, and teleports are unleashed.
The bot tower, though, is getting pretty low, and I think Jimmy will eventually be able to pick this up just in the 1v1. Perhaps doesn't feel safe enough until Hana shows, but eventually this will go down, and there'll be more gold picked up. I think Jimmy really has his work kind of cut out for him in the team fight, right? Has to get pretty big stun in order to make sure this fight goes their way.
We do see a pause. So you're at this stage of the game here, Shock. Who do you really look to as CFO to carry, and who do you think DCG want to carry?
Kind of feels like a Syndra versus Zeri game at the moment. Hanabi also guest starring, but I think, Shun, he has found himself a pretty significant lead in the 1v1, right? Like, he was up a lot of CS, but unfortunately, a lot of that is just undone by Zeri picking up all that gold. So that really gets her back into the game, and I think that's what CFO was trying to avoid. It's very unfortunate, I think, that Rest went for that solo play. And that's kind of the worry, right? Is even if that solo play works out, if you end up getting that kill but then die and still give over all the gold to Zeri, it might still not be worth it. And, you know, even then, the play didn't work anyway, so... That's always like the risk you have with Rest. Obviously, very, you know, likes to play very aggressive, high forward percentage, often finds a lot of value for his team, but also does give over a lot of gold too.
Yeah, and after that play, we did see Night Harvester actually picked up by Kennen. Interesting decision, have a bit more damage instead of going for the likes of that rocket belt. So maybe have a little bit harder time getting in for that nice engage. But yeah, added damage, so if you find the perfect engage, you're really going to shred them. So I think important to note is definitely Hanabi and his impact he can have. Not a whole lot of impact from the junglers here. We did see Gemini go for that dive in the bottom lane, but fantastically played by Nesty. And I think that's kind of like playing that well really can mean a lot in the long term for this game.
It's big, right? Because it means the trade does end up going just a bit better for you. Fortunately, we are back in the game after not too long. Second Herald is being looked at, but I think it's pretty difficult for either team to actually start this. Although Nesty's about to show bot, does have the TP, so CFO looks like they're going to try start it. They have the control, they have very good pick between the Syndra and the Varus.
Yeah, and we do have more mythics here completed for the side of DCG, but a 2-level lead actually for Shun over Chris Carter. So maybe just that alone and the poke Varus's power at this stage of the game, you don't really want to go into that. At most, you probably lose 1 tower from the Rift Herald, maybe not even that. So, yeah, happy enough to just give it over and wait for some of these sort of item breaking points.
That should mean the mid tower falling eventually here, though. Will they just drop the Herald straight away, or perhaps... Yeah, okay, so they do look to just drop it straight away. Want to keep the pressure on. Gold is, you know, extremely equal at this point. Jimmy, though, he has a great flank. Finds Hanabi.
Yeah, Hanabi in a lot of trouble here. Is shielded up by the Lulu, so will survive, but definitely has to back out. Do watch out for him to look for a teleport flank here, though, as we do see Hana on the back side. Does get a second charge off from this Rift Herald.
Change of Corruption come out.
Yeah, lands and instantly kills onto Char. So that's 2 towers taken down by this Rift Herald, and they're still pushing. We're also seeing up top their Rest working away on the top outer. Will be matched by Hanabi, but he does have to be careful as it looks like CFO will be backing away, but...
Char did die there with the wild growth up. I'm not sure if he had his sums or if they were still down, but just probably didn't expect the sheer amount of damage coming out. And in the bot side, Nesty did manage to pick up a tower, that bot lane tier 1, which is definitely nice. At the same time, you're never really expecting Ryze to have the same teamfight output as the Syndra does. Obviously does a lot of damage, but the problem is really actually dealing the damage, right? Especially against a comp with so much CC, can certainly be difficult.
Yeah, in these team fights, it's likely that he's only really going to be able to apply any sort of damage towards Rest and Gemini. Definitely not your ideal targets. And Serpent's Fang is completed here by Shun. So just trying to chip away at some of that shielding, especially, you know, Bloodthirster will be coming through most likely. Lulu also having a shield, Lee Sin too, Seraph's, I imagine, in the near future for Ryze.
Now, third dragon, only a minute 30 away. It's always extremely early when you're up against CFO, and this is what they do, right? They pick a comp that is very strong early, try and stack those dragons as quickly as they can, and that means even if they might get outscaled, it forces that team to kind of come out of their base and contest this third dragon. DCG, though, perhaps want to trade.
It is 1 minute. They do have a little bit of time to be able to try this and then go back. Rest is going to find them on the sweeper, very importantly. So nothing will become of that. And I imagine we will see DCG, both Hanabi and Hana, head down towards the dragon. You feel like you have to, right? You don't want them to get to that third dragon. You feel like you're just constantly on a 5-minute timer.
I think so. Like, you could give this one over and buy a little bit more scaling, but at the same time, it always means that if you just mess up one dragon fight after that, it will be the soul going over. Now, it is Cloud Soul, so not the most effective, but all the souls are powerful, for sure. And it looks like both teams will be contesting for this midway pretty heavily, so it should be a 5v5 on this. CFO, if they can win this fight, I want to say, you know, don't win the game by any means, but it puts them in a very nice position.
Yeah, Vi getting sped up, looking for any stragglers around that bottom side jungle. As DCG do have priority over this mid wave, but they have to be careful for a flank.
Shun is landing some poke, but Cryscata with the shield bow can just lifesteal up off this wave.
Yeah, Char gets poked out a little bit too, as does Cryscata receive a little bit more.
CFO, I think, need to make sure they keep track of Hanabi. Does show an award. If Jimian can just zone him out on the side, I think the rest of the fight can be won purely in the 4v4.
Yeah, it does have flash on the Kennen at the moment, so a little bit more accessibility for this fight. Dragon is started up, we see at the bottom of the screen, and it looks like it will just be given.
The DCG commit to giving this up, which I think is perhaps the right decision. At the same time, they make the decision to trade very late, which means that they don't actually get to trade a whole lot. Perhaps can just take the Krugs and a top wave, but certainly would want a little bit more if you're giving up the Dragon. So I think they planned to contest it, but ultimately just couldn't find their way in.
Yeah, and if you are going to give this and wait for the next one, you really do feel like you have to get that Bloodthirster completed on Zeri before this next Dragon comes up. I don't know if it's really possible, just based on the item she has right now, but yeah, you certainly do want that item to be hit before getting poked out of the next Dragon.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of the most important power spikes in this whole game right now, just to be completely immune to any of this sort of poke coming out. At the same time, right, there is always the potential that you just die within the CT, right? If you get Vi ulted, there's a lot of follow-up damage from both Shun and Jimian. Even Rest, right, does have the Triforce, so is dealing a lot of damage. And Hanabi, interestingly, looks like he's itemizing towards the Shadow Flame. So I perhaps would have expected the Zhonya up against the Cinder and the Vi, because there's a lot of CC that you have to be very careful of. You know, make sure you don't die. But Hanabi perhaps really confident in his flanking ability, not going to get caught out by one of these abilities. At the same time, if he is, you know, really doesn't have much hope of surviving.
Yeah, and another curious thing I find is that Zeri has opted for Cleanse this game, and I guess you can use it on Chain of Corruption or that stun from Syndra, from the Scatter of the Weak, but ultimately that's all really that you should be getting hit by. Like, it's very hard for a Gnar to ever reliably get on you, and maybe the Ghost could have just been better to sort of kite out these team fights and have more impact, but Cleanse is what he went with.
I'm not too sure on the reasoning. Perhaps just needs it for the laning phase, right? Obviously, if you get altered at level 6 by a Varus, you can very easily die. And they did fall down a pretty significant amount of CS, even with that cleanse. So it could be something like that. 3 more minutes, though, on this 4th drag. Gemini, he's going to find Char in the jungle.
Yeah, Gemini extremely scary, even though he is just sitting at that 0-0-0 scoreline. The Black Cleaver adding a lot of damage for both him and his team.
I think the goal difference, it is getting slightly bigger, but you have to feel like for the side of DCG, you're not too worried about the gold at all. Really, you're just worried about the dragons, right? That can be something that makes the game really, really difficult. A 1k gold lead doesn't really matter too much at this point, especially when it looks like we're going to have 2 items completed on Cryscata before this dragon fight starts. At least you certainly hope so.
Yeah, he only has to find about, I think it's 1,100 from this point. I could be wrong on that number. But yeah, you certainly do think in the next 2 minutes he will be able to find that, especially if his team are prioritizing that. Can also sell the refillable if need be. As Gemini again getting more vision control, and CFO have just done an amazing job this game, sort of from the very beginning to the end of controlling that vision.
I wonder, will they actually try and knock down this top lane tier 1 before the next drag? It feels like it could be too much tempo invested. Perhaps instead just want to keep control of the Baron. Make sure that at any moment they can just swap towards that dragon.
Do you ever think there's an angle where potentially, being that it is a Cloud Soul, that DCG give it up in an attempt to do the Baron? I mean, their Baron damage isn't too bad, especially with the Lulu empowered auto attacks on the Zeri. A lot of damage also will be coming out of the Rise, but do you think that's possibly something they look to just sort of extend that game time and get some more of these key items?
I think you could, yeah. There's an argument as well that actually having the Dragon Soul like taken and having Elder on the table is actually better for the side of DCG, especially once they hit their spikes and can start taking control of the map. But yeah, if they can look to just contest mid and rise out to Baron, it's definitely something they should think about. I think you're right, have a lot of DPS between the Zeri, the Rise, as well as the Kennen. DCG though, I mean, they are looking to take a lot of the topside control. Perhaps just want to shove out the waves before grouping for this Dragon. I think grouping for Dragon is definitely the safer play, but perhaps the safe play isn't what's going to get you this, this win here.
Yeah, and Rod of Ages does. What does it say when it anyway? It hits the 10 stacks and it gets the extra level. Yeah.
I think it's Eternity's Embrace, maybe. I'm not sure. But 35 seconds here. CFO are the ones with control early, and they're pinging to make sure they ward the Baron. So they're respecting the fact that DCG can look for this. And I think it's really good that they're aware of this play very early on and can perhaps play to kind of counteract it. And I think they should perhaps be thinking now, if DCG isn't contesting this vision, are they perhaps looking for something else?
And importantly, Bloodthirst is completed. We do see the gold graph, and a lot of this gold lead is on Jimmy and on that Syndra. Baron is started by DCG as CFO are up there. There's also 2 people down bot trying to fight Hanabi. Gets Jimmy extremely low, so Jimmy will struggle to be able to teleport in here, honestly.
Yeah, both of the solo lane is looking to base TP. I think DCG, you might get the Baron, but getting out afterwards is going to be extremely hard.
Yeah, it's not looking too likely. Oh my, Vi and Lee Sin both out of the pit. We do see Wild Growth used onto Hana. He will live, importantly, so now maybe CFO having to disengage from this Baron. They lost their smite. Oh, so ultimately 1v1 trade around the map. Importantly, CFO losing 2 teleports, but maybe look towards this Dragon, which will be their soul.
Gemini, I think he just went a bit too far, and I wonder if DCG can actually just start this back up.
Or do they look for the round warp? Ryze does have smite from that spell book.
Yeah, okay, so actually looking to start it back up. They have all 5 members here. Rest is also going to run out of Mega before a fight starts.
Yeah, teleport coming in here from Hanabi. Doesn't quite have that slicing Maelstrom just yet.
Now, can the side of CFO poke them off? It's getting extremely low.
Rest looking, he won't have Mega. Nice scatter of the week onto Hanabi. He will just be going down here. So how many members can you get out? Rest trying to chase. Criscata does not have ult, and it looks like we'll survive with 4. So a 1 person dead, 4 Barons still up. CFO likely going to claim the Dragon as well, but you did get that Baron onto the side of DCG.
It's a very dicey trade, and it does end up actually going, the way of CFO pick up the Dragon, DCG pick up the Baron. Perhaps not in the way we expected it to. And I think Gemini honestly just kind of entered it, right? I think if he'd just waited for those double TPs to come in, he'd already forced them off Baron. Could have even got Baron and the Dragon, but these are 2 teams that, very close in skill. Those small inches can make a big difference. Now, I think DCG, you've definitely hit your scaling at this point, and you're not too worried about the Dragon Soul. At the same time, I feel like maybe can't do a whole lot with this Baron. Let's have a look, though. So I think at this point, Gemini is just trying to buy time, right? During this bot play, Hanabi goes down, and all they need to do is just get them off the Baron long enough for the double TPs to come in. But I think Gemini, once he pushed Hana out of the pit, probably just needs to back away. I think at this point, you've actually just done your job, right? The Baron's not going down anymore, but actually committing so much to going over the wall, didn't have the flash, did not have the damage to take down Hana, just barely. And then off the back of that, DCG managed to get a Baron that perhaps they shouldn't have.
Yeah, and now the game really is on its true timer, right? Elder Dragon is going to be coming up in 5 minutes, and you feel like that's probably where we're going to have a massive team fight, and you can't really afford to be giving over Elder Dragon at any stage. It does look like Criscata headed towards that Navori, might even get that before the next Dragon spawns. However, Shun already on his 3rd item, which will be that Mirror Mana.
DCG there, perhaps looking for the engage.
Yeah, 3 men in a choke. Oh, Cease and Desist is used there, onto Lee Sin. Nesty stunned up by Chain of Corruption, but will walk away. So just a 1-for-1, both junglers going down.
It is a 1-for-1. I'm not even sure who that's better for, because obviously it kind of disables DCG from using the Baron. At the same time, I feel like another kill, I think it went over to Nesty. It's a nice pickup. Jimmy, though, is also getting very fed here.
Yeah, Jimmy previously did have the highest amount of gold in the game, so you imagine that's only, so that lead's only getting sort of further and further away.
I think 3 items will probably be completed here on Criscata before this Elder Dragon, and it really will come down to that fight to really decide everything.
Yeah, and while Shun does also have 3 items, there is a huge difference between 3 crit items being completed and 3 lethality items being completed, right?
There certainly is. I think it's just such a big power spike, right, for this area. I mean, especially with the lifesteal, it almost doesn't matter how many items Shun gets, although...
Cascada very near escape there over the wall. Shun using Youmu's, trying to look for something, as is Gemini.
Yeah, they're trying to find the engage, but not quite enough. I wonder if Cascada can... Probably doesn't have enough gold, but if he could get his third item as well as Stopwatch, would be virtually untouchable in this team fight, combined with Char and Lulu.
Would certainly be optimal, but I don't think there would be enough time. I mean, 3 minutes, there could. He is close to that Navori, like maybe a K away. We can't actually see his current gold in inventory, but certainly getting very strong here.
3 minutes away, so there's still a lot of room for something to happen before this Elder Dragon fight begins. Shun is resetting.
Char has to be careful, was caught out earlier in the game for this warding sort of alone.
Shun is going towards the Seralders and Jimmy going towards the Void Star, so trying to get their pen items. I'm not sure if either of them will be able to pick it up in time for this 4th dragon here though.
Yeah, and Navori is just completed. Now it's sort of looking like we want to see if Vi can get her Righteous Void, as it does come through as I'm talking about it actually. So a lot of these items coming through. Hanabi also looking for that Void, has the Blighted Jewel currently.
Yeah, a lot of magic resist on the side of CFO, so definitely makes it more difficult for their members to do damage. At the same time, Cascada, you know, extremely fed and doesn't really have a whole lot of armor to get through, so
yeah,
just deal a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, and you have to think if Hanabi somehow finds a way onto this backline, Shun has no cleanse, there's no Mikhails, and no magic resist as well, or tenacity, so he will be an extremely quick death if Hanabi can find that right angle. Hana coming in over the side here.
TP comes in.
Yeah, TP by Hanabi. Gemini having to flash away. Sorry, Nesty to the TP. Gets cease and desist. Wild Growth landed onto him as Hana is following Gemini. Does land Dragon's Rage and will pick up the kill. Nesty still following Shun here as we see. Teleport coming in as well for rest.
Yeah, this fight is extremely split.
Yeah, we see Slaytrue there, sort of by himself. You've got to be curious about this. He is being hit away here by Cascada, will go down. Nesty running away.
Rest almost has all here.
Nesty, Archangel's pops, does get Nard into the wall, followed by the stun. Jimmy takes out Char on the side, but there's still such a messy fight. Down goes Nesty. Shun is getting... He's going so low, he won't go down.
Yeah, I think they actually might be able to come out on top here. Can they chase?
Oh my goodness, that W almost lands.
Yeah, the poke comes through. Can they chase anymore? I don't think they can. I feel like that might be the end of what is probably the weirdest fight we've seen all split. And huge damage there from the CFO carries. TP comes through from Jimmy.
It's not over yet. TP from Jimmy. Nice Q there to get away. Cascada has to find a wall. He will not. Unrelenting force does just take him down.
Yeah, it does get executed by Jimmy on the Syndra, and that means he will be dead for that Elder Dragon. What looked like a pretty good fight at the start there for DCG quickly kind of got out of hand, and I felt like they thought they had the better position, and it certainly looked like it, but ultimately does end up being the teamfight win there.
Oh my goodness. We're seeing TikTok Lee Sin.
Is it going to do anything? I'm not too sure. I think you just look towards this Dragon and the Baron here. So CFO, they're going to get everything they want. They now have a huge gold lead. They've got the Baron and should be able to pick up the Elder as well.
Now, Rest does look like he's recalling, doesn't have TP. Will be there a little bit before Cascada, but Cascada can do sort of that Zeri wall ride bot lane to get there a little bit faster.
I'm surprised this isn't instantly started by CFO. They're not super delayed on it. I guess Cascada can't get here in time anyway. Perhaps though, Hana, I think he needs to kind of play for a steal. Giving over this Elder feels like a death sentence.
Yes, it's at 10k health. Cascada is coming through jungle as we speak. And then initiation here onto Nesty will get stunned up and killed. Still 3 people down here though. Cascada all alone in that jungle. Where do you head? It looks like they're heading to just push bot. Maybe look for some inhibitors here.
Yeah, maybe just don't want to flip it at all. Could even play for the end, right? If you can find any sort of engage on a Cascada who does not have any sums, can go down. And you can just flash Gnar, perhaps get the flash Syndra stun as well.
Gnar does go down, however.
Yeah, okay. They're playing for the end, though. Eyes on Cascada, who does not have the sums, has to position extremely well. First tower goes down.
Yeah, you have to look for something here. You feel like the sort of... You got to do this as Hanabi, you feel like.
Yeah, it could do. This tower is being sieged though, and I think they are just going to lose this next Nexus tower in short
Hana
order.
going extremely low. This tower's almost down. Rise is spawning in 7, but I don't feel like he's going to be up in time, and you just have to look here.
I think at this point, could probably set the
goes
Nexus.
and kicks Shun away. Cease and desist used onto Cascada, followed by the stopwatch. Nesty very high in health. Banshee's Field does break the Skater of the week as he's following. Slaytrue goes down. Rest 1v3ing in the back line.
I don't think he manages to take down one.
Yeah,
Nesty.
Cascada's staying quite low, but does pick it up. And now there's 2 alive for each team, both on really low health bars. But Cascada does have that Bloodthirster.
He
does have the ability to... Shun going low. Hanabi gets hit by the Chain of Corruption and it deleted by Jimmy-In, and so is Cascada, and that will be the game done.
Jimmy-In just hitting skill shot after skill shot. 706 performance on the Syndra. And wow, I mean, one of the weirdest games I think we've seen all split. It does go the way of CFO, but that was extremely different, right? Just the way the team fights were playing out. We saw the sides completely swap. So many of them were so close, like really going down to the wire there. And I think CFO, once again, kind of showed that how their dragon stacking ends up bringing them to those wins. And yeah, just play those team fights a little bit better. On the side of DCG, I feel like we're perhaps at one point when they got the Baron, in control of the game, at least for a little bit there. I did feel like the Rise and Lee Sin didn't really find anything in the early game, right? It felt like they were kind of picked to get DCG through the early game, but it felt like what actually got DCG through the early game was just picking up that kill onto Rest, right? And then all the plates after. So I'm not sure the Rise Lee Sin ever really transitioned into anything, which again is sort of weird, right? Nesty, known for getting those kind of early roams off, finding stuff, but never found anything in this game. I mean, again, credit to CFO for kind of stopping that. We have to feel if maybe they had gone for something just a bit more team fighting. Obviously, the Lissandra was banned away, but something like the Lissandra could have been really good. Maybe the Galio, which was another thing, hovered. So, yeah, I mean, DCG could have perhaps drafted a little better, but certainly could have played better as well.
And it was a very exciting game. We never really saw any good team fights out of Hanabi, which I think is really important to note. Nothing really came from that Kennen pick, and you did save that sort of... Not last pick, obviously, they were on blue side, but that was picked to counter the Nah. Nothing came of it, so a little bit to be left aside there. And we never really saw a replay of that like crazy fight we had up the sort of top side red jungle.
I would like to see that one again.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that like fight going that way was like contributed to the the Cloud Soul. Because a lot of that movement speed, there was so many low health bars and so many close calls. Maybe the move speed really did have an impact.
Certainly could have made a difference there, and I think that it is pretty difficult for Hanabi in this game, right? I think Syndra being fed is probably the worst person to get fed as a Kennen, because can just point and click you, also has the stun for the disengage, and I think as well, there are just a lot of tools, right? The Chains of Corruption to disengage you, the Vi ult, so it's certainly not easy, especially once your team starts to fall behind, because if you're ahead, right, it's very easy to get into their jungle, control the vision, look for those big flanks. When you start to fall behind, really your only option is like a TP flank, and I think CFO were just doing such a good job of kind of ticking all the boxes, right? Making sure there really is just no way back into that game for DCG.
Yeah, absolutely. And importantly too, I think Shun really made use of this poke Varus and got such a lead on the Zeri early. Obviously, Zeri did go up top and pick up, that early kill, but we are looking here at the highlights. Is this that crazy fight? I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah, so it starts off reasonably well, right? They get Gemini and the fight's completely split. I think Hanabi, kind of did miss the flash ult. That's a big problem, right? Kennen is just... I'm not sure if he died. Yeah, I guess he died. No, he was out of the fight, but he managed to TP back in. But yeah, so it's really weird here, right? Positions completely swapped. The side of CFO doing a great job just kiting out, like you said, kind of using that Cloud Soul movement speed. Slaytrue gets taken out, but still a lot of members alive here with damage, and I think once they manage to kind of regroup here on the top side, especially with Rest about to hit the Mega Gnar, did actually manage to end up cleaning this up. And credit to Jimmy-In, I think time and time again hit some really crucial skill shots. And now we had a lot of questions, I guess, about Jimmy-In in the first round robin, but I feel like in the second round robin he's really hit his stride, and just in time for playoffs, right?
Yeah, and right there we do see Shun living. And I believe that was because of the Cloud Soul. He does use Chain of Corruption and Youmu's and run away. As the fight continues for about the 5th minute here, and we're going down bottom.
Yeah, Cruscata does get executed by the Cinderella. Perhaps would have lived otherwise, but taking a look at the damage, right, the Risley Sin never really found anything, and it's Jimmy and Cinder who tops the charts here. I mean, looking at the gold difference, once again, it looks like CFO kind of were in control at pretty much every point of the game. I think there was some points where DCG, despite probably being behind in gold, were actually just ahead in terms of game state, but I never turned into anything beyond that. And I think CFO, especially with their Dragon priority, always kind of have that as a safety net, something to lean back on. And it's certainly worked really well for them so far.
Yeah, and with that, we see the MVP of the game, very well deserved. Jimian, I think he did so well at zoning out any sort of potential in those team fights from both the Zeri and the Kennen. So very well deserved here. Look at his gold difference at the end, up to 5k on the rise, 41% of his team's damage, 86% kill participation, just incredible stats all around.
Pretty nuts performance as well. And definitely passed the eye check for me. I mean, in those last couple team fights was hitting skill shot after skill shot, which can be very difficult against like the Zeri Lulu, right? There's a lot of movement speed there. So the fact that he managed to so consistently put out that DPS was really big. And I think that it is a pretty important win for CFO, right? I feel like it doesn't guarantee them staying in second, but I want to say almost guarantees, unless something happens in that kind of that last week coming up, that they will just end in second and will ensure that they get that first round bye.
Yep, and it looks very, very well deserved after the end of that performance. You know, coming up against one of those teams in third or maybe, no, fourth tied, sorry. And putting up a performance like that, I think it's looking very much well deserved. Final test, I mean, they've already played them, but coming into those playoffs, you need to be able to make sure you're improving enough to take on the likes of PSG and also the contenders from Oceania.
Certainly will, but that was game 2. Coming up next, we have Impunity versus J-Team. Will Impunity be able to kind of drag themselves back towards the top of the playoffs, and can J-Team perhaps do some damage?
Looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
Your skin, I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up. Yeah, you're so caught up. You makes me nauseous. flying like an automatic. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling, oh. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. It's so caught up, it's so caught up. It makes me nauseous, all of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh fitted, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen
Hello and welcome back to Week 5, Day 3 of the PCS Spring Split, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. If you're just joining us, you missed CFO taking out DCG in a pretty important match, honestly. But now, for our third game of the day, Impunity up against J-Team. And this is one that you have to think should be one-sided. But there's always a caveat of the fact that J-Team actually beat Impunity last time they had this matchup. And it could be a kind of, Frank Esports Hellpig situation where for some reason, Hellpigs randomly have a 2-0 record up against Frank Esports.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. And very importantly to note that if J-Team aren't able to pick up a point this week, they will be certainly eliminated from playoff contention. A hard matchup they have today, but they did pull through last time. They have like a very strong sort of matchup, two very talented top laners in this, two very talented AD carries. So I can see it going either way. I do favor, however, Impunity.
I think last time it was a pretty big draft gap. I feel like, I can't exactly remember the comp, but I remember J-Team had something like, it was like Yon Sejuani, Jax topside, and then I think it was a Zeri Lulu bot side. So pretty much had Exodia, especially back then on the patch before some of the nerfs came in. So I expect Impunity won't let that happen again. Here they are, Driver, Alex, Mission, Atlan, and Nature, a team that's really started to kind of come together as a whole, although did kind of end up losing to Frank Esports yesterday. It was a close game.
Yeah, faltered yesterday a bit early game. They were sort of a scaling comp against an early game comp. Did lose early, managed to pull it back through some heroics from an Orianna Baron steal through Mission. But I think importantly, Atlan's really coming into his zone recently. Yesterday on Aphelios, he was finding some insane team fighting positioning, an amazing Moonlight Vigil at one stage. So certainly I think sort of the player to look towards. Also, I think the game before, his Draven was also very crazy. So I'm really looking forward to see how Atlan continues on, see if he can keep doing what he's been doing. But again, we have Driver, Mission. They've always been so consistent, been able to carry so many games. Just triple threat really you're looking at now.
There are so many exciting matchups, I think, across these two teams. We'll have to see as well, if Driver wins, perhaps he'll do another celebration, right? We normally get a dance from him at the end of each game. I'm not sure. We've seen the Gragas dance. What one would we like to see? Maybe a Gnar dance. I can't even remember what Gnar's dance is, but...
Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. I don't think I've ever done the Gnar dance.
Okay, so... on the side of J-Team, we have Long, Lava, Minji, Bruce, and Enso. And I think when we're looking at this team, normally we're thinking, Long and Bruce kind of the carries. Long has, I want to say, had a rough go of it. Like, consistently seems to find himself a lead or finds himself a solo kill, but kind of the rest of the map just falls apart around him before he can really do anything with it. But finding that lead up against Driver is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. And Driver has such a range of champions he can play as well. So I think Long tends to exceed on Jax, is what we've really seen him do amazing on. But then there's just so many neutralizing picks if you want to go for that angle, if they do get the Jax, or even banning it out. It seems like Driver might have the edge in that, and I really want to say, I feel like mid's probably the biggest differential. Minji not having very solid performances, has played a lot of Annie and not really found a lot, whereas Mission has always consistently been there and getting a lot done for his team. So I think maybe either aiding sort of Minji in this matchup or possibly getting him more utility based and roaming around, finding things with Larva might be a way to look. But yeah, very interesting matchups all around.
The mid matchup is interesting because last time I think they kind of went away from what Mission's good at. Last time it was a Silas Yone matchup. And when I'm thinking of Mission, I'm thinking much more of those control mage matchups, right? Rather than a melee focus. But here we are taking a look at the ADCs, Atlan and Bruce. I mean, taking a look at the DPM out from Atlan, I didn't even realize it was so high, but it's actually first in KP amongst ADCs and second in DPM. So honestly, yeah, especially recently, I feel like a lot of this might be inflated by that recent Draven game where he went, something like 10-0, had an awesome performance there. And Bruce, I think, has, done what he can on what is a relatively weak team. Will he be able to do something here? We're not too sure.
Yeah, and I think you're really looking at what sort of AD carries come out, right? Like the Aphelios and the Draven was what we've seen sort of Atlan play best. I mean, he's had some fantastic Zeri games as well from memory. And Bruce, typically on some more safer picks, we've seen quite a lot of Varus out of him. As we do get into Champion Select, we see Sejuani yet again banned, Heimerdinger also banned from the side of Impunity, and Gragas Ashe taken out by J-Team.
Interestingly, the mission tax has not been paid, at least just yet. Typically we see teams ban away the Azir or the Victor, or sometimes both as well. But currently being ignored, and I think the Gragas Ashe almost feel like required picks. Ahri ban is very interesting. I feel like that might be a target ban at Minji based off a scrim or something, because I don't even think we've seen him play it on stage, but respect coming out for him here from Impunity.
Yeah, and with that Gragas ban, it'd be interesting to see what comes in here first pick. Could look towards sort of your AD carry or your support or jungler really. Vi is importantly open. We've seen a lot of success on her. Lee Sin has been high priority of late. And Varus, of course, constantly being picked. And it is locked in. We'll have to see if it's on hit or the poke Varus. Usually it does tend to be poke, but have to wait and find out.
Has options for sure. You have to think, you know, can't go the way of the Karma with the poke or something like the Nautilus and then play the on hit. I don't think we'll see Nunu locked in, but okay, what can we see here? I mean, the Vi has been another one that's been prioritized pretty early by a lot of teams. Okay, will this just be the Lulu Zeri? I think they don't have to take Zeri right now. They could just take a priority jungler and take Zeri on 3. But that certainly suggests the Zeri Lulu coming through, right?
Yeah, with that Lulu picked, it is probably the most common sort of combination with that champ would be the Zeri, sorry. You could also go for another hyper scaling AD carry, but we haven't really seen that in the current meta. It's not really exactly what's being picked, and Vi Hovered will probably be locked in, and a good pick really, I'd say. It's a very strong champion currently.
I think it is, and now, okay, Lee Sin, I mean, has been prioritized a lot. Viego's the Hovered too. I think you probably do just take your choice of jungle, and do you take the Karma though, or do you go the Nautilus route? I think it depends a little bit what your jungler does. Okay, so have the Wukong, can play for gank setup, and should be the Zeri locked in, you'd have to think.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nor was immediately locked in, so definitely have a game plan. Zeri locked in on the other side. So now where do you target these bans? Potentially mid, I'm thinking.
I think it depends who you're going to fourth pick, because obviously the red side last pick can always secure a good matchup. I think you probably ban... Okay, so you're going to ban tops. I wonder if that means they just want to ban blindable tops and get Long a really good matchup, or if they are just planning to kind of blind pick Long on 4, because I feel like Long has looked a lot better with the counter picks than Minji has. So I kind of hope that they just blind mid. At the same time, I mean, maybe feel uncomfortable blinding something like the Annie into Mission, who can certainly shut that down.
Yeah, LeBlanc is banned by the side of Impunity, interestingly enough. I guess maybe they're thinking they could use it as a counter pick to whatever Mission's thinking, but I'm not too sure of the LeBlanc ban.
I think maybe it's a difficult champ to gank with the Wukong, also does well with the Vi, and it's a hard champ just to verse as a mid laner in general. So perhaps thinks he can kind of take advantage of Minji on something else, right? They've taken away the Ahri, who is similar, has a lot of mobility as well as that gank setup. Okay, it is Minji's Annie banned away. So now, do you just blind top? I feel like it's much better if Minji blinds, but what would it be? Okay, so the Jax has been banned for and could be locked in. I feel like giving Minji counterpick hasn't looked too good so far, but we'll have to see. And so far, you know, if they lock in this Jax, they actually have 3 of the 5 champions they had when they took down Impunity before. Only missing the Sejuani, which was banned away.
Yeah, and I mean, that Sejuani is a massive part of that, right? Sejuani, Jax, a very, very formidable 2v2. But Jax is locked in. You have to feel like the success Long has found on this Jax will be a lot harder to find against Driver, who is a very formidable top laner. As Azir is hovered, Mission is known for it, and it is locked in. Nothing really too surprising there.
What would be the top counter to Jax? The GP, the Sion, and the Gragas are all banned away. Jace is always an option that's looked at and is locked in. A lot of poke, though, from the side of Impunity once again.
Yeah, almost certainly will be that poke Varus in this case, although can look for a bit of DPS. I would suspect poke Varus.
I think you're right. It looks too hard to actually consistently DPS into this composition. Akali is the last pick being hovered, which was played by Minji earlier on in the split, and is a decent counter to Azir. At the same time, I mean, actually is pretty good this game. There's a lot of squishies. So yeah, I actually kind of like the Akali last pick. We'll have to see if Minji fares better on the likes of the Akali compared to the mages that he's been kind of sticking to recently.
Yeah, and Bruce does currently have cleanse. We'll have to see if that changes again. But again, similar to last game, there's not all that much CC that you can cleanse outside of the Varus sort of chain of corruption. I guess there's an auto attack stun on Nautilus, but I don't know how much value you get out of that cleanse from just sort of the one main CC that you can use it on.
Yeah, it is interesting because it's certainly good for the early game, right? Being able to cleanse out of that. But how many chains of corruptions do you get hit by later on in the game? Probably not too much as long as you're positioning correctly. I think looking at the comps though, I feel like they're pretty even. I don't think it's to the point where last time, you know, J-Team just had a massive draft victory. It is interesting. I think that Zeri Lulu was given over and the Poke Varus is probably being played into it. I feel like it's not exactly a recipe for success. At the same time, though, they still have consistent DPS, right? They have the Azir, they have the Jace. I think Jace, while functionally a poke champion, actually does just deal a lot of damage in team fights as well. So certainly lots of win conditions here for both teams. I think I still favor Impunity, right? They seem like the stronger team, but J-Team, they've given us something different here and perhaps do have the tools they need to take this win.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that bot lane matchup, although slightly different, there isn't the Karma. Instead, you do have the Nautilus. We did see from Flying Oysters last game that you can find a lot of success out of that early game from the Varus. As we do now load onto the Rift, where do you think sort of in this game we're going to focus? I think that making sure the Zeri has a nice lane phase to get to that point. It does feel like Zeri is going to be your main way to sort of push through and get to this late game win. But what do you think about sort of what's going to happen in this dynamic?
Completely agree. I think most of the pressure will go towards his bot side. I think both mids are basically ungankable in this sort of lane. And top lane as well. I mean, there could be pressure towards top, but there's always the risk of do either side want to weak side their bot lane here? It feels like probably not. Just both sides are very vulnerable if something happens. Is the overheal once again picked up by the Zeri that has become so popular? And actually the aftershock on Lava's Vi, right? We see different keystones on Vi every game, I think. So perhaps just wants to be that strong front line for that Zeri Lulu.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Jax opting for that Grass of the Undying. So a bit tankier having that green tree in there. And instead of sort of, you know, you have some Conqueror builds and some lethal tempo for those better long-term engages, does have the Grass of the Undying, which I think helps in a sort of really quick sort of trade.
Alex is starting on the bot side and will be matched by Lava, so actually might just see both sides pathing towards this volatile top matchup, perhaps saying, okay, in this bot matchup, not a whole lot is actually going to end up happening. There's a lot of gank set up, obviously, from the side of Nature, but in the 2v2, I'd be surprised if anyone can really force something here.
Yeah, Hook goes wide. That was extremely close, though.
Zeri Lulu should be able to get the push in this matchup. We also see Driver on the other side of the map. Is getting priority here. I'd be surprised to see anything too crazy happen around the middle top, though. I think bot lane still remains the most volatile.
Honestly, Minji getting better trades here than you'd expect this early on in the lane, you'd have to think. I think traditionally we see Azir kind of winning out the first couple of levels until, you know, Minji gets online with that level 6 and can skirmish around the junglers.
After the Azir changes, is a little weaker in the early game. Also has the Conqueror, so not the strongest early game keystone. Perhaps that's why the trade's going slightly the way of Minji, but it's a good sign, right? I think Minji is kind of, at least recently, really kind of failed to have impact in these games. So if he can find something here on the Akali, could perhaps bring them to a win.
Yeah, it would be nice. And trying to, like, for this team, obviously, keeping this sort of legacy alive. If they don't win here, or they don't win at least tomorrow, and ideally both games, you know, how far behind they are currently, they will miss out on playoffs for the first time in 5 years, which is a big legacy, you know, to sort of drop. You don't really want to get rid of that. And obviously, 6 to 8 teams does change that a little bit, but certainly playing here for the win and doing well at the start of this game, you have to say.
Alex is looking towards that bot side, and Lava is on the other side of the map, so perhaps he could set up a dive. Bruce does not have the cleanse. And they go for something.
Yeah, they do seem aware of the potential.
Long getting very low under this tower as well. Driver, though, with his jungler on the bot side of the map, probably can't pressure anymore. Alex actually does walk away from that bot play, so saying there are just too many sums, I think. Hangs back towards bot, though. Okay, so spots Lava on the ward, now feels confident that he can look for something.
Yeah, and the wave does just hit as he's arriving. Seen on a ward, heal used extremely early by both jungler, AD carries, and goes in, gets polymorph. Nautilus actually goes down there.
I think really misexecuted there from the side of Impunity. Interestingly played, to be honest. Does end up Nature going down. The kill is picked up by Enzo, but I mean, just avoiding that window and surviving would be enough for J-Team, but actually getting a kill off the back of it as well is extremely good. And Zeri has the Vamp Scepter, so let's take a look at this. Heals are burned extremely early, and Bruce has to be the focus, right? It's already started out pretty low. I think Nature goes extremely early before Alex is even committed. And also, I guess, does not have the flash, so has no way to get out.
We look at top lane sort of trading in. Nature is up here, maybe looking for something. And Jace does go in. Will get the knockback. Long extremely low. Will be ghosting and does jump away, but Driver might just pick it. Oh, lives on a sliver of health.
It's
Man.
so low. It is a flash used for the Ghost. The wave position is really good for Driver, and he has Alex pathing up. Bot side, though.
Yeah, could be tragedy here for Atlan as Vi is looking. He's trying to get away, does have flash, but you have to feel like there's no point using it. Will be followed by Vi, hit, and interesting flash. Gets it, Aftershock procs, and he lives on 1 HP.
I think Lalva messed that up, right? Lost vision in the bush. Didn't have a ward, but I think if he'd flashed in the bush, actually would have got the kill. So 2 members now, Atlan and Long, living on extremely low health.
Yeah, and similarly, massive wave lost here from Atlan as the same thing happened to Long up top. So kind of equalizing out there. Lalva does lose the flash, importantly, but so does Atlan.
I think it is better here for J-Team. They're going to be able to pick up the Dragon off the back of that. And also, Atlan does not have the TP, so can't get back to bot lane, whereas Long did manage to pick up at least some of that top wave after. And you really don't want your Varus falling behind, right, as a poke Varus, especially not into the Zeri Lulu, who we've seen so many times scale so well. Mission going towards the Rod of Ages, which is something you don't often see on Azir.
Yeah, we see the Driver going for trades here as Long does jump onto him, does get knocked away, so well played there by Driver. Really knowing the range of that Jace Q there, hitting it off the minion.
Nature will move here on the bot side, take a little bit of control.
Has to be careful. Alex far closer than, Lalva far closer than Alex is.
I think overall, though, perhaps not the start Impunity wanted. You find themselves at a slight gold deficit, but more importantly, Varus being, somewhat behind. Definitely not too happy about that. Driver, though, is doing a great job on the top side.
Absolutely, and somewhat lucky that Enso got the kill rather than Bruce, right? You would hate for that first blood to have gone over to Zeri, but definitely beneficial for J-Team, and they're in a very commanding position as Alex is heading up here looking like he is going to try and look for a dive.
And so actually took a lot of damage off the back of this. Not sure if a Nort Q connected or something. Alex is up here. Lalva is too, though.
Is spotted out. Does go over to Lalva there. Missmite by Alex. Now I do favor the 2v2 for Driver and Alex currently, as Long is quite low, but will just sort of end up as nothing.
Bot side is being relatively left in the 2v2, not really making much use of this Nautilus pick. Obviously does scale reasonably well still, right? Not in the same way that a Zeri Lulu might scale, but still provides engage for your team, right? Even if you actually fall off in terms of tankiness, you do become quite useless in that ultra late game. Can always just be kind of the point and click Nord ult to at least provide some pressure onto Bruce in those team fights.
Yeah, and as you just kind of pointed out, it's like the Nautilus ult is kind of a budget Vi ult when it comes to dealing with the Zeri, right? Zeri has a lot of an easier time dealing with it, as you can sort of just jump over a wall. It'll knock you up, but you don't have pressure onto you. So maybe, he does have that ability to just sort of get Bruce to leave a team fight, but not pressure to follow up on it so much as this game progresses.
Alex does start up the Herald, so this should be a trade trying to come out from J-Team, perhaps on the bot side again. There is no flash for Atlan, but they are full HP.
Yeah. He does have the cease and desist, which is going to be very important, you have to feel, in this fight. No wild growth for Enso, though, so the additional health and knockup will not be able to come in, as now Alex's position is known. Double slow landed by Bruce. Ult also pops. Cease and desist onto Atlan. Nature goes down. Driver's arrived, actually. Maybe be able to turn over a kill here. Enso hits level 6 in the middle of the fight, and Driver's just taking a lot of damage. Won't go down. Minji's coming down as well.
Oh, he's going to get dived as well.
Driver as well. I don't think bot lane will be able to make it in time.
Yeah,
no summoners available. Polymorphed. And it goes down. Minji picks up the kill there, and that was just a 3 for nothing. Driver trying his best to assist the bot lane, but ending up just going down as well.
I like what Driver tried to do initially, right? He pathed out bot knowing that his bot lane was extremely vulnerable and could perhaps stop that trade, but he just doesn't get there in time, right? Pay attention to the minimap, it's so far away. And Impunity's bot lane, I think, probably should have just tried to leave this tower instead of greeting and ultimately put the game in a very rough spot here, right? Really well played on the dive from J-Team. A kill is picked up by Bruce and Lava, and taking out Driver off the back end of this as well. It's just a cherry on top, right? You're more than happy giving over the Herald to secure this many kills, especially when you're the ones with the Zeri Lulu, right? You've got that scaling team fight. If you can find a lead early, it's almost criminal.
I wonder how close there Atlan was to level 6, because that Chain of Corruption really might have been able to help them out in that dive, sort of stop that Vibe from coming in. As we do see a flash Emperor's Divide, Alex coming in as well. Minji will just escape. Has to use that ult though.
Flash committed by Mission, but not by Minji. This is a nice pickup. Herald will be dropped mid, and there should be a little gold. Actually, it looks like it will just all go to Alex.
And although Mission's flash is down, there is alleviated pressure from this sort of mid lane 1v1, because without that perfect execution, it's very hard for Akali to pressure the Azir in this lane.
Rod of Ages now is completed by Mission, so it's definitely going for a lot of scaling with the Conqueror and the Rod of Ages. Long, though, is getting heavy traded on by Driver, who continues to build himself up a league, and really the kind of hope here for Impunity, the two solo laners. Alex, he's in the area for this counter gank. I think inside of J-Team are just stronger here, though.
Looks like it will be. Teams are looking for a 3v3. Headed towards Dragon now. Azir does have priority, but you have to be worried. As Driver's initiated on here by Long, Grandmaster's Might is used, and Driver will flash away. So Ghost and Flash both used. As we go down bottom now, Cease and Desist onto Nature. He does find a lot of tankiness, buys a bit of time. Chain of Corruptions come through, but it's just going to be a 1-for-0.
I think big win here for J-Team, right? Once again, just winning out. And this is Nature now 0-3 on the Nautilus, who, again, while they have kind of that point-and-click ult for the Zeri, is just going to be so weak to the point where it feels like they almost can't do anything in this game anymore. J-Team really running away with this one. And it is kind of wild to me that Impunity, when they lost to J-Team before, actually solo kill.
Yeah.
Wow.
Driver just gets taken down by Long. They're not respecting sort of, I guess, the counter-strike of Jace. Sorry, Jax.
It's looking really rough here for Impunity. I feel like they get outscaled, and they've already found themselves at a significant deficit. 2 Dragons given over for J-Team as well. It's just crazy how this game is being played out. So Driver, despite having the TP, decides he wants to stay. Q's forward and goes for a little trade. Once the E is committed, though, Long still managed to cover up the distance and actually got back onto him. Picked up a solo kill for himself. Really onto Mission, I feel like, to kind of do something to win the game for his team here, but is still, like, especially with the Roa build, gonna need lots of time to scale, right? It feels like these are some of the earliest Dragons picked up as well. I'm really heavily favoring J-Team's odds to win this game right now.
I do too, but it is still only a 1k gold lead. I feel like currently the biggest sort of win condition is looking like that Dragon for the time being. Depends how they can sort of balloon this if possible. And you do have quite a lot of wave clear on the side of Impunity, so maybe can stall out. If they can somehow find a Dragon, delay for a little bit longer. You will eventually have a lot of poke, you know, and while it might not stick onto Bruce, it may onto other people, as we see a short trade up top. And it's looking like another 3-man dive down bottom.
Impunity this time wisely walk away from the tower, but it feels like the damage is kind of done. They're already so far behind, and it's getting even worse here as Bruce is just the one picking up these solo plays and denying the waves. A 30 CS lead as the Zeri into poke Varus is pretty much unheard of. And certainly not what you wanted from your bot lane here.
Extremely detrimental to the hopes of Impunity. Nice buffer there on that E. Will get away. Oh, we see an initiation bottom. Cease and Desist, Wildgrove and Zerial all used. But both flashes committed for the bot lane of Impunity as Alex looks for Long here. Long is low, doesn't have that ultimate.
Tries to trade.
Nice, Driver does pick it up, and that's who you would want that gold to go on.
Better than nothing here for the side of Impunity, but still losing out the bot tower, also losing both of Atlan's sums, and the bot lane CS deficit continues to grow in the side of or J team here.
Yeah, very importantly did stay alive though on that little engagement bot.
Only 2 minutes and 30 seconds on this third dragon. I wonder if Impunity will try and contest, because I think you kind of have to, right? But at the same time, how are you expecting to win a fight when you still just don't have any items on your Azir? Your Varus is already behind this area. I mean, you just got to try to do something.
Yeah, we do see J Team starting up this Herald, which I imagine will turn into a tower. Looks like probably top or mid. And yeah, I mean, already Shield Bow completed to just the Yomu, so already Zeri is clearly ahead. And that poke just isn't going to be landing. You not only do you do a lot less damage than you should be doing at this stage, but Zeri already has some lifesteal in her build. But interestingly enough, it does look like Zeri will not be going Bloodthirst to second.
Okay, so might be ahead enough already. Don't feel like they need Atlan. Could be in trouble.
Atlan does get jumped on. He did take a tower shot there. Chain of Corruption is committed, but yeah, just playing a bit too aggressive against the Jax.
Things are rapidly getting away from the side of Impunity here. They did manage to trade mid tower back, but this might actually be 2 side lane towers going down. And Bruce is getting so much gold. I'd love to see the ADC gold deficit, because this is pretty insane, right? I think he just picked up 2 towers here, finds himself with a, 40 CS lead.
Yeah, 5 kill participation as well.
Yeah, really, really strong. And while the gold lead isn't massive, it's a gold lead on a scaling team up against an early game team, and also so much of that gold is on Bruce, who's shown before that he can certainly carry games on the Zeri.
Yeah, it's very surprising that the gold lead is only as small as it is. Like, you do have a bit of a CS lead mid as well as top, but 7 kills to 1 as well as more towers taken by the side of J Team. It's curious as to why this sort of lead is not more.
I think it is just mainly the CS, right? Top, jungle, and mid all have CS leads for Impunity. That's somewhat keeping in the game. And it's only a 1 tower advantage for the side of J Team. But it's all this extra stuff, right? The 2 dragons taken, as well as just being, you know, this comp that scales so well.
Yeah, and Azir just doing no damage to Long with those soldier attacks.
Yeah, the Rod of Ages, I mean, we've seen it time and time again, but it does take a long time to scale. And it feels like a lot of these games, you know, even when we've seen like Rod of Ages on the Annie from Minji, I think too much happens before it becomes relevant.
Both teams posturing towards this dragon. Minji is looking for a flank. It will be spotted out if he does go that side of the red, but might be about to face check Driver. Massive damage out of Driver, but Akali will ult, goes invisible in the Shroud, as on the other side we see Zeri getting a double kill. Jax then leaps and knocked up by Cyclone, and Mission and Alex will run away, but Dragon will be lost. 3 lives also lost to the side of J-Team.
This is insane. I mean, J-Team, they managed to beat Impunity before, but that time was with what I'd say was a pretty much unbeatable draft. Here, though, just coming out and playing so much better than Impunity time and time again. I'm not even sure how Impunity get back into this game at this point. It feels like Mission has to, you know, really 1v9 a team fight somehow. Otherwise, J-Team might even just find themselves picking up a soul at, you know, only 24 minutes or something into the game.
Yeah, and while maybe not the greatest possible sort of draft there is, it certainly has got like 4 of the most contested picks at the moment as we do go to this replay.
I think Minji, really good flank at the start, manages to take out Driver before any poke lands, which is definitely nice. It was pretty close on the side, but Minji is just up a level here and is a little bit stronger. Driver did what he could, but wasn't enough. And then back in the actual team fight, Bruce just does so much damage. And I feel like Impunity, they're a comp that sort of needs some poke to land, right? At least at the very start. Unfortunately, can't get anything before the engage from J-Team just runs them over.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I was saying just before that replay, is that there's just 4 of probably the most contested picks there are in the meta. The only exception being Akali, but obviously that's situational against the Azir. So it almost looks as though they've just been outdrafted in both sides of this matchup while against J-Team.
It does feel really weird, I think, to just give over the Zeri Lulu, because I think, especially when you lost to it last time, right? I feel like Zeri Lulu is just so safe, so consistent, whereas the Varus perhaps does have higher highs, right? But is also, you know, shown time and time again that when it doesn't find those, you know, rapidly becomes useless. And they can look the side of J-Team at this Dragon Soul very early in the game. Don't even really need to pressure the map a whole lot. Just allow themselves to continue scaling. Baron hasn't even spawned, and they find themselves so in control of this area already.
Yeah, 14 seconds till it does come up, and if they do find any picks or anything, they certainly do have the DPS to be able to take it out with that Vi and Zeri. As Poke is coming across, but not really getting any damage onto Bruce, as the Navori Quickblades is already picked up by him.
Impunity, if they can find a pick onto Bruce while he doesn't have flash, he also doesn't have a stopwatch or anything, maybe that's your way back in. We've definitely seen some pretty big throws in the PCS, but this one, it's looking pretty difficult. Honestly, they have so many tools on J-Team. They find themselves with a massive lead, and this Dragon Soul, which always, you know, even if you lose a fight at Dragon, it gives you so many more chances, right? You just need to win one of them, and suddenly you have the Soul. And it's Ocean Soul as well up against the Poke comps, so it's going to be extremely, extremely valuable.
Yeah, and there's a tag Jax at the moment too, so he's just going to be so unkillable in these fights if they do receive that Ocean Soul. As we see Mission getting chased down by Larva, does use the flash away, doesn't have anything left, and Minji picks that one up.
This could just be Baron here for the side of J-Team. That's a lot of the DPS on the side of Impunity gone. Perhaps they don't feel confident starting it up against the Pogue. And also just don't really need to, right? They don't need to risk it if they don't want to. They are just finding themselves, you know, very far ahead and can kind of consistently, methodically build up the lead as opposed to trying to end the game all at once. I think they would just be looking towards that 4th Dragon. So the replay, Mission just very far up in the side lane without any vision, is engaged on early, and the ult, unstoppable from Larva, manages to dodge the 0. I'm surprised so much was committed here for Mission. I guess, yeah, I suppose the flash from Larva was used. I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. It didn't really lead to anything. At the same time, stopping Mission, who is kind of the last hope for the side of Impunity here from farming, is a big win.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Rod of Ages does finalize for him now, and I think he's going towards that Shadow Flame, so definitely behind Minji in terms of items, but as he gets more, he will have more impact, you'd have to think, in these fights. But just look at that gold graph. It's just consistently another really methodical sort of improvement of their position for J-Team as they do start to look towards the vision control around Baron, and you have to think it's only a matter of time before they can start trying to start it up and, you know, getting some pressure around it.
I think they should focus all their efforts towards this Dragon in just a minute. I could very well see this honestly being the last fight of the game, right? Where J-Team just managed to pick up Ocean and Baron, and everything beyond that is just them kind of putting on the finishing touches. Impunity, though, they do have control over the Dragon area, which is a big win for them. They have to try and make a pick before this fight starts, because a straight 5v5 you have to feel is unlosable for J-Team.
Yeah, how useless does it feel to be this Varus? You don't have your Mythic completed. Also, your Merman are not completed. No Tier 2 boots. You're just so weak, and when you're coming up against this already Navori Quickblade Shield Bow Zeri with a Lulu buffing her, as well as a 2-item Akali.
15 more seconds, Impunity to control here. It looks like it's going to be given up. Larva could maybe even just find the engage here. You want to try find something before the poke comes through.
Alex is quite strong, so are paying respect to that. Minji coming, looking for a repeat of what happened last time, but this time with Long as well. I don't think Driver will go for the same thing he did last time as we saw the result.
I think I'm watching the exact same team fight again.
Yeah, except that this time it's on Long. Alex comes across, double stunned by the Jack, cease to desist onto Alex. He will go down as Zeri on the other side is just wailing against these 3 members of Impunity. Triple kill for Minji. Bruce gets the last one. And where do you go from here? It looks like you're going to go to Baron. One person, Jack's going for that soul, and the rest of the team going for Baron.
This game is completely over. There is really no way for Impunity to come back from this, and it's so insane. J-Team managed to beat Impunity before, and now beating them in even more convincing fashion. I mean, where was this J-Team all split? Is it just that now, at the very end, it's not even like the pressure's off them, right? Because this was just their last chance to make playoffs, or at least to stay within contention for it. And I mean, they're certainly doing a good job, find themselves, you know, very, very far ahead. Let's take a look at the replay. So this time it's actually a double flank here from Long and Minji. They managed to find Driver very early, and really Impunity just lacked the damage, right? The Jack's so tanky, it really only is Mission, but he can't really auto-attack because he's just forced to run away from Bruce the entire team fight. I also want to say Minji has had a much better game than I think we've ever seen him have before. Does find I think it was a triple kill in this fight.
As we do head back to live, Ocean Soul picked up as well as Baron for the side of JT. Bloodthirster finished for Zeri now, and Zonya's getting close with a 10-stack Dark Seal for Minji.
I think J-Team should look to try and end the game off this Baron. Obviously, if they want to keep scaling, play it slow, they certainly can. But I think given how strong you are and just how far ahead you are over the side of Impunity, you should be able to end the game or at least go for a couple inhibs here. And the poke, I mean, it lands onto Bruce and doesn't even get through his overheal BT shield. That's how you know you're behind.
Yeah, this game is looking incredibly difficult, if not completely over at this stage. 8k gold lead and the amount of buffs that we are seeing. I mean, there's not really anything you can do. You can hope for like a massive misplay potentially, but even then, it feels like J-Team can just win regardless.
J-Team so far ahead, and Impunity with so little engaged when they're this far behind, can actually just play 3 lanes. You see Minji pressuring the top side as well as Long pushing in bot. You can't normally play 3 lanes because the threat of being engaged on is too much, but their side lanes should be safe.
Yeah, Alex did look there for Minji as we go down bottom. Mission is being caught out again. Does get hit by Vi. 3-man Emperor's Divide. Nature's here to assist. No damage really being done at all, and Bruce will finish off Mission. Does use his ultimate, but that's just a free kill, almost.
Pretty much. The Zerial and the Vial were both committed. Also looks like Minji lost his ult somewhere in top side.
Yeah, as long as now teleporting top.
Okay, they've got only 45 seconds left on the Baron, and with a lot of cooldowns used, I'm not sure if they can actually break the base. Mission is still dead, but you really have to... You want to get more here than you've got so far as J-Team. Zeri feels very confident walking up to this. Has the cleanse as well, so Chains of Corruption doesn't even really matter. And Long now will be pressuring that top side pretty soon. Minji as well, pushing in mid. But not long on the Baron. I mean, can they crack the base? You really want to.
Yeah, no damage at all is being done to Bruce here. Anything that hits him is just shield up. As Driver and Long are duking it out once again. Both top laners getting quite low.
The base will be broken. I think J-Team maybe didn't execute this as well as they wanted. It is only going to be 1 inhib. Maybe they can even look for 2 off the back end of this. They're still extremely far ahead though.
Yeah, it does look like it might be 2 as Long starts on the top inhib tower also. Wave will be cleared.
Yeah, maybe ahead enough that they can actually keep sieging without the Baron. The wave clear is really just in Mission, and he can't be everywhere all at once.
Certainly is true, and we do see they just don't take damage. Any damage they do take is healed up by either the Ocean Soul. As ultimate is used here by Bruce, he's jumping forward. Vi gets in there onto Alex. Nice hook by Nature on the backside, but it doesn't matter. You're just taking no damage as the Zeri. Up the top here we see Mission trying to do what he can, but no damage is ever going to land. Mid inhib goes down.
And I think you probably back away now. Have those 2 inhibs, can honestly just push in the top wave. Could even group as 5 and probably siege that down. Elder Dragon as well, just 2 minutes away.
Yeah, Mission taking a lot of damage from Bruce here. Bruce does have to get healed by Enso.
It can just return to full HP though after he gets access to a wave. A Mission forced to base. I wonder, can the side of J-Team break this last top tower? They have the bot wave crashing. I think they can.
Yeah, really determined to end it here. Backing off now.
Looks like it's just going to be resets coming in from J-Team and perhaps just play now for this Elder Dragon in only 1 minute and 45 seconds. And I think the fight is genuinely unwinnable for Impunity. I don't see a way that they can win, right?
Yeah.
They're just so far behind into a comp that's so outscaled. And Bruce as well even has the stopwatch on top of the shield bow BT over here.
Yeah, Bruce is extremely unkillable. Interestingly enough, though, Baron and Aldo are still spawning at about the same time. Do you think you just desperation take one of them? I mean, if you get the Baron, you really want to not fight, but you do have a lot of extra sort of stalling potential in the strength of those minions. I feel like you have to do something, right? The only option here is to just try and rush whatever JT don't go towards.
Doing the Baron would be nice, but I think J-Team with those bot inhibs open can just keep these waves pushed and not ever give Impunity the chance to actually leave their base here. They're just so ahead that they dictate the entire game. Impunity might just end up giving up both objectives, and then, you know, there's not much you can do at that point.
Yeah, I don't think there's much they can do at this point either, as Varus is essentially just not a champion.
He is very, very far behind. Actually down 100 CS. It's a Flame Horizon here for Bruce. And a matchup that Varus is meant to win. Unfortunately, did fall very far behind.
Yeah, and 2 levels up for Long against Driver, so there's not really anything that Jace can do here as we start to work towards this 3rd and final inhibitor. You have to think it's just not long from gone here. Nature looking, doesn't land the hook.
Impunity. They have to keep this inhib up, but they can't. Can they find an engage off of it? They need to do something, otherwise they're just going to quickly lose both objectives in their base shortly after. I think they're kind of just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, trying to look for something onto Long, but he will leap strike away. And J-Team are just... No, they are backing off now.
I think can quickly just go to both objectives. Can also play the objective slow, right? There's so many creep waves that will come in eventually. Might just fight Impunity as they face check.
As found out, Nature is engaged onto, will be taken out extremely fast as we look at Minji in the back line. Lands that shuriken, uses stopwatch, Lalva onto Driver. Massive team fight here, 4-man knockup, but it's just too little too late.
It certainly is, and I think Mission, despite dealing quite a lot of damage in this team fight, they're just so far behind, and it is crazy. And this is a completely different J-Team that we've seen here. One that just not only beats Impunity, but does so in, I think, probably the most dominant fashion anyone's ever beat Impunity in 23-1, 31 minutes in. Not even a single drag picked up by Impunity. They only had 2 towers, so narrowly avoided getting perfect games. And I mean, if you told me that J-Team were going to come out and have that performance, I just wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, no, incredibly well played. And I think to see Bruce and Enzo get that far ahead in a losing matchup really just dictated the whole game. Also, a few mistakes there on top lane. I noticed Driver actually consistently using that Jace E prior to Jax using Q, which just led to him getting stunned and killed. I think it happened twice in a row there. So not the greatest display from Impunity today, but fantastic work from J-Team, and they do look to keep themselves in playoff contention.
And I think a bit disrespectful, honestly, by Impunity to leave up the Zeri Lulu, because I think the fact that you lost to it last time gave over 3 of the 5 champs that you lost to last time. I maybe really thought that the Sejuani was the big issue, but I just think giving over Zeri Lulu is a risk that doesn't need to be taken, right? I think that when you're against those bottom tier teams, like, you just need to have a somewhat normal game and you'll probably come out on top. But giving over the Zeri Lulu, I think it really allows even teams that should be weaker to come out on top. But J-Team, I mean, do they look weaker here? I don't really think so. I want to also shout out Minji again, because I think that Minji has had a really rough split. I mean, we were thinking, you know, potentially in the bottom 2 mid laners. Here takes on Mission, who's regarded as one of the best, if not the best mid laner, and comes out, what, 8-0 on the Akali or something? Looked much better on that compared to the likes of the Annie.
Yeah, it did get behind a little bit in CS early game, but during those team fights had so much presence, you know, getting into that back line, using the Shroud to sort of duck and dive in, get some of those Q procs, auto procs, and just, yeah, found a lot of impact in those team fights, even taking out Driver, importantly, before one of those dragons. So yeah, fantastic performance out of Minji, and maybe it's something to see for the future. Does he try to tend towards some of these assassins, get himself a favorable matchup so he can pick some of those?
Maybe he will. I mean, the flanks were really nice coming out of him. I think MVP this game, you make an argument for Lalva or for Minji. I think Lalva did a really good job of trading on bot side, right? Making sure that whenever Impunity kind of went towards that top side, that bot lane fell equally, if not further behind. So that was like big by him. At the same time, Minji, you know, I honestly just want to give him MVP just because it's so different than what we've seen from him, right? I mean, night and day. A lot of the time, Minji just hasn't found impact at all. And here he is, just monster performance out of him, really making that red side last pick go to work.
Yeah, and the most recent Akali we saw obviously didn't have that much impact, but Minji coming in here showing you it really can work. And I'm a believer now. I actually do hope to see him sort of on these Assassin Champions. Looked a lot better than his Annie traditionally does. But yeah, hopefully we see more of this. J-Team really keeping themselves alive for playoffs, as I did say. So yeah, I just want to see them continue this. Bruce obviously having a good game as well. He's kind of where you look for as the anchor of the team. He traditionally does do quite well. And Long on the Jax, as we touched on earlier, another fantastic performance out of that pick.
Taking a look here at some of the highlights. This is I think one of the last fights where they got that double flank from Long and Minji, and at this point there just isn't enough damage, right? It really is just mission, but what can you do as mission when you're just forced to run away from the enemy AD carry, right? That's how bad the kind of game state has gotten, and it just ends up being a clean 5-0. The Ocean Soul picked up, the Baron as well. And I think after that, there really just is no coming back. I mean, you're a team that has to get ahead early, and instead you find yourself at a massive goal deficit. And it is just J-Team that take the win in, again, what is not just a win, but extremely one-sided fashion. You have to be wondering, can J-Team somehow sneak their way into playoffs? I don't think it's up to them, really, right? It's up to those other teams to see if they will drop games next week. But I mean, if they keep playing like this, that's the best possible chance they can give themselves.
Absolutely. They do want to look to sort of win their final 3 games coming up next week. MVP will go to Long. I do like that. He did certainly win out on that 1v1. I think there could have been possibly better choices, particularly Minji or Lalva, but certainly got himself a lead up in that 1v1 by himself. So I don't know if that's where I would have gone, but
I think
that's where it's gone.
That's kind of crazy to me. I mean, he was down 300 gold to Driver at the very end. I mean, Long, he had a fine game, right? But I don't think he was really the MVP. But hey,
maybe
it's
some
not up to
top lane
us.
bias.
It could be some top lane bias. Maybe a couple top laners on the PCS broadcast. Not us, though.
Absolutely not. But no, definitely, I mean, the whole team played well, right? There's not really anyone you can look to be like, oh, he didn't deserve it because he did badly. Long played incredibly well. He did find himself a lot of 1v1 solo kills, or if not solo kills, pressured the Jace out of lane. And Jace was picked as a counter to that Jax. And again, not finding impact. We've seen a lot of that, actually. A lot of top laners going for this counter pick and getting nothing out of it. It is a bit curious with the Jace. I think it's a very volatile lineup. But anyway, that was our game 3 for the night, I believe, sorry. Stick around with us. We will be bringing you Beyond Gaming versus Hellpigs after this. See you next time, or after.
champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you when it hurts. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was top, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now 'cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so shh.
It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was top, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come up come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard?
It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was top, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey.
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in rare form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gonna stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say stop the guy. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Week 5, Day 3. Getting very close to playoffs time, and we just saw J Team actually annihilate Impunity in Game 3, so a massive upset for them. The score was 23-1. Yeah, super one-sided, but now Game 4, we have Beyond Gaming taking on Hellpigs, and last time these two teams played, it really went the distance. It was Beyond Gaming picking up the win, but it was after 43 minutes of hard-fought gameplay.
Yeah, we saw interesting picks like the Corki and the Silas Jungle, I believe. So maybe we'll see Aurelion Soul finally. Oh. I'm really hoping so. But who really knows? I guess we'll have to wait and see. Conway is currently the MVP leader of the PCS, so it'll be interesting to see how he fares up against Taco. I think that's kind of like what the matchup we'll be looking for most in this game. What do you think? I'm also looking at the bot lane. Feng has had some pop-off games as Varus recently, as both poke and on hit, so maybe he's looking for a ban at this stage. Again, have to find out.
We certainly will, but let's take a look at the team rosters on the side of Beyond Gaming. Likai, Kongyue, 1116, Feng, and Kino. I think they come in the favorite once again, but I feel like this one's actually pretty close. And Hellpigs have shown pretty good performances, even up against teams that you would think are better than them, right? Like have a 2-0 record up against Frank Esports. So it's definitely not a done deal by any means. But Beyond Gaming, I feel like they have looked pretty good lately.
Absolutely. Some signs of brilliance really from Hellpigs, but they do tend to fall against the lower rated teams. Not that Beyond Gaming is. They're obviously currently sitting at, I mean, it might have changed today, but I believe that the 4th place tie. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. A lot to look forward to in this one, I think. I really do want to look at the jungle and the bot primarily. The mid lane matchup, well, how do you think about that? You're very much more experienced in that department. How do you think these two sort of mid lanes match up against each other?
So on the side of Hellpigs, Hong2, he really likes his scaling, right? Plays stuff like the Kassadin, the Corki. Pretty much will always be on some form of mega scaling. 1116, I think, is a bit more versatile. He's had very good games on the Rise and is kind of a, I want to say a U-Bow light in a lot of ways, where he does play the Rise, perhaps not to the same effect, but does play it pretty well and is a bit stronger in the early game compared to Hong2. But speaking of Hong2, the Hellpigs roster, Taco and Taco are your top jungle, Hong2 in mid, Tide and IC8 support. So it's a roster that I feel like the top side has been pretty inconsistent. I feel like recently the bot side's actually been doing pretty well, right? We often look at Tide to be kind of the backbone of this roster, and Hong2 as well to provide those consistent teamfight performances.
Yeah, and yesterday I believe they were up against PSG, obviously our leader in the league, and really held them out to the bottom. Like, we don't often see Waku struggling to gain leads in that bot lane, but up until I think it was like the 30th or at least after 30 minutes, it was a 0-0-0 scoreline from Waku, and that was mainly due to just how well IC8 and Tide were piloting both the Sivir and I believe the Karma from memory. But yeah, very well played by them yesterday. And yeah, we're just looking forward to sort of how these two bot lanes interact. Because I feel like Tide and IC8 have shown so much brilliance over the past 2 nights, as we do now currently look at the jungle matchup. Kongyue, obviously, being our current KP leader still, and I believe that's been current from basically the beginning of the split. 3rd in KDA to the 10th of Taco, so Taco kind of looking like he might go in a lot more. May not pan out so well a lot of the time. But yeah, I think impressive stats from Kongyue.
Yeah, was also leading in the first blood percentage. So he's the MVP leader for a reason, is the catalyst for so many of these plays that come out of BYG. And it's a player that's very good to have on your roster. But here we are in Champ Select. BYG already banning away the Sedge and the Azir, taking away some of that scaling from the side of Hellpigs. And they answer with the Annie and Jace. Interestingly, Gragas has not been touched yet. Is left open. Okay, so Rise is denied from 1116, but surely one of these teams picks up Gragas here.
Yeah, and you have to feel like it might just be Beyond Gaming picking up here in the first spot. We'll have to find out, but it has been extremely strong. And Zeri, not a bad pickup at all.
I do like the Zeri. It's really interesting to see how teams value the Zeri versus the Varus, because at least on stage and from what we've seen, it just seems like Zeri is so much better and so much more consistent. Perhaps could take away the Lulu. You can always play Varus Lulu. It's not a combo you see often, but actually matched by Lulu and the Lee. Okay, so Gragas is still up. What other supports can you pair with Zeri? I mean, we've seen the Ashe, but it's banned away. Could just play something like the Karma and try to get the winning matchup.
Absolutely could. You obviously can't really do the Yuumi anymore, as that's really been nerfed out of the game. But Gragas currently hovered. Wouldn't be surprised, and it is picked up. So another, again, triple wave flex. Although if you do lock in the Jax here, it's either going to be jungle or mid, which already was the more likely positions for it to be going. So we see the first 3 picks here for Beyond Gaming. It'll be interesting to see what the side of Hellpigs sort of get into before the second ban phase here in the draft.
Do you just take the Varus anyway and play on-hit Varus with the Lulu? I feel like there might be a better ADC. Yeah, Sivir's the other one we see very often. I do like it a lot more. I think it has a much easier time hitting against Gragas and Jax than something like the Varus would. So now I think you just continue to ban out supports. I mean, make this game difficult for the bot lane of BYG. But what will the supports be? Honestly, not sure. I feel like you don't even need to ban the Leona Nautilus when you've got a Sivir. So maybe just ban away the Karma?
Yeah, potentially. I think Karma would be probably the strongest pairing with the Zeri here, just allowing it to sort of get even extra movement speed, a bit of protection, as well as allow the rest of the team some sort of extra engage. But Tristana is the banned here, so thinking Gragas is going into that jungle and targeting out an AD mid.
Yeah, I feel like putting the bans towards mid is almost a waste because Gragas can just always go mid, right? It feels difficult to get something done with your bans. On BYG side, I think you ban out Sion maybe, take away some of these Jax counters, Sion Jace could be the play.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I wonder, nah. I feel like that's sort of an even matchup, although it can obviously swing very, very heavily in one direction given a lead. Yona's now banned as well, so really taking out some of those AD mid laners.
I mean, maybe thinking that 1116 doesn't play the Gragas, right? If they know he doesn't play Gragas, then these bans make a lot of sense. At the same time, it's not the most difficult champion in the world to pick up, so you have to feel like he can play at mid.
Absolutely, and we'll see what the last ban is. You think it's probably going to be towards this top lane, and actually it is Veigar banned out, so taking away one of those scaling mages, as you pointed out earlier, away from Hong 2.
It's an interesting choice. I think it is pretty good against their comp, but it will leave plenty of top lane matchups open here. And also, Hong 2 will kind of be able to just 5p anyway and have some kind of pick here. Cassante could be the option. We've seen this many times up against the Jax.
Yeah, and Cassante oftentimes has far more impact in the game, so it is locked in, and that will be going to Taco up in that top lane against the Jax. Now, you have to pick your lanes. Rakan is an interesting decision.
We'll give them engage, but I think it does make their lane phase pretty difficult, although there just aren't a whole lot of other good options available. I wouldn't hate to see it.
Yeah, and the lane phase against Sivir isn't too difficult most of the time. She does lack a lot of damage, and when she's using those abilities does lose a lot of mana, but Nautilus will be locked in. I think that does make a lot more sense. He's seen a lot of gain in strength recently, and as you can see, he's got the 69% win rate currently, and Nocturne Hovered, I'd say unlikely, but it would be pretty cool to see.
I could actually see it. It's kind of been played as a counter pick to Lee Sin in the jungle before, and Kog'Maw has, shown a fair amount of champions. I guess in theory it can go mid as well, but looks like it will be the Wukong, so this really makes those second phase bans from Helpix questionable, right? Because at the end of the day, you still get the Gragas mid and get Kog'Maw onto a meta jungler, so both the second phase bans were wasted, but now Hong 2, okay, you're up against the Gragas, you get free scaling. What's it going to be?
Yeah, Cassiopeia looks like, I'd have to say, like a fairly good pick here, right? Like, the Cassiopeia limits what you're able to do on that Zeri, I have to feel. You cannot really just freely run at a team, because if you do get hit by Petrifying Gaze, quite easy to take down. It is locked in. So, very interesting team comms. Not something we're really used to here. How do you feel like the mid lane matchup goes? I imagine Gragas loses out early, but has that sustain to sort of stay alright in his lane?
I think it's neither side can really kill the other. I feel like, if anything, despite Cassio probably starting to win the 1v1, I feel like there is a lot of gank setup from the Gragas and the Wukong, so Hong 2 most likely will just be looking to scale in this matchup. I think team fights is pretty much what it's always going to come down to, especially with comps like this. It's just two pretty strong 5v5 team compositions, and I wouldn't expect to see a whole lot of action early, honestly. Maybe something can be done with the Nautilus, and that being said, Kog'Maw is kind of known for finding stuff in the early game, right? So you can never really count him out, but it certainly looks like both teams are kind of gearing up just for that big 5v5, especially around those Dragon and Baron fights.
Absolutely, and I have to feel like the top lane matchup here might be the most volatile. We've seen a number of solo kills go both Cassante's way and Jax's way in this matchup. A very volatile. They always tend to trade just for the patterns of how those champions sort of farm and interact together. So maybe a bit of jungle pressure top to start off with before heading down towards possibly the dragons.
Yeah, it could be. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there is potential, right, to make some sort of play before you move to the dragon. But at the same time, I feel like the lanes are stable enough that nothing should really happen. We'll see, though, because I think there are some pretty aggressive players, especially in this bot lane, right? These are players that have managed to win their lanes before, kind of start to snowball that to some sort of success. But we're going to have to find out. This is game number 4 of the day. A pretty important match for BYG, especially. up against the Hellpigs here.
Yeah, we are getting onto the Rift now, and BYG winning here will allow them to continue to fight for better playoff spots. But Hellpigs, I believe, were on the same score as J-Team, so winning here, they have to continue to win here throughout to the rest of the season, else they might find themselves losing opportunity for this playoff.
Oh, we got a reverse cinematic this time. Coming back in the game. It's different.
And tier starts for both mid laners here.
Yes, so both of them playing for quite a lot of the scaling. Comet comes out of 1116 as well, and actually will be the lethal tempo instead of the grasp for the Jacks, so really playing for those longer trades. And we've kind of seen different things from the Jacks in this matchup, right? But I think you're never going to kill Cassante quickly, right? It's always going to be a pretty long fight, so lethal tempo kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it certainly does. Obviously could go towards that Conqueror, but I don't hate the lethal tempo. As we see here, Kongwei starting at his red side, on the red buff in fact, and Taco starting on his red side at the Raptors. So differing jungle paths, differing side of the map.
I would be very surprised to see anything happen early, but if there is something that will happen, I feel like it should be in this bot lane.
Yeah, it tends to be around that Nautilus, right? Just a hook landing. Sometimes you see some sums lost, and then knowing that the junglers can head there. But as we look top, they are tending to do these trades. Counter-Strike used to not allow that passive to apply.
116, keeping the wave, actually pushing. Will be interesting. Can he do anything with his priority? I feel like it's probably better just to keep it in the middle, try and set up for some sort of gank. Perhaps could be a way into this game. Top lane is actually trading pretty aggressively as well. But doesn't end up kind of translating into anything, at least for now. Oh, Taco, though. He's on Likai on the top side.
Yeah, as we've panned away from it, but it looks like Likai will be fine.
Taco had the Beyond Gaming emote there as well. Taunting him just a little bit. Does deal a little bit of damage. It is warded out, though.
Yeah, so maybe some early pressure going towards the way of Lee Sin, and you do need to see that. Lee Sin tends to like fall off a bit. He becomes kind of an alt bot. But yeah, Taco now, health advantage. We're going to feel really nice in this lane. Lakai, no health pot anymore, as bot lane is recalling.
It will sweep out this ward. Cull actually picked up by Tide Sivir, so really playing towards the scaling. And I mean, you can just see that across the board, right? Again, those two tiers from the mid laners really just trying to say, we're not going to do too much in this game, at least in the early parts of it. But those 5v5s, we just want to scale up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and a 43-minute game between these two last time, so looking maybe to look for a sort of a same game time again.
Mid lane looks pretty even. Nothing really too crazy happening.
Taco looking bots. It'll be his second gank of the game as Kino is getting taken low by Tide. And it's going to be very dangerous here for Beyond to sort of get this into tower, but Taco seems to be walking back up towards his blue buff.
Kongwei pathing down this top river. Not sure if he'll be able to find anything after the Scuttle. Hong 2 is forced to reset. Was getting poked very, very low. The Scuttle actually did not get killed there. Managed to sneak into the bush.
Does eventually go down. Kongwei will recall, but he might have been seen on that ward placed by Taco in the top lane.
And the trades are, you know, going the way of Taco on this Cassante. We've seen time and time again, sometimes the Cassante gets the kills, sometimes the Jax gets the kills. It seems like one of the closest top lane matchups.
Absolutely, and I think in general we usually see the Cassante winning out early, and then as Jax kind of gets a bit of scaling done, he starts winning out, but that is what we're seeing this game, and Cassante health lead with his 3 pots still up.
Taco using this mid priority. Hong 2 is TP'd back already and 1116 hasn't. Hong 2 actually picks up the Ruby Crystal. So most likely we'll be going towards the Rod of Ages. But the Catalyst is already picked up by 1116, so actually pretty big item lead in mid lane.
Yeah, as we see an initiation go on to IC8, he has to flash away. He will escape with his life just about. Flash and heal down now for Lulu. Maybe look a chance for a repeat gank for Kongwei, get Fing ahead.
That is both sums burned. Could there be something else to come after this? 1116, I think, with that item advantage in mid, might actually be able to get consistent mid prior and come down, maybe punish IC8 for using those sums.
As Taco comes down, just clearing out a ward. Conway is a bit low, so does have to be careful. And importantly, Tide is still very healthy here in the bottom lane. I think we'll just see, I expect to see a repeat gang down here, because without those sums on the Lulu, she becomes incredibly vulnerable.
It could be the kind of thing you go for where once Hellpigs start up the Herald, you look for that bot dive, right? We've seen that with a few teams. It always becomes interesting because at that point, you know, it's kind of, can you get enough done with the Herald to make the bot dive kind of worth it? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But Likai, he's getting some priority up here and some good trades for himself as well. So could set up for the Rift Herald top as well if they wanted to look for that.
Yeah, Taco not having backed yet and Lakai having that Sheen is giving him the superior edge here. And Taco might just go down, maybe possibly a bit greedy not having backed. Lakai will also go down. And honestly, although First Blood goes over to that Jax, Taco's going to be able to teleport back here first. Maybe Taco actually just takes all the minions instead.
I think he had to take the creeps. They probably would have died. The death time was kind of long. I think it is slightly better for Lakai, right? He gets a bit more gold, denies some creeps. But Taco did manage to keep his flash. Let's take a look at the replay though. So Taco, I mean, was just kind of getting outplayed in the trades. And Likai started dealing so much damage here, right? Dodges the knock-up and then was so close to just killing him cleanly and then not having to make it a 1-for-1. I think though, still worth it. A lot of creeps denied. First blood gold. Does feel good.
Yeah, I think a potential misplay there. Taco could have maybe buffered his unstoppable to not get hit by that counter-strike. But as we see another initiation on, Taco taking a lot of damage here from the Jax. Conway sitting in this bush. He has to be so careful.
1116 moving up from mid as well, but diving at Cassante, especially with flash, is no mean feat.
Yeah, Taco will be caught by the 116. Explosive barrel will be unstoppable, and that flash he saved earlier maybe paying dividends. As we see him going in 1v3, Whoa. Certainly not the greatest decision.
I'm not sure what exactly he was thinking there, but does engage and gets taken out. Also loses another big creep wave, so this is very good for the side of BYG.
Yeah, definitely questionable for him to have gone in there. Maybe he thought the angle was slightly different on that all-out and he wouldn't have ended up in the middle of 3, but evidently he did and just pays the price.
He does, and now Herald and Dragon both available. The sums are still down on ICA if Beyond want to go for that, but I think with how ahead they are, can just go for the Herald. So let's see this initially. I think it's honestly kind of greedy for BYG to start this off because it feels like Cassandre should be pretty much ungankable, still having the flash. But I think, yeah, I mean, they trade a lot of damage, which is good, and 116 positions himself nicely so that when Taco comes here, can get the trade. I'm surprised he didn't just combo the ult early, but hold on, we're back in the live game. BYG.
See who picked it up. It looks like Hellpigs. Nice Dragon's Rage, but now he's just going to dive for that. Taco does pick up the Eye of the Herald importantly, but will also be going down here. And now we have a 2-1 and 2 Jax up in that top lane. They do lose the Herald, but you have to feel that is just not worth what happened.
It really isn't, and I think we were saying there shouldn't be too much action here because both sides want to scale up and team fight. But after you fall behind topside, I'm surprised that they've still kind of tried to force things around that because this Cassante, you know, Taco did pick up the Herald here, but where can you look to use it? And it feels like you're so far behind in this matchup that things are going to be really hard. Let's take a look at the replays. So the Herald's getting very low, and I think Hellpigs want to commit to trying to pick it up after they secure it, right? But the problem is, there's just not enough damage. Hong2 only has the Catalyst. Taco's already behind. Taco on the Lee Sin is also not particularly ahead, and he just pretty much instantly dies, right? So much damage coming out. And after that, Hellpigs, they have nothing left. I'm really surprised they tried to contest that.
Yeah, and they did get it. They could have also just left, you know, like, you know, how Beyond turn up, just leave. But instead, giving over some more kills to the side of Beyond, and they're kind of slingshotting forward. They're 2k up already. It's only 10 minutes in. You have to think they're now going to look to, you know, control this Dragon side and pick that up with Tide and IC8 both being low on mana.
Yeah, the first Dragon hasn't yet been picked up by anyone here. There is mid-prior for 1116, especially because he will be getting the Rod of Ages pretty early in the game. I think can probably get it now. Much earlier than Hong2 is definitely fell behind a little bit. Yeah, Rod of Ages is complete. It's a very nice timing here for Gragas. And it's actually going to be able to scale on this game quite nicely.
Yeah, Dragon started up. 1116 does reappear in his middle lane, but it seems like it's just going to be given, which I think's the correct decision here.
Does look like it'll go the way of Beyond Gaming. So not the earliest Dragon picked up, but I mean, with their early game lead and now putting this potential drag condition on the board, certainly feels good.
Yeah, and with obviously both teams sort of wanting to scale, you don't want to go to that Dragon too early after gaining a slight lead and throwing it away. So I think really, really good play here by Beyond.
Taco is still managing to find himself a CS lead in this matchup despite falling behind, but you're expecting these kills to kind of feel worse later, right? Once Jax completes the Divine, it's going to be much more difficult for him to play out this matchup, and just getting those 2 kills makes that come so much sooner. 116 will be returning to mid lane, and Hong 2 expends his TP, still does not have the Rod of Ages, so it's going to be extremely delayed on it. And I think that's one thing you always have to consider, is that Rod of Ages, once completed, is a great item, but the build path for it is definitely not the best in terms of skirmishing. The Catalyst obviously nice for laning, but you're so weak damage-wise early, and if you get it late, you just don't even have your Roa stacked by, say, 3rd Dragon, which you're almost always forced to contest.
Yeah, absolutely, and Lukai does use his teleport top here. Taco headed down river.
There's no Ghost for Tide.
Yeah, and here we go. Massive just erupts in the bot lane. Double knockup by both Null Assault and Wukong ult. Wild Growth used onto Tide, but will go down. That was an incredible engagement there by Beyond Gaming.
If I were helpful, the
Oh, 1116 looking for a solo kill here on Hong. Won't find it, but great amount of damage. And you see just the power of having that Rod of Ages completed. Cassiopeia wailing on him, but not really getting anything done. More trading done in the top lane as well.
Hong 2 might even be forced into basing again here soon, which after he just came back from a base, you really don't want to base again without having a Rod of Ages. So maybe he's forced to stay, but let's take a look at the replay bot. I mean, I think this is the most explosive engage I think I've ever seen. And if I were Tide, I would have been legitimately jump scared in this situation, because they really came out of nowhere, and the hook was really nice as well from Kino at the end. Managing to kill Tide is very big. They also got IC8 sums out, so massive win there for Beyond Gaming, and they're kind of snowballing pretty well.
Yeah, we're really seeing in this game just why Kongwei is our MVP leader and kill participation leader in the league. Really getting things done. He got it done on top. I mean, he started off getting Lulu's sums bottom, then went top and got stuff at the Rift Herald, came back to bot and got a double kill just then. He's really playing this map, got control everywhere, while Taco kind of leaving a lot to be desired.
Jax now has a Divine Thunder all out.
Okay, goes all out. Jax does have to be careful here. Will Leap strike away? He is on only 1 HP, and Taco gets the solo kill. So continually, we're seeing these top laners kind of trade solo kills.
Cassante is such an insane champion. I mean, that was criminal. I feel like Jax couldn't even move for the majority of that. And yeah, I mean, I think so many times I've seen this matchup, Jax picks up the solo kill, and then Cassante picks one straight after, or just the other way around, right? It's just a very volatile matchup where if you make a mistake, it's punished very quickly. And Taco, I mean, now he kind of gets himself, you know, not just back into this matchup, but he gets plates as well.
Yeah, and look at this. We see on the hunt. No, it was not Pop, sorry. It was just a Lulu polymorph speed. But Feng losing a lot of health here.
He does.
Taco possibly looking, does land the Q.
Trying to get aggressive, but I don't think anything will come of it here, especially with 116 in the river nearby. And just a minute away from the second dragon here. I think both teams perhaps still want to contest, although if you're the side of Hell Pigs, perhaps scaling is just better. Let's take a look at this fight. So down mythic item at this point, and also down a level, but manages to just bring him under the tower and deal so much damage, right? I think this is maybe 3 tower shots taken. Almost gets out, but just so much distance coming from Taco. Takes him out. Likai, he's probably complaining about that champ.
Yeah, but I have to say, really well played there by Taco to first get that knockback, followed by the all-out into tower. So definitely a deserved solo kill, and Lukai may be going to have to play a bit more respect to this Cassante, as Rift Shield does go down to the side of Beyond.
Dragon's in 30 seconds, but Feng just lost both of Sums in bot lane during that replay. So despite having the shield bow, is not going to be as strong as he'd like at this fight, just because he does not have the Sums, although there isn't a lot of threat onto him, so it should still be fine.
Yeah, and I imagine we'll see just the top laners staying up here. We might see a 4v4, and obviously you do have to favour Beyond. The power of the Wukong and the Gragas at this stage is just going to be so much more than the Lee Sin and the Cassiopeia. As well as Nautilus is really able to offer a lot in terms of CC and zoning in these team fights.
116 TPs to mid, and they have bot priority as well, so this should just be picked up here by BYG. If you're the side of Hellpigs, I think you just want to scale. You've got the very strong Cassiopeia and Sivir scaling, but they've brought Taco down, so it looks like they want to contest.
Yeah, and Lakai will be late to this. Conway finds an engage onto Tide. Spell Shield will not hit anything. Explosive cast onto IC8. Resonating Strike will also hit onto Conway. Hook goes wide. Yeah. Taco lost a lot of health.
Pretty creative engage there from Kongyue, just walked straight past Taco for it. And with the Herald, this should be the mid tower broken.
Yeah, and Taco's still hanging around down there by the river, but you have to feel like after this, Dragon will be... Well, I mean, Hongtu has teleported here, full health, and I believe just picking up a needlessly large rod.
Hellpigs, they are going to re-enter the river here, so they still want to contest, but their health bars are low.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they should be doing this, but they are going to start it up.
Well, Lakai has gone top and so has Conway, so it should just be the free dragon. Well, not free dragon, but dragon will be taken without any deaths, and Lakai should be able to claim this top tower, as well as priority gained mid lane.
Dragon is picked up, but at what cost? You lose this mid tower. Top tower is also getting, or sorry, you lose the top tower, you almost lose the bot tower, and you lose waves mid. It's obviously nice to get the dragon and buy yourself more scaling, but it's a big gold lead now built up for BYG, sitting at 3k.
Yeah, and it just feels like slowly but surely Beyond are finding these little bits of gold advantage. Of course, Dragon going over to Hellpigs feels really good for them to be able to buy some time, but from that we did see Lakai getting more gold, as well as Zeri picking up some mid waves.
Second item comes in here for 116, does have the Seraphs. Shouldn't be any fights here for a while. There's no neutral objectives up. Most likely we'll just see farming and scaling for a bit. I think on the side of Hellpigs, you know, getting that drag, it does mean that you can just wait pretty much until 3 items if you really want to. At the same time, you should start losing a little bit of the map, right? The mid tower is down, and Beyond Gaming do feel stronger in fights at the moment. So maybe Kongyue can start to look into these jungle quadrants and maybe take away some of the camps.
It's interesting to look at sort of the CS totals of each lane. It really tells a story of like mid lane kind of just farming up, bot lane the same. Obviously there was a skirmish. However, this top lane is like 20 CS down on the rest of the map. And they've just been fighting the whole time. So definitely more priority on those skirmishes than trying to deny CS than there is on actually just straight up gaining it.
Bot tower does go the way of BYG. Will anything more happen here? I mean, we actually see Kino getting pretty aggressive. Perhaps looking top here. Yeah, he's going to look for the play on top. Taco, he does have flash, but does not have the ghost.
Yeah, no tower here. Does go unstoppable. Not sure, all out, and it's going to be very hard to catch him now. Goes unstoppable again. That champ is ridiculous.
He just has so many dashes. Does able to get out. In fact, does not even have to use the ult. Or sorry, does not have to use a flash, just uses the ult.
Yeah, unstoppable twice in that little engagement.
Zeri, looks like they're not going to go for the BT build. Probably just isn't necessary here. There's no real poke coming in. And also just not a lot of threat on the Fang in general. So you can just play for something greedy. I am kind of surprised that he didn't go for the Ghost, right? It doesn't feel like the heal was super necessary, but maybe thought that that early 2v2 with the Nautilus, you know, could come down to some all-ins, and then having the heal would be nice. Tied having the Ghost, though. I mean, the scaling here from the Civilulu is going to be pretty insane.
Yeah, definitely a hard scaling composition here on the side of Hellpigs, and they do have the perfect champ to delay games, right? Sivir, probably the best wave clear champion in the game, even can clear Baron or super minions with ease. They're looking to see, I guess, how late in this game they can get them to the point where Sivir will just be taking over.
She certainly has the time, right? 2 more minutes and what is only going to be the second drag for either of these teams. Could maybe see a Baron started up from the side of Hellpigs. They certainly have the DPS for it. They're looking at Taco again, but I don't think they can kill him.
Doesn't quite have ult, but he is just jumping away. Jax does get onto him, stunned up with Counter-Strike, flash away by Taco, but that's a big cooldown to have gotten, as Hellpigs do start up the Baron, but walk away as Beyond sort of collapse on them.
They are forced off it, and getting the flash from Taco is nice. I'm not sure if it actually can be punished though. BYG, they are regaining some of this Baron control. Probably just making sure that Hellpigs can't start it up. There's definitely the potential of, if Beyond commit too many members to the drag, the Hellpigs could just turn around and DPS it down. Now have 2 items on the Cassiopeia and getting pretty close on Tide Sivir.
Yeah, and just a bit of wave clearing here by both AD carries. 1 minute until this Dragon, so I think this is going to be a very important fight for both teams.
Only 50 seconds away, and everyone's bringing members mid, so it looks like it is going to be a fight.
Yeah, and almost a 4k gold lead has been grown here by the side of Beyond. It kind of feels like out of nowhere, really.
Yeah, the gold lead is nice. They definitely should still be favored to win fights. Now 30 more seconds. Likai is pushing up this bot wave, and there's so much vision for the side of Beyond Gaming on that Baron. So it's very unlikely the Hellpigs are going to be able to rush it down in time. Have good DPS, but not so fast they can just take it down in a few seconds. 116 might just play goalie on this mid wave, try and prevent Hellpigs from really entering or doing anything on the map at all. Blue buff started up by Kongyue and Kino as well, posturing around. 116 really trying to make sure nothing can happen here. Actually playing for an engage.
Yeah, looking here mid. Gragas flash body slam onto Tide. Will miss the explosive cast as we see a massive 3-man cyclone. Lakai on the side. Another cyclone here. Man, Taco is taking a lot of damage. Let's see what he can get done in all out. He hits one of them. Q to knock Lakai into the team, but Lakai's happy to be there. And no one quite got down, but very, very low health bars on the side of Hellpigs. And you have to feel like, I mean, Beyond could even possibly look to pressure Baron. I don't think they will.
That was pretty insane. I think Beyond Gaming should have definitely killed Tide there, right? The ult being missed from 116 is pretty bad, but this should still be the tier 2 mid as well as the Dragon going the way of Beyond. So it's a win for sure, but they were so close to killing Tide, right? He used both his sums and still lived on extremely low health.
Yeah, and having killed him, I don't think he would have been able to use that thrill of the hunt, which probably leads to more kills, honestly.
Could have even been the Baron picked up if all that stuff goes Beyond's way. It's still firmly in their control though, right? The gold lead, remains a bit above 4k. They've got those 2 dragons. And now without the sums on the Hellpigs bot lane, with Tide and ICA, they're very vulnerable to any sort of follow-up engage. Although 116 did commit his flash, Kongyue still has his, and he's certainly very good at finding these engages.
Yeah, as does Kino, so maybe sort of flash Nautilus ult to also get things started, although that can be spell shielded.
Hellpigs probably now just want to look to keep controlling the topside jungle. I think if you can take away any of these camps, should be a good start. Bang. Will he just reset here? Actually, it looks like he might take some Raptors.
Yeah, just eating all the sort of gold he can to get to those. I mean, it looks like, I guess, what armor item do you think he's going for here? Probably the Lord Dominix, I'd have to imagine.
Should just be the LDR. There is a lot of armor coming in from Taco. And even with that, right, Feng actually dealt a lot of damage to him in that fight, so it's only going to be stronger when he manages to complete this.
You're right, but there is also a lot of healing, so I was thinking maybe go towards that healing cut instead, but armor might be sort of more what you need to take care of.
Hellpigs do get pushed out of this topside jungle. I'd be very surprised if Baron actually gets started up, but I think on the side of BYG, just keep playing and take away cams, play to make a pick as Hellpigs look to come in. Especially when the flashes are down, right? That's always something you have to keep in mind.
Yeah, we got Lakai and 1116 working on both side lanes here to sort of pressure someone to meet them, maybe start off the Baron, get one of these teleports down.
Hellpigs, they're still really trying to make sure they can get this Baron vision. Beyond, though, they have a lot of angles onto this.
Yeah, Kongyue might be able to find something here, but definitely don't want to start a fight onto the Lee Sin or the Cassante.
Kongyue is just repeatedly queuing people, just padding the damage stats a little bit. They have full control, though. I could maybe see BYG actually start up the Baron here. I mean, they have just so much control over the area. Yeah, the Baron is being hit. I think this is a look to turn angle, though.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. We have a lot of champions that can get over that wall as Taco is pulled by Nautilus. Goes unstoppable. Cyclone to immediately eliminate Tide. We have a 3-man Petrifying Gaze actually does not land. And that is just currently a 1 for 0, but Sivir going down, that's a lot of their DPS, and you have to think Beyond might look to start the Baron again as they do.
Yeah, they can just make the same play again of looking to turn. They find more chunk on the Hong 2, who's forced to flash away.
Yeah, Taco going in here on 1116, who was polymorphed all out onto 1116. He will be going down after the stopwatch, you have to think. Taco going into the middle of the team, getting a lot done. Double kill here for the side of BYG. Hong 2 not able to escape either, and it will now be the Baron.
The fight, it was very close at least to begin with, but Feng completely untouched, and 116 actually managed to live, right, with the stopwatch, even managed to get out, and I think this all kind of stemmed from Tide not having the sums, was engaged on very early, and despite having a lot of damage, pretty much just instantly taken out. So now Beyond Gaming, even without the Dragon win condition, they're going to find themselves with a massive gold lead and the tools to kind of increase it to even more. Resets come through. Let's take a look at this replay here. So Tide, he walks up and it's tough, right? He thinks he's safe, but just kind of engaged on by Kongwei with the flash is taken out immediately. And then there is a lot of damage just kind of traded here. You can see Feng just outputting a lot. They go back to the Baron, right? They know that because a lot of sums have been used, they can just turn back onto it. 1116 finds another creative angle, and the combination of the Nautilus Gragas forces another flash out of Hong 2's Casio this time. Perhaps they even didn't need to flash, but it's hard to know. And then the re-engage, right? All the damage is going on to 1116, who has the stopwatch and is so tanky. And keep your eyes on Feng. It's pretty much untouched. Once again, just stays relatively high HP, constantly dealing in this team fight. And Hong 2 is the last one to fall.
Yeah, and it really goes to show just how important it was for Kongwei to keep that flash after that prior engagement, because without that, possibly Tide is able to live and you don't get as much off that. So really well played by Kongwei, and good usage of his summoners here to ensure a continual lead in this game.
That top tower is picked up by Taco on the Cassante. I think PYG, though, should continue to pressure. Might not even care about the Dragon, right? It's not a huge win condition here. I think just continue to pressure.
Hong 2 does get explosive cast, pulls in Taco, not your ideal target. Knockback there by Lee Sin ult, but Feng mostly unfazed at this time. Lakai going in sort of into the middle of 3 of them.
Lots of ults used here from both sides. Mid tower is starting to take some damage. The waves aren't synced though, and I think Sivir Wave Player will actually keep Hellpigs in this game. Beyond Gaming need to do a much better job of syncing up these waves, make them crash at the same time, or force some sort of dive, because otherwise it's just never going to happen. They're trying to slow push this wave. It's going to be more synced than before. Will they actually crash at the same time? I think not quite, but this could be... Okay, it's pretty good. I think they should be able to break at least one tower here.
Yeah, certainly seems like it. Kongwei working on that middle tower. Looks like it might be the one to go down. Although Cassante's in the middle of 3. Does get that wild growth. 4-man stun from the counter-strike as another 4-man explosive cast comes in. And 116 going wild with Feng. And it looks like this will be the game.
It does look like it. That was an insane engage, actually. I feel like the side of Beyond just really played that well, and what was a relatively close game for a long time is now well and truly in Beyond Gaming's favor as Tide. He's going to desperately hold on, but I don't think there's much he can do here. Has a lot of damage, but without his Lulu, that shouldn't be enough. Although,
he might have held on to this game.
I mean, the
possibly
mid inhib.
Kongwei going up to harass at the Nexus could have potentially cost them the end. Maybe they couldn't have, but you have to feel like they could have.
I think you're right. I think they could have ended, but unfortunately did not focus down the Nexus towers. And Kongwei will pick up the GA, so I think the next fight should definitely go the way of Beyond Gaming still. But it's a nice shutdown picked up there for Tide.
Yeah, and exactly the champion you want it to be on at this kind of stage and this map state.
So Hellpigs, they engage. There's 2 people showing mid, so it's a 3v5. But the Nor ult, and then followed up by the 4-man E from Lakai, as well as 116 who just drops the explosive cast on for so much damage. I feel like that should have been the end, but let's see what happened, right? Because they have the creeps. They can just siege. Oh, we won't see what happened. There was a 3rd drag picked up, though, in the meantime.
Yeah, so just working on more win cons, although, as we've said, I do feel like the game could have ended there. Importantly, 2 inhibs down. one Nexus tower down, so it's if you lose one more team fight here as Hellpigs, you are almost certainly going to lose the game.
Feng out of nowhere has kind of found himself with 5 items, right? I mean, it's almost full build here. Last time we saw him, I feel like only had the is it the last whisper?
Yeah, the last whisper
the component, and now just is so incredibly fed. And I think Hellpigs, if you're to win a fight at this point, it just seems impossible.
Yeah, there is a little glimmer of hope though in this Sivir. The Sivir is only slightly behind in gold, and with the map stats, hold on, we are seeing a flash kick by Taco and a missed explosive cast. I don't imagine this. Oh, we will see Kongye go in with the Cyclone, and Taco will be going down. 2-man Counter-Strike, although Taco is just going to kill Kongwei here, at least pop the GA. Kongwei gets out of there. Ooh. As Hong2 flashes to confirm that kill.
He does get sniped, but someone has to base. It looks like it will be a TP, actually. Can they stop this? Oh, very, very close.
Oh, doesn't hit Hong2. Good job sort of preventing that hook from landing, but as Sivir turns up, this wave will be annihilated.
Yeah, the tower gets very low, but once again, Hellpigs managed to delay the game.
Yeah, and importantly, get Guardian Angel off of this Wukong too, so that's a big cooldown, as we do see teleport from Taco coming in from behind. He will immediately just be focused. Can he live? Gargoyle Stoneplate giving him some time. 116 in the middle. Does land the explosive cast, but was unstoppable. And here we see Feng really showing us what Zeri can do, as he does get polymorphed, but continuing to just wail onto the side of HSP.
They're so low. Feng.
He's
very going pretty crazy.
Has to be careful. Sivir with her boomerang blade can get some kills here. Wild Growth comes through, does protect her, but Feng will confirm those kills. If Kongwei can get her, you have to feel like it will be ended.
I think it will be. And look at the ADC damage, right? 10,000 on the Zeri, 8,000 on the Sivir. Both ADCs just really showing why they're so strong in their teams. But I think there will be too many creeps. Feng, he has lifesteal, he has the shield bow. The ult comes out. Hong2 has his ult as well, though. The Petrifying Gaze is up. Kongyue, he's on the way.
Yeah, and Taco spawning, importantly, very soon. Just 5 seconds away. If he can somehow hold out for that. As we say, Kongyue is invisible. Petrifying Gaze will come out, but Feng is just targeting down this Nexus. Flashed on, but Cassante does not have the damage to take him out, and that is our game done.
Oh, it went a few more minutes perhaps than it needed to, but it is ultimately picked up by the side of BYG. And honestly, both ADCs, I feel like, in those fights were going insane, right? I mean, they were just putting out huge amounts of damage. For the side of Hellpigs, I think it was surprising for me that they contested so hard so early when they do just have that sort of scaling, right? I felt like they oftentimes took fights that they didn't need to and kind of made what was, you know, they were kind of expecting to fall at least a little behind, but they fell further behind than they needed to. And I think that while they kind of found themselves some breaks in that game, like in the top lane, despite falling behind, found the solo kill back, they just, fell a bit too far behind and then just didn't really have the damage to kind of clean up the game. I think Hong2 as well. Rod of Ages, once again, really questionable. I'm starting to become a Rod of Ages hater, just because it feels like either teams need to be like, okay, we're building Rod of Ages, we're just not going to fight and wait for it, or build something early, because so many times these early game fights are decided by who has damage and who doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw as that Gragas kind of got ahead, really helped his team secure some of those early game team fight wins. But one thing I want to ask you, who do you think is going to get MVP? Because I feel like it was looking like Lakai maybe, but then he gets solo killed. Kongwei setting up his team really well, but then kind of decided not to end at the end. And then Feng did have a pop-off, but he kind of came in very later on in the game to start dealing any damage and really having a big impact. So who do you think had the biggest impact or deserves it this one?
I would maybe give it to 1116 on the Gragas. I feel like actually had really, well, there was some sus ults actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but I had a really good ult at the end. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, okay, no, his mid ult was too bad. I think we give it to Feng on the Zeri, right? He did 10,000 damage there. I mean, it's pretty hard to say no to that, 7-0 and 6, but we'll have to see. There's been a bit of top lane bias today, so we'll see where that MVP ends up going.
And in fairness, we did see a massive 4-man Jax stun there, but I believe that was also set up there by the Nautilus, so could even have an argument that it could go there. I'm not sure. Everyone did play pretty well. There were a few slip-ups which delayed the sort of ending of that game, but ultimately a well-rounded, and they did push their lead they got early to continue winning.
It was nice, right? I think for Beyond Gaming, it's a good sign for them coming into playoffs that, sure, Hellpigs aren't the strongest team, but I think just the manner in which they won it was pretty clean, and I think their team fighting as well was really good. Kongwei as well still felt like he found some insane engages, right? Like, I feel bad for Tide on the Sivir, who at so many times was just the victim of Kongwei's engage, so feel bad for him.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's so hard to play AD carry against that, right? Like, at times, there was like 3 people in front of Tide, and Wukong would just go invisible, flash on him in the backline, and he'd just get immediately decimated. But here we are going to start looking at the highlight around the Baron here. So one of our sort of deciding team fights.
Yeah, Tide caught out without his sums there and just immediately taken out. And they're really, with him dead, there isn't enough damage from the rest of the team, right? We kind of saw that Hong 2 is the only kind of DPS here. I guess maybe argument for Cassante as well, who, despite being tanky, deals absurd amounts of damage, but it just isn't really enough. And importantly, despite Hong 2 having damage here, he can't actually get it onto Feng. And Feng at this point was already dealing so much damage, kind of just ran down the rest of Hellpigs. Tide actually managed to do the most damage into the game, and I want to quickly say, I think I really prefer taking the Sivir Lulu as your answer to the Zeri. I think I prefer that much more than the Varus, so I think that's something I'd like to see teams kind of look more towards in the playoffs. It feels like just a better answer overall. Also, yeah, credit to 116 on the Gragas, who, being the essentially solo AP threat on his team, did manage to put out a pretty significant amount of damage for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. He found so many good opportunities there. Early game found a nice ult, I believe, onto the top lane, but there were a few missed ults, and we do see Kongwei, despite his trolling at the end there, pick up the MVP.
I think, yeah, definitely an argument for that, right? He did find some pretty good engagers. At the same time, I'm starting to think there's a Kongwei fan on the other cast because he just keeps getting MVPs, but I can respect that, right? He did start a lot of these things, right? I think very early in the game was already 2-0-2. So, yeah, he's kind of far and away leading the MVP rankings now, right? I think he's got a 2 lead, maybe.
Yeah, he has 6. I don't know if anyone else that is on 4 got one today, but he definitely is ahead. And also, I want to point out, probably lower kill participation than he'd want. Maybe fall down the rank there in a little bit.
You can't have everything, mate. And that's, he is going to lose that. But yeah, I mean, BYG, it was a win that I think was pretty important for them, right? There's 3 games left in the split for them, and they stay in playoffs, and I think pretty guaranteed at this point that they will be. It really just comes down to vying for those last places, right? Like, who is going to end up who? And I think really, again, can you look to finish top 2 here as BYG? I think no, but you can perhaps avoid that losers bracket in the first round, which would be really, really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at how Impunity's kind of been, I'd have to say Beyond look a bit stronger at the moment. Impunity losing their last 2, having like an extremely poor game today. Not looking so good.
Certainly not, but that was game 4 of the day, and our last one, the first place team PSG take on the 9th place team Duish team, so it's one that, for varying reasons, you won't want to miss.
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime through, and your eyes know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh. Starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship, you to lift me up and take me places. So I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, you've been running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. Don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now.
Hello and welcome back to our final game of Week 5, Day 3 here in the PCS, brought to you by Riot Games and carried live. We have PSG taking on Duish team, and well, it's the first place team up against the 9th place team, but Duish team, they've been eliminated from playoffs, right? So perhaps there's no pressure on them to perform up against a team that is just, I mean, kind of annihilating everyone, right? There's been no one really who has managed to take anything off PSG since Jinjia joined. I think they must be on, what, like an 8-win streak or something now?
Yeah, 8 or 9. They're definitely doing very, very well. And as you said, now that they have no real pressure on them, it's just sort of for bragging rights almost. If you do beat PSG, that's a big statement to send. So maybe we can see them trying something a little different, get a bit freaky in the Rift.
Yeah, I'd like to see something just kind of crazy come out of them. You know, you can just play whatever you want at this point and it's fine. If they can do some damage, though, to PSG, I mean, it'd be nice. And in fact, if the Duish team could somehow manage to pick up a win, I mean, it wouldn't mean too much for them, but it perhaps could mean something for the top of the table, right? Because I think PSG, they have a 2-0 record against CFO, so CFO would need to just, you know, not just match them, but actually get past them. And if somehow, by some miracle, Duish team could win this, that could be the way in. But let's take a look at PSG Talon's roster. Arja, Jinjia, Yubao, Wako, and Woody, I think far and away the strongest team in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks even stronger since Jinjia joined, right? They were already a contender for that first place position. Haven't lost since he came in. And they really are just the best all-round team. Woody provides so much down in that bot lane to allow Wako to scale, get his items. Yubel, depends on what champion. He plays completely different roles. Like his Rise is the best Rise, I think, in the PCS. It's not really arguable, I don't particularly think. And then, obviously, Arzi has been dominating in his lanes. And while Jinjia not typically your carry-style jungler, he has had some standout performances on the likes of Wukong. Very much the best at facilitating his team. Maybe Kongwei, very similar to him in terms of facilitation, but just the team is unmatched as an all-round unit.
Yeah, I think Jinjia is so consistently in the right place at the right time and just has such strong lanes to play around that, you know, anyone you play around can carry on this roster, and I think it's a roster that when you come up against them, I'm not even sure where you attack, right? They just look so solid, and anytime one player's been focused, the other players just come out swinging anyway. So, I mean, up against PSG, I think you just try something crazy and just hope for the best.
Yeah, as we now do take a look at Duish team, we have Lakunai, WSL, Xiaotu, Pepero, and Unho, and I believe the best chance they generally have had, and we've said it over and over again, is WSL. He has had times where he really exceeds on those very early game focused AP junglers. He's even tried the Karthus with a bit of a weird comp at the time, but I think we really look there for success generally. Although now that there's no real hope for them, maybe they try something a little bit different, and I really do want to see that, right? I really want to see something unique out of them, see what they can really do, and maybe open opportunities for them coming up in the next split.
They have had, like, you know, a lot of creativity so far. Like you mentioned, the Elise drafts, the Nidalee drafts, Karthus drafts, so I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that come through. They've also played Lee Sin mid sometimes, I think, and they might have even been the team that played Diana mid way earlier in the split. So we will have to see what kind of things Duish team have prepared for us. I think maybe, yeah, just try and get WSL back on those AP junglers. That does seem kind of like the most consistent place to kind of play from. I really hope they do take away Yubao's Rise, though, because it looks a bit too strong. Taking a look at the top lane matchup, though, Arja versus Lakunai.
This is a ratio.
Yeah, Arja just first in 3 stats here and third in another, and first in the top laners out of with 11 solo kills. Might be first in the league too. I mean, that's pretty high. 7.2 KDA. Also the highest KP out of a top laner, which is very, very nice as well. So Lukunai, he's got his work cut out for him up here. It's difficult.
Yeah, I feel like that's a crazy stat. That sort of kill participation, it was above like 50%. And while obviously a lot of sort of other roles do get that, oftentimes you are left in that 1v1 in the top. But we do now jump into Champion Select. Jace Tristana targeted by PSG. And on the other side, Na is banned out against Ozzy.
Okay. Annie is the ban as well. So far, no priority put towards these AP junglers in the bans. Perhaps just want to look to trade them instead.
Yeah,
and PSG, you have to know by this point what's coming from Duish team, right? In terms of the AP junglers.
Yeah, you'd think so. And Woody's Annie receiving a ban. I'm curious. I don't think you could ever allow PSG to get Zeri. Even in the games where Zeri hasn't had that big of an effect, he ended up having a pentakill. So, like, I mean, it is open, so I don't know if they go for the first pick Zeri here, or maybe they try and, I don't know, try something different, practice something out before we go into those sort of playoffs.
Yeah, there's so many OP picks open, right? There's the Sedge, the Ashe, Gragas. Okay, and will be the Lee, which is, I feel like, kind of the worst of all the OP options, but it's very good for PSG specifically because they're so good at Ryze Lee Sin, right? Which is such a good mid-jungle combo, and they've used it to such great success. On the side of Duish team, what do you take the answer? Do you just take the elites?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think that was probably the highlight of WSL's games, although Vi is hovered, and it wouldn't be too surprising to see, but you do feel like this team doesn't do as well when they're on these AD sort of junglers. It is locked in, however, so that will be the jungler for the team of Duish.
I wonder, do you take the Varus or do you take the Zeri or perhaps something else completely? Because I think on the side of PSG, in this 2-3, you can take, okay, it's the Galio picked up early.
Galio does pair well with that Vi, getting that lockdown onto a target and really creating a lot of zone control with that. I would love to see Aurelion Sol, and I have to feel like Aurelion Sol probably has an okay matchup into this Galio.
It should be very good up against Galio, actually. Would not be surprised at all to see it locked in. There's always the timeless rise, but I really do hope we get to see that Sol. Doesn't look like it will be so, though. And Cassandra is picked up, so maybe pick both your solo laners now?
Yeah, now we lock the Aurelion Sol.
Surely. We're praying for it. Alternatively, I mean, you can still take the Varus. Could take the Zeri if you're not too worried about pairing it with Lulu, right? There's still a lot of other options that have proven to be successful. I wonder if this Galio is a flex or if it's just guaranteed going mid. I feel like it's 95% chance going mid.
Yeah, obviously can go into that support role, but Ryze is the pickup here, unfortunately. So again, this whole week, Aurelion Sol opened. We will not see it as Xayah is now hovered for Pepero.
Okay, so Xayah is picked away. I think for sure you ban Zeri here, right? As Duish team, you have to target at least some of Wako's Champool here.
I agree. He hasn't. I don't believe they've lost on the Zeri, and it's just looked so incredibly good in his hands. I don't see a world in where Zeri remains open for the second part of this draft.
Okay, the Varus is banned away, so maybe like I don't think you'd leave the Zeri up, but could be an option. Now on the side of PSG, probably ban out, maybe ban Rakan. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Take up the way that was Xayah. You could probably spend the other ban just towards top, honestly. Although maybe double support bans gets a bit more valuable. And okay, the Ezreal. So Zeri Lulu is up, which is kind of insane to me. I mean, they have tools for dealing with it, right? Like they've got the Vi and the Galio, but I'm just not sure anything can deal with Wako Zeri.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe as this sort of first pick on Duish team, you do take Lulu away to sort of weaken it. But even last game, we saw that Zeri doesn't necessarily rely on that Lulu. Camille is that final ban against the Cassante, so just, I guess, making that top lane a bit more of a known entity, maybe thinking Jax will come through, but Sed hovered.
I think also denies the Camille Galio, which is a very strong combo. Seen a lot of play before. Gwen, I don't think we've seen Gwen up against Cassante, but I could definitely see it working. It was locked in. Okay, now what's your 4-5? You pick your bot lane. You can go for the likes of Caitlyn Lux. Obviously, the Zeri Lulu remains available. Even Lucian Nami is still up, although it's probably not the best game for it.
I think most importantly, the Draven Leona.
Good work as well. I feel like Wako is just good at everything, so what will it be? Will he just grab another pentakill on the Zeri? Ooh, okay.
Lucian hovered, so if this is locked in, you have to feel like it will be the Nami. Renata. That's more standard.
Yeah, so should be the Lucian Nami. And then what's your last pick here? I mean, could just go the Nautilus, maybe? As I feel like there's no range support, really, that would help you win this lane. Although I guess it could be Galio support.
They are hovering mids, but interesting to see. I feel like the Galio gets more value in that middle lane.
Yeah, surely Galio's support gets destroyed by Lucian Nami. Okay, so it is the Vex locked in for mid. And I think, I mean, it's interesting. I'm just not sure it actually got value. I feel like Ryze versus Galio is a fairly fine matchup. And I feel like Galio's support should just suck against Lucian Nami. I mean, we'll see, but it feels like you don't have enough aggressive pressure to stop them from pressuring you. And then you don't really have any poke of your own to speak of, right? So for me, a lot of eyes on how that bot matchup goes. I think Duish teams still have drafted themselves a very strong 5v5 comp, but I'm not sure they have the lanes to kind of get them there, because I think on the side of PSG, winning bot lane, once again, get their Ryze, Lee Sin in the mid jungle, and the Cassante is certainly not going to lose early.
No, absolutely not, and you have to be worried as Duish team here, especially like, you saw that stat, 11 solo kills, on the Cassante, or on Azi rather, so you just wonder, like, can they really execute well enough in the early game to get to those team fights and have that impact their champions offer? Not too sure. PSG is an extremely formidable opponent, but I guess only time will tell.
It's tough, I think, for Duish team. They have kind of done this before, where they put all their eggs in one basket in terms of like the just scaling and team fight, and I think that does work pretty well against those middle tier teams, right? Where they might still make a lot of mistakes, where they're not going to be so clean about just kind of getting into the mid game and snowballing from there. Up against PSG though, especially on the Ryze Lee Sin, right? It feels like they really know how to snowball. I mean, they use Ryze Lee Sin better than any other team in the league. I mean, Yubao consistently finds ways to get into those side lanes and kind of deal some damage. So I feel like if you wanted a draft like this, probably should have banned the Ryze, right? I feel like that is where a lot of Yubao's early pressure comes from. The other champs he's played, stuff like the Azir, has pressure in the 1v1, but doesn't pressure the side lanes so much. So curious choice from Duish team. I mean, they've done something creative in the draft for sure. The Galio support with the Vi, the Gwen into Cassante, and even the Vex. We'll have to see. Is it going to be enough to take down what looked like an unstoppable PSG?
Yeah, only time will tell as we do load in here. I do suspect that this game we might see sort of mirroring of the junglers. I believe bottom lane is going to be a huge point of contention. I mean, Galio, if he gets ahead, it'll be really hard for the Nami Lucian to play into, but getting ahead in the first place doesn't seem all that, you know, reliable. It feels like you do rely on that jungler to sort of gain you some advantage. As we do see the level 1 positionings here.
Okay, everything's looking fairly standard. We do have the Ghost on the Cassante instead of the Flash. Makes sense up against the Gwen as well. Aftershock on WSL in the jungle.
Yep, and Yubao opting for that phase rush instead of the Spellbook.
Also has the Corrupting Pot, so really respecting the early game that can come out of Zhao 2 here. It is, I think, a bit difficult to start tier in this matchup. There is a lot of kill pressure from the Vex if she gets just a couple good trades. The resolve from Zhao 2 is really interesting. I honestly think it's kind of useless up against Ryze, but we'll see.
Yeah, I guess I didn't see which resolve
it was
tree.
Bone Plating and Overgrowth.
So maybe a bit of survivability when you do see that Lee Sin come to pressure you. I guess maybe, you know, hope to live through that sort of gank. We do see actually opposite side jungle start. So Junji opting to start and head towards bot. Meanwhile, WSL is starting his bot side and likely to head towards top, although maybe we can see level 3 sort of option towards bottom.
And normally when we see Lucian Nami matchups, they typically fall behind in levels 1 and 2, right, before they really come online. But the Galio just does not have the lane pressure necessary to force that. So Lucian Nami, from the get-go, are just going to start building up their lead.
Yeah, and even Xayah, one of the weaker sort of champs, level 1. Obviously, if you do have Rakan, that changes a little bit. But yeah, we are seeing Lucian Nami sort of get ahead earlier than general. As top lane looks to be going really well for Lucana, at least early levels.
Wako getting insanely aggressive block. Gets a lot of damage on the Pepper and was almost under his tower there. But yeah, the other lanes still going fine here for Duish Team. GG hits around mid. The point and click Rise EW.
Is flashed away from. Well done by Zhao2 to avoid that, but with his flash now down, do have to be a lot more careful. Yubao's being down too does give him a little bit more room to breathe, but certainly scary to have no flash on the Vex here.
WSL is around. He has flash.
Yeah, Yubao does not.
Oh, Yubao. I think he's avoided the window successfully. That was actually very, very close and good hugging by him. Bot lane, though, very, very vulnerable, and I could see Junjie just walk down here, especially knowing that WSL shouldn't be on this side of the map.
Yeah, and there is no longer any pots for this Galio, so what he has consumed now will be it. And look at the amount of sustain still available for PSG. They really haven't felt any pressure. Pepero, in fact, still only level 1, takes a massive trade. You have to feel like Junjie is going to come down here. Flash is available for Xayah, but no heal.
They're very, very low. Junjie, he's cutting them off. He lands.
Will have the taunt, so he has to be careful here.
They can play it slow, though. TP
Teleport coming in, massive bubble, does actually secure the first blood. Lakane down here now is trying to get something done on the Gwen as Junjie turns around and we've gone mid lane.
I think Wako should be able to get out. Yeah, in
Flash
fact,
heal.
Can they get anything else? Don't think so. They actually might have overstayed here on the side of PSG.
Yeah, WSL's headed down there. Very low on Lucana and Inho. Zhao2 and WSL. Junjie will fall to WSL here, and it feels like you just have to go try and get one of these kills as the bot lane, but they will both be going down ultimately.
PSG, they massively overstay there. I'm not sure why they stayed around so long, but you know, we're able to cross from mid to Duish Team mid jungle there and get down there. Still though, overall, despite it being a 3-to-1 trade, it's not awful, I feel like, for PSG, right? You still managed to deny Pepero a lot of creeps. You also denied quite a lot top, just because Lacuna was forced to invest the TP. So let's look how it started. I mean, it starts out really well. There's already a lot of damage dealt. They're just waiting for another wave. And I think all this is completely fine, right? They get the kill on a Pepero. It does go over to Woody, but at this point, it looks amazing, right? They've got the kills. TP is invested. I think if you just back out here, you're completely fine. But in the meantime, Yubao got ganked mid, you see on the map, which means they're going to be able to come down. Even here, can still possibly get out. But actually, Woody, you know, committing both sums to coming over the wall. And now it's just too late. You can't really get out. You're kind of forced to turn around. But wisely, Duish Team, they just kind of, you know, make sure to keep them interested, but also not die. And Duish Team clean up all 3 kills at the back of this.
Yeah, it was a massive trade there for Duish Team, and hopefully they can sort of progress further in this and make use of it, although the gold lead is actually still in favor of PSG regardless of that happening, so the CS really counting there.
Yeah, they've still got the CS leads in all 3 lanes here.
WSL looks bot, but nothing to be done.
And perhaps looking mid again. Both mids are flashless. Yubao has the Rise ult, which we've seen used to great effect time and time again. And we'll be able to get a lot of priority over this mid lane, although neither side lane looks particularly gankable, at least for now.
Yeah, Ozzy's slowly working away. Already got one of those tower plates during what was happening bot, I presume.
Yeah, he's getting good trades. I mean, this could maybe set up Yubao to come topside, although Junjie is playing towards bot. Yubao's in the river. They might look for a Rise ult down here if the Duish Team bot lane shows. Okay, they wisely back up, so respecting that Rise ult. But, I mean, look at the CS that you have to give up as a result, right? Even Yubao, if he doesn't actually commit the ult, it still creates pressure on the bot lane.
Yeah, constant pressure, and that's just one thing PSG have kind of excelled at, right? Especially when they get this Rise. They really just come in and out of vision, and you've seen them get kills from it so often. But often enough, it just means that pressure is diverted elsewhere, and we do see WSL looking down here. Woody looks very out of position, will get hit by the Vi. Follow up, but here comes the round warp. Rise will arrive. WSL rooted up by the Rune Prison, and now going on to Pepero with that phase rush. Rune Prison will still be a few seconds away. Zhao2 does come out. Yubao very low. Zhao2 picks up the kill there. Now Junjie in the middle of 3 of them will also go down. So these trades start off looking good pretty consistently and end up bad for PSG as Woody also goes down there at the bottom.
Oh, he actually connects the last one, but no fear.
And no mana left, so Wako should be okay here. Although does get knocked up there. Will get the kill on Galio and almost Peppero.
Oh, he
does
has
have flash.
Oh, so close.
Oh my goodness.
The mana? Oh. I mean, this is pretty crazy, though. A team finally able to match PSG in these skirmishes, and somehow it's Duish team. They're still down in gold, but 6 kills to 3, and these kills, like, I feel like they almost shouldn't have picked them up. So the fact that they've, team fought this well, credit to Duish team. But let's look how this started. So the initial gauge on the Woody, honestly, I don't think is that good. They don't manage to take him out in any reasonable time. They miss the Galio taunt, and the Rise Up comes down as well. So WSL, he dies very early, and this looks just done and dusted. Typical PSG. But after this, I think they kind of overchase. Peppero, he still has the flash, and I think didn't even need to invest it until the end. Yubao, he gets so low. He can't even clean up Peppero. And then off to the back of it, very well played by Enhao on the Galio. Also, Zhaozu hits every Vexel here just to end up cleaning up all the members. So, I mean, I just can't believe that Duish team, once they've been eliminated from playoffs, are here actually contesting PSG in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And while this replay has been gone, the Rift Hero did go down, I believe, to the team of PSG.
So close here.
Goodness.
So many times as well. That's a very long replay.
It certainly was. And now Lee Sin does have that Rift Herald. Dragon is the answer here by Duish team, and WSL might be a bit low. Also level 5 to Lee Sin's level 6, so a huge disparity in what the junglers can kind of get done here.
Now the Herald, I think, can go bot. Just keep getting gold onto Wako and Lucian. They still have a pretty significant lead in the 2v2. 2 kills picked up by Enhao on the Galio, but not going to be particularly valuable. And, despite the kills being down, PSG do find themselves with this 1k gold lead. A lot of that is in that top lane, right? I think Plade's taken for Arjun and has, a big CS lead for himself there.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of quietly up in that top lane, right? RJ's just getting himself this quite a big lead, really. So the Gwen counterpick not looking like it's getting done what they expected, but overall, the whole map fairly equal, just a 1k gold lead.
Top tower is looking very low. I mean, I guess this is somewhat because of that early TP to bot, but the outcome of that was still pretty good, right? Lacuna actually got a kill. Imagine how bad this would have been if PSG had just backed off. Could freeze the wave here and perhaps deny a little, but yeah, take a look at the gold. A lot of it is just an RJ who has an 800 gold lead over his opponent here. And that top tower, it's heraldable now, so I wonder if we'll just see Jinjia go up and break that early, or if they want to try use it somewhere else.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them use it top here. Arze is extremely good at pushing a lead that he's given. Teleport is used by Gwen. Jinjia in the top side, and you do really want to get rid of that Rift Herald sort of as soon as possible as the Lee Sin, as long as it's obviously a good usage.
Both junglers are on the top side, so if Herald is used top, there won't be any trade on bot. At the same time, I mean, Duish team's mid jungle is actually pretty strong here. You got 2 kills on Zhaozu and has the Ignite up as well. Can they look for him, though? I mean, he has Flash. Jinjia is going to be spotted on a ward here. Both junglers are in the area. Ooh,
Yeah.
Icy walks away.
I'm not sure if it's normal, but he does have the cooldown boots here on the Vex, which means he will be doing slightly less damage to both the Cassante and the Rise, who already have a bit of early game magic resist.
Yeah, interesting choice. I wonder if he just based with awkward gold and couldn't quite afford the Sork shoes. So I think they're definitely better on the Vex, but certainly not bad, right? The ability haste is still valuable, as well as the Sum cooldown.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do feel like maybe, I find generally mid laners, when they don't have that correct amount of gold, just opt for the Dark Seal. You get so much power out of that if you do end up stacking. And just by default, it has like decent stats for the 350 gold it costs.
I am a Dark Seal enjoyer, so couldn't agree more. Herald will be dropped bot side. Gonna get some plates onto Wako's Lucian here, hopefully.
Yeah, using the culling, so actually takes Enhao down quite low, but there is a 4-man response coming from Duish team. Rise in the wings, ready to use Realm Warp as well.
Oh, it connects. I don't think Jinjia can take this, though. Would be taken down in rather short order.
Yeah, it would be immediately fed into what's likely to be a vial, but smart to not use it as we go back and look top lane again, and it seems like RJ is just kind of extending his lead bit by bit.
Yeah, slowly and surely, is building himself up nicely. The gold lead, it continues to increase, although remains not too shabby, right? It's not amazing. It's relatively close still for both teams. I think, again, we're always looking at that kind of like 3 to 4K to where things really start to blow open, right? To where you can start diving or taking significant amounts of their jungle. So at least for now, we haven't passed that point.
Yeah, but the power of PSG's bot lane has just increased a whole lot with the Imperial Mandate and the Gale Force being completed. So you really have to be so careful as Duish Team's bot lane now to not just get immediately killed.
Will they just look to break tower? Because like you said, they've got the Gale Force and the Mandate. And while Gale Force is completed by Pepero, NHOW is still very weak at this stage of the game. And I think as long as Yubao can get priority, perhaps ward bot, this could be bot tower actually dropping. But right now, Duish Team, they have significant control of the river. So PSG's bot lane can't push too aggressively.
And we haven't seen a dragon be done yet, and it doesn't even look like still either team is really looking to take it. But control is established for Duish Team.
Yeah, the blue does go the way of Vine. Yubao has this control. Looks like they might cross to bot. I think they are going to try and break this bot lane tier 1.
WSL will spot them out though, both on the ward and while he sits in that bush.
Maybe just feel too scared to actually check in this river. Could instead play towards topside. They know Arja is strong and have the Herald spawning in just 30 more seconds.
Yeah, and it looks like up there Arja is proxy farming or something of the likes. Finishes Juxo, so not the traditional Cassante build. You generally do see that Frost Fist.
Now Dragon, could it be started up here from Duish Team? I'm not even sure it can. I think if you start it and then have to fight into the Lucian Nami, so Spike doesn't even feel that good. But Arja, in the 1v1, it's just taken 4 plates and a 30 CS lead for himself. Again, it's somewhat because of that early TP, but obviously is making this work.
Yeah. He's really like, every time you look, he's kind of gained 10 more CS up on the Kunai, and WSL looked like he was looking to go in, but not quite being in range of the ult, and he does land it there, but he's, wow.
Nami mechanics.
I didn't even know that was a thing, so there you go.
Okay, what a beast. All right, so the Dragon has started up, but I think this could be a mistake. They don't have the Vial now. I'd be surprised if they turn back on this. I think this is bad here from Duish Team.
Yeah, it looks, I think you're just going to receive a culling here and lose quite a lot of health to both the Mandate and the First Strike Lucian. Q has landed, flash engaged by Galio, but kicked away. Very well played by Junjia. Culling is used. Inhao is very low as Yubel slowly works away on the bat line. They have landed an engage again. WSL is going to go down as well. There is Lucian picking up, I believe, 2 kills.
They might get one more at the back end.
Yeah, Realm Warp down onto Zaya. Does have that Feather Storm, will remain safe. Actually gets quite a lot of damage done. But first tower will go down top. Dragon will be taken, and you have to imagine bot lane tower as well. So just winning all over the map and gaining a bunch of kills.
All of a sudden the game just completely opens up. I was really surprised that Duish Team tried to contest that after they'd used the Vial, right? I feel like that has to be used on Wako for you guys to win a fight. But without that, they just kind of get taken out. And now it was a 3-for-0. The Dragon picked up. Tier 1 top and Tier 1 bot both go over. Let's take a look at the replay. So there's no Vial or Flash. And I think that really limits your options for turning, right? It's not like you can easily go on Yubao and just take him out. You also can't stop Wako from just DPSing. They try with this flash forward, but I just don't think it's as guaranteed, right? The Vex ult misses as well. And Duish Team, no engage tools left, can't get on Yubao on the side, and they're just all taken out. I really think Duish Team were actually in, not a winning spot, but still in a very solid position before they started up that Dragon. And for what, right? It's the first Dragon 14 minutes. Who even cares at this point?
You're absolutely right, and I have to give compliment there to Junjia, really. That Galio had flashed in, was charging up that taunt, and if he had landed it on enough people, maybe that team fight's a lot different, but Junjia hitting him with that Lee Sin kick really stopped him for that engage and just led to that win, I have to think.
PSG, oh my god, so much damage comes out of Pepper. There was just a couple of auto attacks there.
Not even Q landed. I guess he might have landed a crit with that rapid fire proc, but Pepper taken down to half after just Lucian passive.
I think the Herald will also be picked up.
And how low? Culling is used, but well blocked by WSL to keep his bottom lane alive.
I think this Herald can be used to open up that mid lane. and so much damage coming out of Wako. Might even just be able to force down the mid lane tower without even using the Herald. Or could even play for more, right? They're so strong at this point. Will they perhaps go for 2?
Well, they definitely will get this tower, you'd have to think, as it is used there. WSL on the side of the screen clearing off some vision. But here we have an engagement onto Zaltu, and he looks like he will just be going down. It'll be interesting to see how we got caught out, maybe just sort of walking through. As Cassante is in the middle of the team, Juxsho is procced. Pepero will have to use Featherstorm here to stay alive, as well as Gale Force. Yubel landing a lot of damage on the end there. Junji going in there, might get a kill, but probably dies.
Very low health bars. I think PSG should be able to pick up another tower here if they want.
Yeah, and this Lucian is just so accelerated. Landing any of these passive auto attacks is taking off so much health of both the Galio and Pepero. Cassante, unstoppable again, will be able to just happily dash away.
He's not taking any damage whatsoever. Now 2 minutes on this drag. It's pretty pointless at this point. I think can kind of just safely ignore the drag for both teams and instead play for the Baron. The side of PSG definitely have a pretty good Baron here. WSL, they're looking for this pick. I mean, Zhao has ult. Yubel, though, once again sneaks away.
Yeah, and I kind of don't like the itemization here by WSL. I get that there's a bit of healing on the other side, but it just doesn't really achieve that much, I feel. I don't think the healing is that much that it's going to be the difference maker in a fight. And perhaps more, the Black Cleaver, which we have seen a lot more recently, does get a lot more done. And this is just a stronger item, right? The Black Cleaver offers so much.
You're the side of PSG here. I think you just continue to force fights. I mean, you're so strong across the whole board here. You definitely don't need to wait for these objectives to be up. If you can ever catch someone out, you can snowball the game even further. Baron is in 35 more seconds. Dragon coming up not long after.
Yubel does start, lands the Rune Prison onto Lacune. He does get away from now. Chirel is also used here by Inho.
Yeah, just poking, not quite committing to it. Oh, okay.
Will start an engage onto Woody, which will leave Wako okay in the backline. Woody is immediately killed. Doesn't quite hit a multiple man knock up there. As he coming in, he is absolutely massive. Scissor work, needlework is being used, sorry. Wako very low in the back line. Yubel only just escaping.
Okay.
Man, that's a huge amount of gold over to the side of Duish team, and they are headed up towards this Baron.
I think this should be their Baron. I don't even think the side of PSG can stop them, and despite that massive gold deficit, they found a really good engage and also just a really good angle, right? They managed to get in that choke where Lacuna's scissor, or what was it? The needlework.
Yeah.
I was been baited by you now. Just ends up cleaning them all up, right? So much damage there. And Duish team, they're still going to be at a gold deficit after this, but this extends the game by, you know, at least a solid 5 or 6 minutes here.
Yeah, no, very well done by them. And they got kind of the ultimate way for them to win. They caught out Woody pretty much by himself, and no answer was to be seen there. And now they get the Baron off their team fighting. So, giving themselves another chance, which you love to see.
How wild would it be if the team that stops PSG's win streak is Duish team? And take a look at the replay. So initially they find the Kunai off on the side, right? They get a bit of damage onto him, and it looks like Duish team are just going to back away. But you know, after this, Woody, he kind of passed pretty greedily. He passed away from this Lucian here, I think. Is engaged on, they have the Galio follow-up, even flashes, but just so much damage onto him so early. And then I think that's actually not too bad, but fighting in the choke against the Gwen is just so bad. I think so much damage comes out here, hitting pretty much all 4 members the entire time. And it's just so difficult for the rest of the PSG members to really deal damage there. So again, really impressive team fighting from Duish team.
Absolutely. As we jump back to the live game, it is only a 3k gold now. 3 people up on the top side, but it will be extremely hard to take down Azzy. Pepero having to use that Feather Storm early on in mid lane, so that is a massive cooldown, and it's really Zaya's main sort of safety net down now. If there is a teamfight breakout, won't have it available.
Looks like they will just safely back away. The Dragon Wing condition is still pretty far away, and with this Baron as well, there's not much PSG can really do to accelerate the game other than make some picks. Lukunai is pretty pushed up, but Oh, actually does not have the ghost up. I think he will be fine though. I don't think there's anyone close enough. But Duish team, I mean, I think they're still at least a little behind, but they find themselves with a very real chance of winning this game.
Okay, and Vi was spotted out, but does manage to get away. Massive poke there landed onto, wow, and the ult to finish it off. Shadow Surge really gets it done there.
Xiaotu kind of smurfed that as well. Really well played. Perhaps they can get more. They've managed to close the gold difference from what was, I think, about 6 or 7k to now just 2. And with this Baron, they've still got 45 more seconds. Maybe can get one more tower?
Yeah, they are trying to go for it. Ubel does have to be careful there. Cease and desist is still up for Vi.
Yeah, can still look for some turn. Okay, looks like they're going to back out. So a lot of gold brought back from Duish team. They've managed to bring it back to only being down a little more than 1k.
Yeah, and importantly, Navori Quickblades is finished on the Xayah. That's a massive power spike for that champion. So teamfights looking like they could only be getting harder from here on out for PSG.
See what happens to Waku here. So I think he just gets caught by some of the feathers. I'm not even sure. Okay, no, he got feared by Vex, and then the ult comes through. And then, you know, Xiaotu goes in and immediately flashes, I think, the bubble that came after. So really well played by him. Also picked up 800 gold, which is certainly nice, right? Okay, the Rise ult comes through. Xiaotu does not have flash.
Yeah, this Xiaotu will be killed here. Well played by the side of PSG.
It's a nice pickup, but there is no objective, at least for the meantime. So it is just a kill, and we'll leave it at that. 2 more minutes still on the drag, and they don't really even have much of a bot wave to siege this. So surprised the Kunai even altered that, but
yeah, needlework for 3 minions, but I guess it's just making sure they don't lose anything. Not that I think they would have.
Yeah, now PSG, with that being down, might actually be able to take this tower.
They're certainly positioning for it, and you have to think it will go down, although Gwen is now immune.
Yeah, I think PSG probably should just back away from this. Although, without the Gwen ult, maybe you just don't need to respect it all.
Yeah, and as he's starting to get pressure on that mid wave, but again, the waves are not synced, so probably will just get cleared out by the wave clear of Xayah.
1 minute on the third dragon. I think both teams will be angling to contest once again. Wako is trying to find something before this fight starts.
Absolutely is.
Yet.
1 minute also for Rod of Ages to finish upgrading on the Rise, so that'll be a big spike. I wonder how close he is to level 15, because hitting level 16 and getting that extra damage on your Q could be a massive determining factor.
It is a lot of extra damage, especially if they end up fighting another choke, right? If you're up against the Gwen, Rise also can make pretty good use of that. Earlier in the game just wasn't really that strong, but you know, is now getting very, very close. 35 seconds left on this drag. This is normally when we see CFO already have the soul, so we are a little bit behind schedule, but it's fine.
Stopwatch picked up on Lucian, so a lot harder for the Vi to target him out specifically, although Woody has traditionally been the target this game.
I think Woody, if he just plays back far enough, they have to engage on Wako and then he has the stopwatch. I think that can let them win this fight.
I have to agree. Now Ubel does get that upgrade, is level 15.
Will they be able to engage? I mean, Duish team have the control. They're trying to find something, but it's much harder in the open. They don't have a choke to go on.
Yeah, as he just taking no damage. As culling is used onto Xiaotu, stopwatch forced. Gwen is immune in the middle there, but as he is just sort of hitting, Junjie hits a massive kick onto the Vex, does get her killed. Inhale gonna go down here too on the side, you have to think. Does manage to get the ult off, well at least the shield off first. As he all out here. Lakune getting very low. Pepero gonna have huge feathers. Actually dodged out by Wako.
He does, and Baron's in just 12 more seconds, so it should go over to the side of PSG. Although their jungler's dead, maybe they don't want to start it. Could instead just play for an inhib.
Yeah, Vi is up and
okay.
Lee Sin isn't, so just probably gonna go for this dragon and have to wait out for Junjie to be able to do the Baron. Don't want to risk flipping it and then Vi taking it, delaying the game even further.
So it is nice. I mean, they perhaps don't get as much as they'd like, but it's a team fight win and a drag. So let's take a look at the replay. I think you kind of struggle as Duish team to find a way in, right? There's just so much area to play in, and Xiaotu engaged on very early, is forced to Zonya, and then also misses the Vex ult after. And it's just taken out by Junjie with that nice flash kick. And then while Junjie is like taken down, he's Vi ulted, He doesn't have anything left to offer to the fight anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And then Wako, you know, all the cooldowns used and still full HP, is able to deal so much damage off the back end here when there's just nothing left to deal with them.
Yeah, great work there positioning by Wako. Certainly not the easiest team comp to position against and having that Vi Galio as well as the Vex, but did well, and on the tail end there did pick up Pepero as well.
Baron could be looked at for the side of PSG here. Otherwise, they do have Baron in just 4 more minutes. I think starting the Baron could actually be bad with the engage. WSL, though, is getting chunked.
Yeah, Ozzy tanking out. WSL does dash away, but is quite low. Flash away from Zaltu, but does get hit by Rune Prison first, very importantly. Unho also flashing away, so a lot of summoners being used here by Duish team.
They're so low. I wonder if PSG just turned to the Baron, knowing the Duish team seem unable to contest. I think they can just start it up. Yeah, it looks like it will be.
Yeah, WSL having to back because of his health bar, and with that, you kind of just can take this Baron kind of uncontested, although we are looking mid here.
Yeah, just kind of two-manning it, but it takes a while without any of your DPS there. And this actually allows Duish team time to get back on the map.
Although, yeah, Wako just kind of taking WSL back down to low health immediately.
Jinjia can just tank this forever, so isn't worried too much. I think PSG, they still want the turn. They don't want to make it a flip. They're struggling to find it.
Yeah, Ozzy possibly positioning quite aggressively here to look for something. Is engaged on. Is a turn. Woody is Vi-ulted, follow up by the hero's entrance. On the backside, though, we do see Wako take down Zhaotu. Is very low, though. Gale forces away. Is out. There's a lot of low health bars here on PSG and not a whole lot of lifesteal. They do have Nami sustain, which is nice, and Yubel still full health there over in the side.
Culling's still up.
Yeah, Lakunai does use that ghost and the needlework. Stopwatch will be used, followed by... Oh, he does get out, but with the relentless pursuit. WSL on very low health. Yubel does pick him up. On the side, though, we did see Azi get taken down as well. Pepero playing these fights extremely well.
Yubel is trying to find what he can.
Round warp is up.
Oh, there's no shot. All right, 2 more minutes on the 4th Dragon. I mean, that fight was very close. I think actually very important there. PSG lost both flashes on their bot lane, which means they can be engaged on so easily in this next fight. While Wako has the GA, he can just spawn and get killed straight after, right? So potentially Duish team with that fight might have actually set themselves up to win the next one. And Pepero will have flash for that as well.
Yeah, and it's still only a 4k gold lead, so game definitely within reach for Duish team here.
I'm surprised PSG ended up losing this because I feel like the initial engage on the Arja, you know, it was survive, and Woody is able to flash over the wall before he goes down. But then I think just the fight ended up too split, and they couldn't really group and actually DPS. Jinjia as well kind of died for no reason there. And from then, they kind of struggled to recover.
Yeah, Zhaotu also hitting a critical flea there, or the fear rather, onto Wako, which was followed up by a lot of feathers, so very well played.
Hey, we
are going back to live.
Yeah.
Jinjia on the side, maybe looking for some crazy shenanigans.
Yeah, 1 minute on the 4th Dragon, so something is going to break here soon.
Yeah, and you have to feel you cannot give Hextech Soul over here.
It's definitely one of the worst ones to give over. PSG, they're looking to control this Baron area, and they maybe just want to have the option of returning to Baron. They've always got the Rise ult, so it's very easy to rotate to it.
Wide channeling, but you don't want to really initiate onto this Cassante. He's immensely tanky. As culling is used, WSL is extremely low, and Unho is jumped on by Jinjia.
There's so much damage.
Lucian making so much use of that extended range as WSL does ult him. Followed up by the tidal wave. WSL will go down to Yubel now, and it's 3v5, so I believe Baron will be picked up here.
This should be Baron. Maybe Duish team have time to go and do drag. I'm not sure.
You have to try, right? Like, you can't give up both.
Or maybe they want to try contest. No, it looks like Pepero will be going towards the Dragon, so they'll trade something.
Is up.
Yeah, actually, they could probably stop this. Yeah, they're already running towards it.
Yeah, Yubel headed down there. I don't know who will make it in. Okay, importantly, Jinjia doesn't, but we are actually just fighting here in the mid lane. Pepero's taking Dragon down the bottom, but we do see Zhaotu go down as well as the Gwen. Pepero securing the Hextech Soul, well, Dragon rather, not the Soul, so it denies Soul from PSG. But losing this much as Peppero's also getting chased down. You feel like he has to die here to Yubel.
Yeah, I think Yubel should just be able to point and click, and the Galio comes out.
Yeah,
though.
Hero's entrance does come in. Peppero does Gale Force away. Maybe can escape. Oh, doesn't quite hit. And well,
kills him with the bounce.
Yeah, Yubel just quick scopes into the back.
I think this could actually just be the end here. It's only WSL who does not have any wave clear. Enhao as well, extremely low.
Yeah,
double TP.
Yeah, nice flash kick there. WSL in the... Wow, he's just dead. And so is Galio. This will be the end of the game here. I mean, credit to Duish team. Played extremely well as we do see these last two Nexus towers go down. It will be PSG picking up their 13th win and maintaining sole position of that first place by, I believe, 2 wins.
Yeah, it is PSG that get that win, but like you said, really well done, I think, from Duish team. I feel like, you know, you're not expecting to beat the unbeatable PSG, but I think you can hold your heads high after that performance. They definitely kept it pretty close, and, you know, like we said at one point, they were, you know, that was a very winnable game in there, which not a lot of teams can say the same up against PSG. And I really like what they did with the comp as well, you know, just having a lot of that team fight. I still feel like the Galio was maybe a bit strange. I think I would have just preferred the Galio mid, but, I mean, the Vex mid looked good, right? So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Zaltu did have, like, I think one of his better performances in this game, I'd have to say. Like, that Vex, he was finding a lot of fares onto important members in those team fights, and got that really critical fight in mid where he picked up that 800 gold shutdown on Lucian. Really gave them even more of a hope after they started falling behind. Ultimately, though, not enough.
Not enough, but I think Duish team, they definitely have some stuff to look forward to for Split 2. I wonder if just the way they performed is because they got the better draft than they normally do, or just because the fact they don't have much pressure on them, right? I think that's something that's kind of underrated. The fact that when you play up against these top teams, especially when you kind of get, you know, later in the split, it's like, okay, this is do or die. We need to win these games to get into playoffs. But suddenly, you know, you're eliminated from playoffs and all that pressure disappears. And you can kind of just play the way you might play at home, right? Or the way you might play solo queues. So it's always interesting, right? And we've seen pretty good performances from J-Team, from Duish team today. J-Team actually beat Impunity. So it's definitely not something that can be discounted.
And you have to feel kind of like if they were not against PSG in this instance, they probably would have come away with the win. Like going against the best team in the league, putting up that much of a fight, getting that close. But ultimately, as we touched on sort of before the game, such a well-rounded team, for PSG. It's hard to beat them, even when you get those early leads.
Yeah, and I think PSG going into playoffs, I mean, we've still got one more week of regular season, but they just look so difficult to beat. But perhaps teams are looking at, you know, what happened this game as, sure, PSG didn't lose, but this game and the game against Impunity where they did look kind of shaky, perhaps there is something there. Perhaps there is a way that PSG actually can be exploited.
Yeah, and absolutely. And if you're from that Oceanic region too, you want to be looking at this and finding sort of ways to beat out this team here. Obviously, looks very hard to do. Even when they do have their cracks, they kind of, you know, cover them with their ability later on in the game. But definitely some cracks are showing in the past couple of weeks from this PSG team.
They are small cracks. I mean, they still look very solid. But who are you thinking for MVP? Because I think, you know, Aja kind of died along the fight. Maybe Yubao on the rise, I think, was very consistent.
Yeah, he had a lot of impact. And I also, like, Waku was doing a lot to get a lot of pressure past. And I don't know. Yeah, it's actually a hard one, I feel like.
It is.
Maybe Yubel, I think you might be right on Yubel. He kind of did, there was no real flaws from him in this game, whereas the other ones sort of had some slip-ups here and there. Maybe Yubel does seem like the logical way to go, but
I feel like you could even make an argument for Woody on the Nami. Like, did get caught out that one time, but actually had some really good ults, right? Like, there's a lot of times where it actually just end up splitting the team. And I think it's one of those ults that sort of gets forgotten about in a way because it is, you know, slow moving, doesn't deal a lot of damage, but when it's positioned well, it actually can create quite a lot of pressure in a fight. I feel like it's almost like Talia in a way where you can functionally play Nami just with your QWE, but if you are good at the Nami ult or good at the Talia ult, it does actually make a pretty big difference.
Yeah, kind of difference between a good Nami and a great Nami, right? And on this occasion, Woody certainly was a great Nami, and you want that in your Lucian Nami lane, of course. But yeah, I don't know, I do... Yeah, it's hard. Woody did play well, and he did cop so many of those Viols. Like, he really was just the pinata for Viols, which was then followed by Galiols. He had an amazingly hard time to sort of position. And I don't even believe he got caught out once. I'm pretty sure it was only the once. The other time he did manage to flash away. It's hard to say in this one. I feel like the rest of the games tonight kind of had someone more clear.
Yeah.
But on this occasion, yeah, I can't really pick one. I think Ubao would be my pick, however.
It is tough. You know, they're a solid roster for a reason. But I guess, like, what are you feeling about the playoffs now after this week is done? Because I think we pretty much have our top 6 locked, although it can still move around. Like, are you expecting PSG CFO just to finish first and second?
I kind of do, yes, but I do feel like especially Team Impunity are such like they looked so impressive for the most part. Last 2 days they looked pretty poor, honestly. So I feel like they could really upset people, as well as Beyond Gaming seem to be ramping up here, and especially this week they really played quite well. So I would say most likely will be PSG and CFO, but we could see it shaken up there by some of these sort of wild card teams.
Yeah, Frank Esports perhaps is that wild card you're talking about, right? They've shown some pretty good games recently. I believe they find themselves just below CFO. I think maybe 1 win behind.
I believe so, yeah.
So getting pretty close there. And that's a team that, you know, if not for those 2 losses to Hellpigs, would actually be, you know, higher than CFO, right? So, again, it's hard to kind of take that out of the equation, but it's something to think about. But here we are, looking at the highlights from that game, and this was the fight mid where I think Xiaotu was caught off on the side, and then managed to kind of, couldn't find the Vexel after. Also a great Namiot comes through the middle. And I think here, this is where Duish team kind of fell apart. They used all their cooldowns on Jinjia, he'd already committed everything to the fight. It didn't really matter. He'd used the flash kick, and then PSG off the back of that were able to grab all these kills, as well as the Dragon, and later on, even the Baron as well.
As we do take a look at damage, and wow, look at Wako's damage, just really pushing the limits there on that Lucian. We saw him time and time again before these big objective fights, sort of just E in, get a couple of rapid fire cannon procs, a few crits in here and there, and it really added up. 37k damage versus the 20k of Zaya on the opposite team.
He did, and looking at the gold difference, I mean, it kind of did just ebb and flow, right? There was a time where PSG were massively ahead, it kind of gave over a lot of gold back to Duish team, but ultimately did end up ahead. And Wako picks up MVP once again. Okay, 42% of his team's damage. I feel like it is pretty deserving. I think this also might be his 5th MVP, if I'm remembering.
I believe you are correct. Yeah, I do believe that is the case, which puts him only 1 behind Kongyue, if I am right. But look at that damage to gold percentage, 227.6. It's definitely one of the highest ones I've ever seen. Just impressive, really, how much he gets out of that Lucian. Far more than anyone else we've really seen, at least in recent weeks.
Impressive as well that I think the lead bot wasn't even as substantial as we've seen some of the other Lucian Namis pick up, right? Like, normally he does, but this game, they actually lost a lot of those early bot skirmishes, right? But still, despite that, found his small CS lead over the Zaya. But when it gets into that mid game, I mean, just time and time again, finds little chunks of damage here and there, right? Even just a couple autos with the Lucian Nami ends up doing so much extra damage. And Wako is just, I mean, just the fact that he can so consistently output this damage, even when he's playing against a comp that is sort of built to punish him and Woody, right? So yeah, really impressive performance from him.
Yeah, so as we take a look at today's results, it was Frank Esports first of all taking the win, somewhat unsurprisingly, against Sem9, followed by Flying Oyster winning against Deep Cross Gaming. After that, we had Taipei J-Team absolutely demolish Impunity in the 3rd game. And to round out, we had Beyond Gaming take over Hellpigs, and what you just witnessed was PSG beating Duish team.
It's definitely an interesting group of results for the day. Taking a look at the standings, PSG wrap up week 5, still in 1st place. 2 wins behind them is CFO at 2nd. Frank Esports coming in at 3rd, 10-5, and now 4th, Megabank Beyond Gaming. They've actually taken the lead over DCG and Impunity, who find themselves tied up at 8-7. Now, Taipei J team just 2 wins behind them. If those teams above them somehow fumble, could sneak their way in, but most likely are not going to make it. And then Hellpigs Duish team, Sem9 kind of round out the rest. But I think the top 6 is really interesting, right? I want to say, if you kind of pick these at the start of the split, this is almost what we'd expect. But based off kind of what happened in the middle of the split, it's really different, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's quite interesting. And I don't know, do you know Flying Oyster, have they versed Frank Esports yet in the 2nd side of the split?
I want to say no, but I'm not too sure. I guess we might find out. No, okay, it will be the match.
My question has been answered.
Duish team. Oh, do you want to go?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Take it away.
So we have Duish team against Taipei J team, followed by what I think will be match of the week in Frank Esports versus Flying Oyster, followed by Sem9, Megabank Gaming, Hellpigs, Impunity, PSG Talon, and Deep Cross Gaming. Now, we have quite a few good games in that bunch, especially seeing Impunity lose kind of form. Even the Hellpigs game, Impunity might be nice. But as I said, Frank Esports versus Flying Oyster, we will see if Frank can tie up for that second position, which is massive, right? That playoff spot, you really want to be either first or second, and they have the opportunity to equalize.
That could be really interesting, right? Especially if there are some kind of tiebreakers at the end. And I think as well, if Frank win that, I want to say that ties up their head-to-head at 1-1. So, yeah, that would be really interesting there as well. I mean, just towards this tail end of the split, right, there's only 3 games left in the regular season, and I feel like it's only getting crazier.
Yeah, I think we've got, like, a great week to sort of round it out, right? Like especially that first day, we see, I mean, probably the most important match for side these playoff positions, I have to feel. Although you do want to see JT, honestly, I love an underdog story. J-Team, if they are able to find these wins and the right teams lose, we might see one of the like most incredible comebacks possibly in the PCS. So yeah, hopefully we see that.
I certainly hope we do too. And I mean, if they can continue to play like they did today, it might actually be on the cards. But that will be it from us today and for this week. It's been a pretty crazy week, so thank you so much for joining us. And thank you so much to all the teams behind the scenes production and them as well. So please join us next week for where we finally decide those last playoff matches.